Actually coming out from the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, it really did. The lane I'm looking at is this bottom lane, the off lane from Team Liquid, where we've seen it this time and time. Zai on the Broodmother, Boxy on Tusk, where they completely dominate the lane. One problem that I have with this is Broodmother hits 6, she takes over the lane, and she kind of took over the game, takes over the jungle. They didn't have that one hero to put there and just soak up some damage, feed on the spider lanes, one hero that is unkillable. It never came to that point. And I love the itemization on Zai, because yeah, sure, you get that raid pack, you get pipe, but it was early pipe into raid pack where you mitigate so much damage from Team Secret. The early damage is mostly magical. Like Silencer and Nyx Assassin, their damage output at the early stages of the game is very limited, and if you add pipe on top of that, it's gonna feel very bad. Team Secret did try to, maximize the Silencer, buying out one more time using the global silence, but it was a very difficult game from them considering the situation they were in.
Yeah, I really enjoyed what Broodmother did in that game for sure, and I think Brood as a hero really exposes Silencer's weaknesses as a support if he's not countering a hero per se. It's not really a hero that gives you much by way of playing the map or the ability to rotate or anything like that. With that being said, I also think that the lane swap when the Primal Beast came out between the Tiny and the Sniper was genius, right? Because Tiny is a hero that can lane versus something like a Primal Beast, toss it away if it goes at him. Sniper would not really have stood a chance there. So by putting the Sniper mid, having it lane well versus the Queen of Pain for the first 5 levels, and then rotating the Sniper out of mid and putting your Tusk there so he can get levels and Sniper can farm safely was just very well done. Very good understanding by Liquid on how to play the map. So that was really cool. Also, another thing that I wanted to note was because the Monkey King played an active style of Dota, he didn't build a farming item. So when the game slowed down, you had Sniper just farming in the triangle, and Monkey King wasn't really able to match the pace.
Yeah, he had BKB first, and then Deso. Deso's like the closest thing to a farming item that you could say that game. But no, I really like the point about the Silencer. I think that Liquid, if you look at their draft, they have Hero, they have Broodmother. Their entire draft doesn't have any cooldowns that they're playing around, right? It's like you play the Silencer. Usually, the way that you play this hero is enemy team commits to you, and then you botch their initiation, you botch their commitment, and then you turn the fight. It's like you global silence a Broodmother, and it's like my spiders are silenced. You're passives. You're passives. So yeah, Liquid just like Effie said, identifying the weakness in this hero. Crystallis also is playing Monkey King. That's another cooldown dependent hero. Nisha on Queen of Pain, cooldown dependent. The ultimate was very important in this game. There's a few fights that we saw where he didn't have mana for the ult, and it actually meant that Matumbo would survive at 10% HP and then turn around and peep and get to full HP. This Wraith Pack change, by the way, the fact that you get more lifesteal off of heroes, it's starting to feel satanic when these peep lords are turning around.
You are building into Mask of Madness, and I think Sniper's becoming not just hero of this series, I would say, but for me, the hero of the tournament, pretty much. Whenever I see this little dwarf on one side, I'm slowly leaning towards that side, because the hero does so much. I like the build on Matu, because he did go for 3 raid bans, early oriented. He knows that if he joins these early fights, it's going to give them even more momentum, and yeah, momentum with the Broodmother pipe that we mentioned. One thing to notice is one team is going to play potentially one of these 2 teams 8 games today, because this is the 3rd game, and in the grand finals, everyone wants to see game 5.
But we've seen the teams that end up playing this series right before grand finals always has the advantage over the other team conventionally. But I also just want to bring up that Liquid had such an easy way to maneuver around the map. Even that fight where they killed the Silencer and they lost their Tiny, and Tusk and Sniper went into Roshan. The Brood was pretty far away, but you're just able to plant your webs to Roshan, get there really quickly as Broodmother, and identify when you can take objectives. You can also just dodge smokes and camp yourself at the parts of the map that you need to be. And when Secret really needed to make a smoke and make big things happen, it was evaded completely by Liquid when they were playing on the bot lane for that bot Rex.
Yeah, Liquid definitely seemed to know what Secret was going to try to do during that time. There was another person who knew of how this game was going to play itself out, because I think Slacks predicted this outcome from the draft onwards.
That's right. Absolutely. A clock is right once in a while is the saying, I remember. Now, I am up here in the nosebleed section as high up as you can go for a very special purpose. Now, I was contacted, and someone said one of you guys has a birthday. Who is it? Oh my goodness. What's your name?
Chendo.
Fantastic. Crowd, I was wondering if we could make this the worst birthday of his life by all singing a little happy birthday. Are you ready? Yes. All right, here we go. Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear.
Chendo.
Happy birthday to you. Yay! Now your present, you get to pick one. Great. And somebody else out there, happy birthday to you too. Watch out. There you go. Pick it up. Look at the camera. There you go. Yay! All right, well, back to you guys. Happy birthday to you too, Sheever. Happy birthday.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday, Shearer.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a little bit late or early, whichever one you're going for. It was off by about half a year. It's all good though, because we are here to celebrate everything, especially the Dota 2 being played, but also friendship and love. And that friendship was there was a little bit of friendship last year, and the Team Secret roster was a little bit broken. Just in case you missed it, Matu and Zai left Team Secret right after TI10, where they came third. So that is the very spot that they're both in right now. And that was not something that Puppy wanted to have happen, Effie.
No, he didn't. When you look at that iteration of Secret from last TI, it had such an incredibly dominant phase throughout the online tournament era where they just felt like the best team in the world, right? And then when it came up to that TI, the results were great. Third place is not something to be scoffed at. That roster definitely had potential to go far, but just like in all things, your players get poached. Maybe they
It happens.
Zai and Matu are very brave. Saying no to Puppy, you probably needed to say that into his face.
They weren't in the same room.
They
There's
probably
no way.
weren't in the same room. That was actually, it was all done over computer screens. And Puppy talks in the same
over Skype.
interview about how much easier it was because it was all digital. Now, it did lead to good results because in the end, they have two players that re-embody that friendship and love. It's Zayat and Reza.
I have a friend, which is Zayas. You know, we played together for like 2 years. It's amazing to, you know, be on the lane with a guy who you really enjoy talking to. So it was the middle of the season, and I was like, yeah, I'm ready to roll, you know. And who do I go with? I have one friend. I have a guy who I can talk to. So we happened to call and was like, yo guys, yo bro, what are you gonna do?
I were really tryharding in pubs. I played every day around of 10 games, and also my win rate was very high. I backed my rank 50, around of 50, yeah. And I were very in good form, I guess.
So we were like, who we can join, and we are like, maybe some alliance, you know, they're like a bit shaky right here and there. Maybe some NA team, you know, it's always good to come to NA and like, you know, for the qualifiers and stuff. I've been there, I know how it works. Maybe I can do the same, you know. And the third idea was like, maybe Team Secret, but it's like, nah, dude, no way, like it's wet dreams, you know. Clement was like, what position are you playing anyways? I'm like, dude, I'm playing offlane for 2 years now, like, come on. It's such a Clement thing to say, but anyways. We just wait a little bit, and after some time, he's like, yo, bro, I got invited to Secret.
Yeah, at the moment when Clement called me, I was so surprised, because how to say, I didn't know that might happen, to be honest.
And he's like, he's playing there, and then at one point he's like, yo bro, what are you doing next week? I'm like, what am I doing? I'm playing, you know, chilling. He's like, you wanna play a tournament in Riyadh? I was like, hell yeah, like, let's do it. And then basically like, you know, they decided to make, you know, to try me as a standing on that tournament, and things went great from there on.
I'm pretty happy to being here, and also I believe in Team Secret I can do a lot. I mean, long history, so let's see.
It was just a thought, but I didn't really believe that it could happen. But you know, here I am, wearing the eye on my t-shirt right now. That's crazy.
Life is crazy sometimes, for sure. It's actually incredibly wholesome how both of them are now on Team Secret, and they are on the final day, and they are doing pretty well. Both teams, though, one game away from taking that second spot in the grand finals against Tundra, and only one team can advance, which is a lot of. Over here, we can feel the pressure that is on this one. I just gave Dota to Effie. It should be fine, right?
It'll be fine. What does it even mean at this point? Top 3 still top.
Yeah.
Nah, there's a lot of pressure in this game 3.
Yeah,
Obviously, both of these teams so badly want to make it to the grand finals. They are the LCQ teams. They were the underestimated teams after the end of the DPC tours this year, and they both have a lot to prove. I think for Puppy, the only thing remaining for him to do is just win his second TI, get that first place with Secret finally, and who knows what's going to happen next for him after that.
Same for that, man, although we do know what's going to happen after that.
We do, but yeah, going back to pressure, Team Liquid, they had a magical lower run bracket so far. So you know that they've been on the brink of elimination so many times this tournament, beating Entity 2-0, beating OG 2-0, then Thunder Awaken in one of the best series of all time, and then beating Acer as well, clutch series as well, and now pushing into the game 3 as well.
But that was just a really wholesome video that we just saw. I'm still thinking about it, but you can really see the synergy between Resolution and Zayats in that one. And I'm also glad that he told that story, because at ESL Malaysia, he did mention that they both wanted to join Team Secret, but they didn't really know how to facilitate that. And it just ended up happening for them. So it was just really cool to see. I think Resolution as a player has grown so much over the years. His hero pool has expanded. He's played so many different roles. He's bounced around from region to region, and he announced his retirement after last TI. But as we know, in Dota, Jenkins, nobody stays retired.
Really yeah, that's why, you know, I look at Matumba, and I think, like, we've talked about him so much because the absolute legend is retiring. You know, it's like, is he really going to after this run? I mean, Liquid has been backed into a corner 3 times. They've been in that game 3 where they claw it back, right? They've won 3 game 3s in the lower bracket.
It's actually been clawing, because it was not easy.
No, it wasn't easy. Every time it wasn't easy. And then already they weren't supposed to be here. They got in through the last chance qualifiers. So it's like, we talked like previously when we saw them walking on, oh, they look like they feel no pressure, both of these teams. It's because how could their brains have any chemicals left to feel pressure at this point? They've been pressured for like 2 weeks straight. These guys are ice cold now.
They really are, but honestly, it's just been so touching to watch both teams make it this far. Obviously, Liquid are carrying with them the weight of their teammates' retirement. We've seen them talk about him with such high regards. And how they want to have one good last run with him. And I really think that this result is more than they ever expected. So hopefully the pressure does not affect their gameplay at this point in this elimination game.
And also, we do overuse a word Giga Chat quite a lot, you know, but first time hearing it, Giga Coach. That's a new one. Team Liquid with 3 coaches.
3 people,
yeah, it's
one entity.
We do say, you know, too many chefs in the kitchen, blah, blah, blah. But for them, it seems to be working because everybody, as we've seen in the interview, has a lot of respect, and they think without one piece, it would just not work.
Yeah, they all have their own role, and everybody is respectful, and apparently there's no stepping on other people's toes, which would be very easy to do with a lot of coaches around there. Speaking of coaches, of course, I want to reiterate that we've got Heen and AY in the tournament as coaches that have already won TIs. Blitz, this is his first TI in the booths, and I say that because he has obviously been at a lot of TIs as talent. We're going to find out how much impact the coaches will have had during the drafting of this third and deciding game.
Team Secret versus Team Liquid. Game 3.
It all comes down to this game 3, all on the line. Both of these teams clawing at a spot, the final game that they want to be playing in this. You guys got to watch backstage. just before we even see the draft, who do you think has the momentum coming into this? Who are you kind of favoring? Are you just going to stay biased with your old teammates?
And for me, I will definitely say Team Liquid. You know, they just won the last game on the. I can feel the momentum. You know, everyone is smiling. I just saw them earlier. They look pretty excited to play the game 3. So definitely Liquid.
I mean, for sure, I want Secret to win, but you know, you get second pick, you win. It's as simple as this. I cannot just simplify it more.
Yeah, why even play the game, you know?
Yeah. We should just end it after the coin flip. We shouldn't even do the draft. Let it go. This whole thing will be over very quickly.
Well, we do have a draft that's going to get taken place now, and you can see a couple of changes already coming out. So the Broodmother taken out of the pool, CM. This was a hero that's also risen in popularity a lot. Marcy and the Lesh. So a couple of those key heroes that we've seen still left in the pool. What are you guys liking? And also, how does that second pick affect the rest of the draft going in?
I mean, the second pick is just way easier to draft, and like you will just counter pick into counter pick, and like you just pick on first stage something solid that even if you counter it, it's fine.
Whoa.
Okay.
That is not what I was anticipating.
Nobody wants to go out on Silencer. All right, that's just how it is.
I actually thought they would pick Silencer when they banned Brood, because now Enigma's in the pool. Actually, Inch is not that bad into Brood because you know the shot. I don't think you guys have seen it before.
Little friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you put that spell on the enemy target, all the spiders goes on him. It's actually pretty funny.
Funny, is it good though? Everybody says that shard is garbage.
I actually used it once. It's actually pretty good. People
Really?
just doesn't know how to use it properly.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, I'm with you. Sounds good. Well, they do have, like you said, that Enigma open. Do Team Liquid want to go for it, though? Again, that hero has been all over the place in terms of some success, some failure, and Silencer's still in the pool, so if they wanted to swap it to another core role or something, they could do that also.
I feel like maybe they want to go for the Lina, because last game the Lina was banned by Secret, now they changed it to Brood. So maybe there is something with the Lina.
It should be Enigma, I think. Enigma Tusk, maybe? Oh, you're right, Amar.
Interesting. So what is it about this Lina? You said there might be something about this Lina. What is it that makes this hero so insanely good, particularly for Liquid?
I mean, I think they get what they want. Mickey plays like the carry from the mid lane. Matumba gets his lane-winning hero who stuns or just doesn't die, and is just good into the meta. Like the meta mid laners, Lina can lane into Leshrac and Desif.
Okay. Oh, well, I mean, you got the Lina right. The best hero, the game-winning hero. You know, you're looking for Team Secret to take the W. They've got the Beastmaster. It's got to be feeling pretty good now.
They got the natural disaster. They got everything.
Natural disaster.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Well, the Enchantress definitely applies a ton of early pressure, as does the Beastmaster. I mean, I'm looking at these drafts, and I'm just seeing tower after tower getting taken. Obviously, you do have some good outspam, but Taiga, are you concerned about all of that pressure that Team Secret has running early?
I think after what we have seen in Game 1, I think they should have better answers now on Liquid. I think they're looking for something that would fight them, fight the Beastmaster and Ench on the early game. Because right now they only have Tusk and Lina, and they're not like the best heroes. They need to add something else, like something more like a strong early game hero to fight this beast. Because the moment this beast takes your tower, your jungle is done. It's gone, and they need to somehow retake this jungle, and they also need to apply their own pressure. So I think they maybe another sniper game. You know, sniper is pretty good against that to deep push when they come. So they actually ban them themselves.
Huh. Interesting.
Zayat will actually get a chance to maybe see some other heroes before he's picked, which has been a little unusual, I would say, for Zayat this tournament, right? Gets this like first phase hero, just has to deal with it. They end up banning like 3 heroes in a row to try and protect him. So that Enigma, as I said, is still in though, but probably going to be Insania's hero out of this phase, and then we're going to have that double counter pick for both Matu and Zai.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I can also see maybe Y1 for Insania. He hasn't played a hero for a while, like Y1 Phoenix, sometimes teamfight hero, because they really lack teamfight on the Liquid right now, and they usually want to have at least one teamfight hero on support. Now that I pick Tusk, they will need to add something that synergizes with Tusk, which is like Phoenix, Y1, Jakiro for example, but Jakiro is banned, so we'll see.
I do like that Wyvern that you're talking about. That always feels like it's really nice against a Beastmaster, and you pair that together with obviously the little friends and everything else that you got working with you for the Enchantress. It can definitely turn the tides of a battle very quickly. And of course, we've also seen that combination be really good. You know, Winner's Curse into just an LSA, people get blown up.
Not so sure about the Wyvern. Like, the hero is weak, and like the out tempo might be so much. Like, yeah, he's good into Beast. Beast cannot just send his units how much he wants, but it feels like it kind of drags his team down. Like you have Wyvern Tusk support, like you don't do damage kind of.
Undying. There's a lot of team fight.
Ano ba yung pinabili mo?
Slipped its way through that second phase of bans this
May
time.
kanin na yun.
Often getting removed here. Obviously started out as pretty much the hero of the tournament, it felt like. I felt like teams had to address it a lot in their drafts, like Snapfires or something, to try and handle this Tombstone, someone who can naturally hit it, but I mean, the Sniper's already gone as well, so could maybe be an option for Secret. Of course, then that's putting Zayats on a... I mean, it's actually a pretty good 4, I'd say, for the way that they like to play their lanes.
Definitely could be strong. Needing to come up with some type of an answer. You were talking earlier also about like the Maranas, things like that as a potential answer. Is it like you have to really go super hard on a Tombstone answer, or do you feel like you can get that from like, you know, a little bit here, a little bit there, like some from Enchantress, some from other heroes?
I feel like they have Beast and Lynch. They can... It's easy Tomb killers. Like, I don't feel like they have a problem with Tomb.
Got some attack speed, got some range, it's always good, but the crowd,
look at that.
You know, they love the player-hero combos. Got themselves an Invoker picked here.
I just think the Undying is a good pick for the team fight, but I think the Secret have tools to kill that too. Like they have the aura from Beast, and the Inch doesn't really care so much about zombies. It's only the lane that's Undying is being picked for. I will assume like the laning into Beast is actually pretty nice for Undying.
Man, this Invoker, every time you get around to it, there's been a lot of different change-ups in the builds too. Do you think with Beastmaster he could go for like an Exort build, or is it still just going to be like Quaswex trying to play fast with the rest of his team?
I mean, I know that people would take Quaswex against Lina on mid, but I've only seen Exort Invoker in my team, so, and use Sunstrike on like 2 side lanes, get Midas minute 6, farm on map, 6 lost minute 20.
Okay, interesting.
Ooh. I think that's probably more like Nisha, you know, like
yeah,
Exort Invoker to solve the team. That sounds more like Nisha.
You talked about Zayats being a little bit more free in the game maybe, and we'll see if it ends up happening here with this Earthshaker pick. This is a TI hero if I feel like if I've ever seen one.
She's not a group stage hero though. I'll say that much. Playoffs here. This guy's he's been hurting at TI. But when the game comes down to it, you know, this is one of those heroes that people like to play. I think like if I have that clutch factor in me, this is a hero that can really do a lot of that position 4 role.
Thoughts on it? Hate it, love it?
Well, I don't really like Shaker, to be honest. After playing it in group stage, it felt pretty weak, and I don't like it into Undying either. It's like, but it makes sense with Beast, because you need someone that enables the Beast in lane, right? And like with the Fisher block, you pull back the lane, and Undying can't just chase you down, hit you non-stop. They can actually stay on a lane, and potentially they might have to steal the pull, because I don't think this Beast Shaker will fight into Undying.
Oh, another answer now as we get some claps coming out from the old Earthshaker. But it is going to be the Lifestealer. So Liquid managed to get it again in the second phase. At this current state in the draft, we're still looking for a carry on Team Secret. We're still looking for something, depending on what it is for Team Liquid, most likely that offlaner. What are you guys feeling at this point?
I mean, I feel like they're gonna ban the Razor, but for sure, like if Secret can get the Razor, I think this is such a free win. Like, I don't see a way they stop the Razor, even like if they can counter kick it. But probably they will get a ban. I don't think it's hard.
Oh, I was gonna say Ursa, but it's banned. Felt like an amazing Ursa game if I was left through.
Yeah. Is there any like archetype of a hero that they need? Something that like just what role do they need to fill?
I mean, just a solid carry, like who can lane into anything. Like he doesn't really need to care about lane so much. He's laning into Tusk with Ench. Like he's gonna have a good lane. They banned the Enigma, so there is no like insane good hero laner. So like they're gonna have like a good lane, and if he can offer like something good for his team, like if he doesn't like drag his tempo down to his team, and his team like with Beast and Ench, and they win their mid and help their offlaner, I think it's gonna be easy win for Secret, because the Slacks are not gonna land into Beast at some point.
Is this a Drow pick or Luna's? Potential CK too. I feel like they're banning for they're banning dogs here.
Yeah.
Maybe they want some kind of Drow hero, you know, sit back because
Terrorblade maybe. I mean, against Lina that's scary too though.
Yeah, because if you look at Liquid's draft right now, they only have like Snowball to reach the back line.
Yeah.
You're not gonna have Lean on Dying trying to catch a Drow or anything, right? So it's only Snowball plus Infest.
I mean, that was the classic answer for a long time against the Lifestealer, those types of heroes. So
yeah.
Could be something there.
I still feel like the reserve value is too high. I don't see like a reason to stop it. Like also like reserve beast combinations very good.
Drow.
They go for it.
They banned it. This is like the perfect bans for Drow, I will say. Like Enigma, dogs here, like usually great heroes against Drow in the lane. And not right now, Liquid, they probably need to find a hero that actually catch this Drow on a team fight.
Pango.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Those two. Pango's really nice into Drow.
Not usually making it this far in the draft.
5
But
seconds remaining.
his lane is gonna be sort of gonna maybe not making like it. And there is Roar and Shaker Fisher, and there is even a
There's
Stuck.
Mars too. Of course, has his own issues versus Drow, but at least it's going in.
I mean, the Mars looks good, like there is, but it's...
Well, we're seeing some speeches out there as I think that they know what they're going to pick and just taking the time now to get ready, hand over heart. They're ready for what could be the last game in this tournament for either of these teams. For Liquid, it could be the last game of that man's career. He's liking what he's seeing. Are they kissing? Okay, I can't tell. It's just a handshake. They're feeling it. Good, trying to get the crowd on their side. They're ready. He's doing it for you. And oh my goodness, they pick themselves a brewmaster of all heroes.
Everybody's got to get in there. Let's go.
I guess they're getting drunk tonight.
One way or another.
One way or another, people are going to sip it on stuff, but we'll see. All right, so we are not going to do a coach's interview here at the end, but I want to hear from both of you who you think is going to come away with this. Cut off the biases for a second. Who do you feel like has the better drafts at the very least?
I honestly think Secret has a better draft. I feel like this Drow is going to have a free game, free lane. I'm not sure how they're going to catch it. They need to find a way to kill him.
For me, I see this is the battle of Brewmaster versus Beastmaster. The three of me against the hero who contains the summons.
All right, well, we'll have to see indeed which of those two teams are able to come away with the victory here. The lower bracket finals, game 3. One of these teams moving on as we get ready to hop into this one. The coaches have left, the game underway. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us through this whole drafting days. I feel like I've learned so much.
But now it's time for us to actually get in here as well. So thank you very much. Everyone, can we hear it for Tyga and Amar? Anyone? Yeah? A lovely draft panelist. Thank you.
So we get ready to go into this one indeed, and we'll see who it is that's going to be able to come away with the victory here. Team Secret versus Team Liquid. My goodness gracious, Trent. I feel like I'm just on the edge of my seat here. I kind of have been feeling this the entire day that, I mean, you look at sort of the history of these two teams, both of them with former players that are playing with each other. We're going to do a quick little last speech here moment to Matu before they went up on stage, so we're going to get into that right now.
All right, guys, one last time around the bend. Let's fucking get it, yeah? Truly, I really believe in this lineup from the moment that we all got together. I really love all of you guys. I know that you guys are all smiling and it's cringe, but I really do love you guys from the bottom of my heart. Nothing that happens in this game will change that. I'm always so proud of every single one of you. Thank you for letting me be a part of this journey. Sincerely, I wish you all the best. No matter what happens, let's have fun. Yeah? Let's have a smile. No matter what happens, we smile at the end of this, yeah? We enjoy ourselves. Good. I love you, brother. Truly, it's been a fucking honor one way or another.
Wait, why don't we just pick Lone to it?
And with that, they signed off, got ready to go into this game. immediately into the pause, but you can see that this is a team, both teams, that have just put so much investment into each other as teammates, and it's been paying off. Both these teams from the lower bracket, from the last chance qualifier, and now here in the last day of TI. And again, for both of them, wanting to get some of their highest placements ever. See if they can do it.
Coming in here, of course, we have a couple different game plans going on right now. A couple heroes that are new to our series right now. Of course, that Invoker that everyone loves so much, being cheered for, that Lina early on in the phase. But a common trend throughout this tournament has been this big ranged damage core and trying to get to that backline, trying to find these big ranged damage dealers. For Liquid, they're going to have the Lina in that capacity. But for Team Secret, they've got sort of a dual action happening here. Of course, they're going to have Nisha on this Invoker, and of course, Chrysalis on the Drow Ranger. So a lot of heroes and a lot of backline plays that Liquid need to look to do. And it can be very tough. They're going to be extremely reliant on that split coming through, trying to find their way there, of course, with the with the Storm Panda.
A little bit of an XD there to start us. That's always how it goes. They'll sort it out here in just a moment, but you can see not the highest win rate in the world on this Invoker, but a ton of really standout moments. And moments, I think, when you combo that together with the Earthshaker, with the Beastmaster, there's so much potential to just explode these heroes in a moment. And in a way, that's something that Brewmaster can kind of be, you know, an answer to. If you don't kill him in that burst, suddenly that fight's going to go Liquid's way.
Yeah, it can just be those tiny little moments. Just really felt like the story of every game that Liquid has been in, right? It's these little infest plays. It's that one tiny little jump that you managed to get. How many of their games have just gone the distance? They managed to find their way to a victory, where Secret, of course, not really being as tested as much, not needing to find those big comeback wins, because they tend to just take the lanes and choke out the game from there, much like they did in game number 1. So will Secret find that success once again? Will they take that early lead, push it, control the whole map, and just force out these initiations from Team Liquid? Or will Liquid bathe in that chaos that they've created time and time again here on the main stage and find themselves a way to the grand final?
We'll have to wait and see, as the game is already underway and heading also across the map. The other thing that I want to watch for is, just like you talked about, that early pushing potential that you get from the Enchantress and that Beastmaster. And saying you're running in through the river, Puppy will find him real quickly. A couple of melee heroes against an Ench, very annoying to deal with, but who's faster on the clicks? Resolution picks up the bounty rune this time, and it looks like that is going to end up being 2 apiece. Liquid weren't able to snack that extra one.
Yeah, no surprises on the lanes here as they split up there. I guess maybe a little bit in terms of Puppy coming up top there and playing with the Beastmaster, but this is just a solid combo. And, you know, Zayats can play a little bit more defensive on the Earthshaker, so pull back the wave, set things up for the Drow. And seeing the fact that it is the Brewmaster at the end with the Tusk, that probably gave them a little bit of comfort in this setup as well, knowing that there's not a whole lot they can do to Chrysalis, right? Like, but what's going to stop him from farming? And typically, Earthshaker is someone who can struggle in that position 5 role unless he's a strong laner like this in the Drow Ranger. There's not many heroes that can actually provide so much comfort to an Earthshaker like a Drow can.
No, absolutely. And that coverage is exactly what she's going to need to just keep hitting away at there on her own. So the lanes, as they head out across the map, Mickey playing on this Lina will try and take it to the Invoker as much as possible, but you can see that one of the issues here is they actually did swap it up. A little Shards connection onto Chrysalis, the Fissure, so a lot of blockage coming out. These melee heroes doing a good chunk of damage onto that Drow if they can manage to get on top of her.
Yeah, it's important that they try and fight back right now with these earlier parts when they're attempting to punish the level 1 when there's only the Shards there on the Tusk, and there's like no real threat of just jumping on the Zayats whenever they want.
Zayats coming on in, gets the D ward there. See if Boxy can play his way, get the other one too.
It's gonna be really hard to get this camp. Like,
yeah, I mean, absolutely. He has the sentry, but can't place it down. So Fissure, Erupt, throws it back on the
big swap. Zai's gonna now run over as well. Almost forced the body block.
Bringing him down. The damage, it's out! Chrysalis gets him with that level 2 hit.
That was
just in time.
It was like all a dance for the safe lane small camp, right? Like,
yeah,
they're changing their positioning, going back and forth like that.
Oh, 23 HP, and gonna have to bring himself out to himself. My goodness. Yeah, this lane is tough. This is a really hard one.
Radiant's middle
Getting an early win in a
attack.
lane with an Earthshaker support is going to be a great feeling, because now you've got this Enchantress matching up versus the Undying. You're removing pretty much the whole purpose of this pick. Like, it feels like he really was just picked for the lane. They don't necessarily have like the free Tombstone killers, but they have a lot of great tools versus Tombstones. Obviously, like they end the draft with a Drow, so plenty of ranged heroes. There's the attack speed aura. Shouldn't be a major concern for them. Really, as long as they have the vision, that Tombstone's going down.
True. You can see the pull there of the creep wave around. Matsu pulled it back in as Rezo is being zoned away by Insania up here on the top side. Currently going for none of those boars yet. Just wanting to play more around the axes and the punches. As Boxy gets this wave, pulls it back behind. Don't want to have to deal with the Drow anymore. And this is always going to be the answer, right? If you do end up giving up first blood to the Drow, you can do these lane pulls and make the laning stage just that little bit easier for yourself. Although Zaya,
feel good though.
That's a nice little job there, interrupting it.
But like giving a free lane to a Drow too, just because you can't contest, is a pretty awful feeling. Oh, that's a nice play from Boxy though.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they couldn't get all the melee creeps on him, so he didn't take too much damage from that.
Yeah, Drow definitely free game so far. And they're going to need to make some pretty solid rotations later here if they want to find any hope of punishing them eventually.
I definitely think there's a chance to go for a kill before level 6. It should be free with the Brewmaster split, assumedly, but there's also a chance that you go for something a little bit earlier if they can get that wave away from the tower, just because they do have that Tusk initiation.
Zombies? 18 HP. Maybe you just needed one more there.
Don't have Untouchable yet, so, you know, it's a little scary.
Tania tries to get that pull off, but oh, the zombie spawn, which stops the pull. Very annoying for the Undying there. But it's just going to keep on spamming out those decays as much as possible. So at least up top's going well from Matumba Man on the side of Liquid. Bottom, a bit of a different story. Zai trying to make his way out of here. Did switch over form for that Drunken Brawler. Can get away from him though. A couple more punches and Boxy there to play interrupt.
Yeah, it is not a lot of evasion early on.
Storm Brawler gets him up to just, well, the 5% there, 15% rather.
Huge evasion.
Yeah, it's not great. So again, this lane gonna be a tough one, but you can see the Beastmaster also struggling. 5 minutes in, they bring on in the big creep. And Puppy, in combination there, is actually going to get some pretty good damage onto Insania. That forces him away.
Radiant's courier
Matsu finds a courier just sitting there. Puppy had left it hanging out there, so great grab there. Besides, also losing the courier at the same time.
These waves around, Matumba Man trying to chase and stop the creeps from being stolen away from his lane there. And again, because Undying had to back away, they actually don't even manage to come and contest.
Nobody wants to lane, is what I'm seeing. Chrysalis is chasing Boxy through the jungle. You know, they got the pull into the small camp here now. Chrysalis can farm that up. All just playing a little bit passive at the moment. Is a little rotation in the mid lane here, though. But that is a level 6 Invoker. Got a couple tools handy here.
Will they be able to find him? Bring him down. A couple punches. Nisha caught. Drops it, the Sunstrike. Mickey takes some damage, but it won't be enough. And that is before level 6.
Yeah.
So
no one was coming to help him. I thought maybe there might be like a Fisher or something in there, but Zayas did not have the option available.
No.
Or at least he didn't think there could be a save for it, which is probably true when it comes to the Fisher plays, right? Fisher to try and save from an Ice Shard, it's kind of unlikely.
Yeah, can't get into position there to steal away the bounty rune either, so these Boxy rotations bearing a little bit of fruit. And Zai moves over, okay. Can chase him down here. Zayat's in some trouble, throws the Enchant Totem out, a couple more punches. Boxy gets on the board as Resolution, chase underneath the tower. Matumba Man on top of him with Insania. They bring down Rezo to boot.
Surprising, couple kills across the map there. I feel like Insania's struggling a bit in the lane.
Sunstrike's not there, but the punches coming from Puppy, and the Wolf managed to clean up. So 6.5 minutes, and already the lane's starting to break down a little bit more as the battles ensue.
Yeah, the constant has been Matsu, though, just constantly on the wave, never really being forced off here. 41 and 11 as he leads the board in terms of the CS, and well ahead in net worth now as well.
Seeing if Nisha can get up to that Hand of Midas as quickly as possible. He is going for this Exort build, so he's going to rely upon these Sunstrike kills. Missing a couple of them there, you know, not the biggest deal in the world. Those are things that would really just accelerate his farm up, but we'll have to wait and see.
When the Roar comes out, though, as well as the Helm of the Dominator, there's going to be a lot of damage coming from Rezo in combination with Puppey. They can just bring a secondary creep. They can really get some big chain stuns going if they want, and it should be free picks at that point. And then on the other side, for Team Liquid, you're looking for the level 6 on Zai, right? That first split, Chrysalis, I'm sure, is going to be well aware that that is a big opportunity for them to go for a kill. We might see a little bit of babysitting from Zai in that situation. But the other TPs to save, like Puppey doesn't have a whole lot of tools that he can really do much when the Brewlings come out, so it's going to be based off of the intuition of Chrysalis to survive.
Matumbaman onto Rezo. TP's coming in though. Needs to be careful. Infest and the runaway. They're going to lose Boxy there as Chrysalis heads on out of lane, but they do get away on Matumbaman.
Force that rotation though, but again, that's Chrysalis, right? He saw an opportunity to get out of that lane because he knows what's coming, right?
Yes.
So better than just waiting for it and having to like run to the jungle. You're a drow, that's not really ideal. You'd much rather take this swap, come up top, avoid the brew split, and start farming here instead. Keep that net worth moving upwards, and so you have this dual core of the Invoker and the drow staying strong.
All right.
Kind of weird for Rezo though, because he's playing a Beastmaster. So now like he's still farming towards his helm. Now there's like a drow in his lane, you know?
Yeah, that part does feel a little bit different. And the other thing about this is we're seeing the Lina just head on back and farm up the jungle too. I was wondering if after getting that ulti online, if she was going to start rotating around, getting some kills, but Mickey opting to just go into the jungle and farm and gets that perfect neutral item for the Lina. Very trinket.
It is cool that Rezo has the 3 points in the axis though, so he's just like farming up stacks right now while Chrysalis takes his lane. He's not going to fall behind too much. Now they could even go for a smoke play with the Roar if they want to as well. Again, with Puppey's creeps. Can chain quite a few. I can pretty much kill anyone actually. Maybe not Matu, but with the help of a Sunstrike, he's still gonna be pretty tanky and hard to grab. But anyone else is gonna be a pretty free grab.
Right. And of course, those infest plays are something you're gonna have to watch for later on. So many units that can get turned into an escape route for that life stealer.
I almost feel like Zai's like kind of annoyed down here. He's just like, I want to kill someone. Can I please? Like someone show, you know? All his other heroes he's been playing, he's able to like push this tower, he's given this space. It feels like he can immediately start pressuring somewhere else on the map, but instead he only really has the creeps to deal with at the moment.
Right. And is going to be able to farm pretty well on that brew. Something that you like to see. If you can get into a couple of those later islands, we've seen some of them go for the Wraith packs. Obviously, the Aghanim Scepter, not as good as it used to be, but still very strong.
Oh, debatable. Might be better.
Sanya, well, he's dead. Can they find anything after, though? Resolution in some trouble as Boxy moves in, so they use the Roar to kill off the Undying, but they get punished pretty heavily on the other side of that.
Yeah, hoping to catch a couple of their core heroes there, obviously. That's why Zai's coming up here to try and get the split off, but not going to find it. And I'll tell you who had it.
What?
I mean, he would have taken the Invis rune. You know?
All right.
Yeah.
Lets him know how he feels about
That's
it.
right. I like how he tips him, too.
That's
yeah,
awesome.
That's right. You think I wouldn't?
Dude, you see something new every time at this TI.
Oh, and behind the rest of the split.
They do not have a Laguna Blade. I don't know how it happened, but it's not there. It turns out they don't need it. Nisha goes down. Oh my goodness. Dude, that was sick.
Yeah. This is all just cover though, because Zayat's got a free lane bottom for a couple waves. All right, that's the secret to the Earthshaker players. You got to feed some of your teammates a little bit, right? Got to get that early blink dagger. Very important that you find the time for this hero. Okay, what is Insania doing? How did he just kill a courier down there?
He's hanging out, man.
Who is this man?
And moving in from behind. Zayat's there. They don't have Bruce Split anymore, but the Echo! Oh, but the snowball save. Can they get him out after? Mickey's got to run, but Puppey's there for the slow. LSA connects onto 2. Sunstrike out. It is going to be enough with the hits from Chrysalis.
Oh, Insania. He did not know whether he should come in here. He thought about backing up, and he's like, I'll throw a tombstone. Maybe I'll do something. But I think in the end, he knew that was going to be a tombstone feed. So unfortunately, he kind of just adds on to the bounty.
And you can see that after, again, a bit of a slow start to this one, it turns into a bloodbath and some good Cinder Brew damage there out onto Nisha, but they want to try and get some damage onto this tower.
The split is down, you know, it's like chum in the water. They know that Zai doesn't have a whole lot. He can do in this situation. They smell blood and they go right for that tower.
TPs could come in soon. They have to be careful about this one.
Rally the dead.
But no, that is the power of this Ench. You get that troll creep, you run on in, you take the tower.
Oh, how about that though? An instant smoke as well from Zayat and Puppey. They're gonna start moving up towards their Beastmaster because Rezo, of course, has the Roar up and ready, has the Helm creep. So if anyone tries to contest this tower, again, no split. They're not too worried about it. And this, the replay on the Laguna. Wow, a man.
Dude, the eyebrow raise is too good. Oh, I love that.
Okay.
Was not expecting
That's
that
the most
one.
emotion I've ever seen from Nisha, you know?
You're not wrong. Oh, silent killer usually. Well, the salvo of damage that we had towards mid, it looks like Liquid want to make the move again. After losing their mid-tier 1 tower, they will head on in and claim one of their own.
Radiant's middle
With
tower has
Vlad's
fallen.
already done on that brew, a couple of smokes purchased. Watch for those blink timings.
Good. I like that play from Liquid too, sort of like posturing mid with a lot of units, a lot of heroes coming in there, and just knowing they hit the split coming up in just a second, as it's now available now. So Secret not feeling like they can really contest that, as they're just going to keep Chrysalis farming up the jungle, and now, you know, Zayat, he's just going to try and like find that farm somewhere, be it Shard, be it Blink. It looks like he's probably not as confident getting the Blink this game. Feels like he just wants that early Shard instead.
Right.
But it's like so strong for stalling out these fights, of course, to try and provide all that space that you can for an Invoker and a Drow. But if you're not getting the Blink first, like, does this even feel like that worth it, you know, as a hero? I feel like that's where you really get the value out of the 4 Shaker.
I know, it can be an issue. Something to be a bit concerned about is Chrysalis is farming up those Ancients. If you can't get that initiation off, you start to feel much less valuable in these fights. But of course, like you talked about, that extra damage that you get from those Sunstrike Bladers could help to mitigate that a little bit. As we have this stall out period, and you got to imagine that Nisha's going to be happy about this. Building towards, you know, his next item is actually going for a 4-staff after that Hannah Midas. So more tools to get that separation away from particularly the Lifestealer.
Yeah, it's like the counter to Team Liquid, right? They just keep picking Tusk and Lifestealer.
Right?
So just every game, it feels like just more and more 4-staffs. I'm sure Puppy's feeling the same way. Indeed, he is. Stack those up. It's great to have it on the Drow, too. So likely to be another game where it's going to be something they're going to have to contend with on Liquid.
Well, in the jungle, they find each other, looking for a high five. Zayat, is he feeling friendly today?
You gotta be careful if he's a chant totem high fives you.
Oh, yeah.
Hurts.
Oh, I got it. Yeah. No high five. Smoke up from Zai and Boxy. They're hunting to try and find the Beastmaster.
Like, can kill this right now?
Back behind.
Oh, I can't get it.
No, but look. The chase, it's there. Rezo thinks it's all good and well, but the chase, they catch him. Stone, couple more punches. The creep finds some extra time. Chitone doesn't do anything with that Echo to get away from him. Tombstone down. Chrysalis is there, though, and that's going to be enough to kill off Boxy. Insania has to run, but Mickey, he's got a DD. Moves in, finds Science, gets that kill. Now Puppy trying to get out of there. They have the lift up on Anisha. Drops the meatball, but it's not enough. Nisha in trouble. Couple more hits, he dies. Zai on a killing spree as they look for Puppy, but Chrysalis wants to move forward. Insania trying to take up a bunch of those hits as he can, and Mickey gets the double kill. That's 4 already dead. Zai on top of Chrysalis, hits the stun. Mickey there. Mickey wants the kill. They're diving behind the towers. Resolution, he's back in. Have they gone too far? Liquid in, very deep. Another TP in. Zayas is back alive. Mickey hopes to escape, but there will possibly be an escape. No. Zayat cleans up.
Oh, he bought us BKB though.
And he was able to buy out. And to think that all starts from just 2 heroes smoked in.
They're getting so much into these early brew splits, which is really the key to them getting this victory. Now, you can definitely see these moments where they bait out the brew split and you're able to get away, but the Shards are really helping those situations. They forced that fight on top of Rezo, and Zayat even felt committed, of course, to hop in there with the Echo, but it wasn't enough to turn things. Does have a Shard as well, though, so he can continue to like try and stall these fights, try and force some good Sunstrikes as well there from Nisha, but great plays from Liquid. And now they have 2 humongous item powers when they come into these next fight. They're going to have that BKB on Mickey's Lina, as well as that Wraith back now on Zai. But much like the Tombstone, again, it is an issue where they do have good tools versus it on the side of Team Secret. It won't necessarily be that big, like, dominating Wraith back this game.
Yeah, and you can see here just the amount that he's getting done on this brew. Zai has had a tournament that's sort of been a lot of great moments, but also a couple where he's had to do sacrifices. We get into another battle, and Nisha found Lifestealer right on top, didn't stand a chance.
The way they're grouping and playing with this splitless brew is so good, right? They just now take that fight. He doesn't have the brew split back for another 15 seconds. They immediately move into the Roach pit with the Deso, with the Vlads, all these items stacking up together, and the Tombstone drop instantly.
They're into the pit now. Puppy is down bottom, just trying to push these waves out. I don't know if they can come and contest this.
They had the vision. They saw it all go down from the side of Team Secret.
But with no Blink Dagger, no nothing from Zayats, it's too hard to walk into this pit.
They got Hawk in a few seconds here, but no, there's no way they get there in time.
They try, but they will not succeed. And Zai now there to slow him down. The enchant to back away. Still have to be careful about running up high ground into no vision. And Insania, he's going to get punished for the hubris.
Well, the soul rips have been pretty incredible from him so far, maxing that out first, getting lots of saves in these fights, and he'll just go down there as he helps his allies escape. So what do they escape with? They get themselves an Aegis onto their Lina. They still have the split available, so when he's back up on Insania, they can start to move their way onto that Radiant side of the map. And with that death onto Nisha, of course, and he's 0-4-0 on this Invoker. He's got Midas and Force Staff. It's not exactly the dream game for the hero, but his levels are starting to add up.
Billy picked up now. You know, you end up in these situations that I was sort of talking about, the mental stability that it feels like this team's been able to keep up there. They're going to have to make another move here from Secret in a little while, see what they can find across the map. They have that shard ready on the Earthshaker, but it does still just feel like they need more time.
A common trend of Secret throughout the last chance qualifier, NTI has always been like Zayats and Reza dominating their lane and pushing forward from there. Very combat heavy. It felt like Dawnbreakers, right? Like Marcy, just like fighting everyone all the time.
Oh, Echo, it's not enough.
That's not quite.
Oh my goodness.
And
stick charges.
Yeah, they don't have that though. They're not like a snowballing off-lane duo in this game. In game one, it worked really well because they had this like double vision tactic where they were going with the Beast Bats and the Nyx assassin.
They find him. Nisha in the woods. Zai pops the ultimate. He wants this one. He wants it real bad. Lift up there. The rest of the team coming in. Back behind the tower. Mickey going into this fight with half HP. They time it perfect. Nisha gets brought down. Liquid, they are feeling themselves here. Again, we talk so much about Puppy and the consistency that he's had. Zai is another one of those players. He's been to so many different TIs, but if they win this game, this will be his highest placement ever.
Well, they're still able to grab it despite Zayats running away with the creep wave. I was kind of wondering, like, where's the Fisher save? And he's just running. He's got wave after wave. And Boxy not even going to bother trying to chase him or cut him off. They were just moving elsewhere on the map. They want a bigger prize for themselves.
19.5 minutes and a 4,000 gold lead. These little mid-game leads can be so dicey, though. We've seen some that have fallen apart very quickly, and is this going to be one of them? Got to be careful. Lifestealer inside the open wounds, and Matumba Man going to run away. Resolution just not quite close enough to connect with any roar or anything else.
Bit of a bold one there, as there was quite a bit of vision in the area from Team Secret. And Zayats, though, of course, the long run with the creeps will come to an end here, eventually being caught inside that dire jungle. So, game one, similar situation, Beastmaster, right? They're able to take so much of the map over from the side of Team Secret because of the way he pushed through that top lane, established good vision up top, and they just played around that area. This game, Chrysalis takes the top lane instead. Rezo's not able to really like establish that big point, and Liquid just catching all these great fights with the Brewmaster has been so important for them. And Secret, they're really lacking that vision. They don't really know, until Liquid crossed the river, they're not really sure what they're up to. And they're not able to go for these, cheeky little plays of the Sunstrikes to try and get Liquid off balance. Instead, it's Liquid who are just pushing through and always staying very grouped together.
Matumba Man showing, and Zai also showed for just a moment. This smoke, it's going to be broken immediately. Zayats, he's in an awkward spot now. Insania is there to break it. Tries to find one. Rage immediate turn for the kill. So they will get the Undying.
Yeah, Liquid don't want this fight. Secret are throwing all the resources at it once again. Game 2, Chrysalis was really trying to get involved in as many fights as possible to try and get his team to a solid position. He's doing that once again. He's TP's up here, trying to find these engagements when he can, then moving back to farm when it looks like the fight's not going to happen. Liquid there, of course, can be a little bit pickier with their fights, but with another minute left on the Aegis, and not getting another tier 2 could be kind of nice if they wanted to. For now, they just seem comfortable going to that next round of items, the BKB, potentially on Batu.
That blink done on Boxy. They're getting into the Aghanim Scepter next for Zai.
I hope so. I hope he goes that over the blink. Blink's obviously really cool, but
Oh yeah. Oh, nice LSA connection, Force Staff, keeping his buddy alive. This is why Nisha invests in this. And with that lack of connection on the kill, Zayats actually spots out these wards that were just placed. So Crystal's gonna come on in and take those away. D-ward going on, so all vision gone.
So the main benefit of the Aghanims, at least to me, would be Zai having the Wind Panda all the time, right? Like the Wind Ruling, constantly able to go for the Dispel to kill out these summons. Because it's always been like a counterpoint that the Brewmaster has, but it's only during the ulti. Whereas now, when you have this Aghanims, you can actually do it constantly.
Walks up the hill. Aegis about to expire. This fight could get a little bit dicey here if they're not careful. Silence out, in trouble, he's gone. Meanwhile, Boxy jumps in, Matumba Man right on top now. Chrysalis, who gets force-sapped off of the cliff. In that separation, LSA spots the ward. They need to take that down, so no more vision. But the stun, the control is on to both of them. Nikkei gets the BKB off. Matumba Man turns. No infest to get him out, but they find Nisha. Couple more hits. They bring him low, but can they bring him down? No! Nisha, he survives. Insania gone. Secret strike back in the biggest way.
Liquid just going a little bit too far there. The Dreams start to a fight as they take down Zai right away. No chance for getting out the ultimate. Despite getting down the Wraith Pack, it didn't reduce enough of that damage. He still falls, and when he doesn't snap buyback, because there's no Aegis, right? Like, there's no big prize to claim here, so they know he doesn't want to buy back into this fight. Even though he could get back there relatively quickly, Liquid keep going. They feel like they have some ability to still take this fight after this death. They were wrong. You know, they don't end up getting like the next big grab. Perfect force stabs, great positioning. Chrysalis to the high ground, back down again. Matu's raised up. He's running around. He can't find anybody.
All of those utility spells caught in.
Oh, yeah, what's up? What he says.
Zai wasn't able to make it happen, but still looking solid in this one for Team Secret. After that huge win, you can see now 16-14 on a knife's edge. We talked about how close this game could be, and things start to get a little bit wild when it's an elimination match this close to the Aegis. So AC next on the docket. Zayas was still alive when he was like doing the call-out gestures.
It's been his thing so far this tournament. He's the only one I've seen popping up out of his chair. I love to see it.
You know, I think that it's a testament to sort of this guy and sort of his background in Dota. He spent so long just hanging out in obscurity and a lot of Eastern European tier 2
techies
teams.
player Zayas?
Right.
You mean the Treant Protector player Zayas? The one-trick pony guy?
And then suddenly, as we saw in that content piece, you know, he gets the call up, and he is absolutely taken over. And the last bit, Walrus Punch, Matumba Man gonna get stunned in the duration of the rage. The roll, the chase, Puppy gone. Meanwhile, Chrysalis on the low ground, but Zayas there again with the stun onto everybody. It's only to disengage though. They gotta run. Secret, trying to get out of there. The BKB, he can't do anything to that one. Chase down, look for more. Rezo in trouble to lift up.
They gotta let him go.
They're gonna go for more and more and more. Liquid trying to chase, Rezo gone. And on the back lines, they take down Chrysalis to boot. Liquid and Secret, the push and pull. A tug of war. Looking at my heartstrings a little bit here.
Everything just from the beginning of these fights, and part of that coming down to the fact that we don't have those BKBs on the side of Secret, right? So it either starts well or it goes really poorly.
They chase for more as they're going up to the high ground there. Nisha trying to stop this push. Tornado, anything he can use. 20 seconds until the rest of his team is back up. That second Roche is available though. They could go back and claim that here as a very quick spawn.
Oh, that'll be a big one for them. Respawns are going to be fast though on Secret. We're only 25 minutes in this game, believe it or not. We're going to double up those bracers, those Wraith Packs. Wraith Fans rather, but maybe a Wraith Pack later. It almost looked like a Walrus kick there with the punch and the force staff combo there. It's probably gets double force back up, but that's a lot to commit to try and save your Ench. And though Zay's got a huge play there with the Fissure and the combo stuns, you know, it's Zai, right? The original coming through there with the split, and Chrysalis is just worst case scenario.
I mean, that's the thing, right? With no BKB on this draw, as soon as you find the real one, it turns into this huge problem. You just lift her up, wait till the fight's end.
Yep. I'll tell you, that Philosopher's Stone's been doing a lot of work here for Zayas, though. He's getting close to that Blink Dagger. Almost like a second life for this Earthshaker when it comes to like having relevancy in this game. Right now, he's just sitting in the back line, find just a Fissure, combo stun, see if he can set up for his Drow and his Invoker in that sense. But you get that Blink Dagger, you spot that right moment, maybe you can win the whole fight yourself.
And the thing that's interesting about this too is the distribution of farm. You take a look at these net worths. It's Alina and Lifestealer that are way up at the top right now. A pretty big gap, and then you got the 3 cores from Secret, but it's Puppy that's making up the difference. This Enchantress needs to have some more impact here in this game. Has already got a force staff. I'm not sure what you buy.
No nature's attendance, he's just stats. I got the damage, all right? There's no heals happening here. Not today.
Hey, Illusion spots out a lot of Liquid. The jump They got vision and then have to run away immediately. Boxy is already gone. Mickey finds another. Rezo dead. Chrysalis, the one left behind. Nisha also trying to escape. They decide to turn their sights onto Puppey. Get the D wards here and control this area as opposed to chasing.
Radiant's current.
That was insane. They're just blinking and infesting. They know they just need the vision for this fight to try and give Zai that grab, right? He just needs that one toss-up. Again, there's no secondary play here. There's no BKB for that Drow Ranger, but now they're going to go for the wraparound play here from the side.
Will they be able to take this fight? Puppey wants to run in. Chrysalis is there too. Roche down about a third
The blink's
HP.
there, Zayas.
They're still sticking around. Zayas blinks. He gets the stun, but the interrupt. Where's the follow-up damage? It's not there.
Chrysalis, though, he gets out.
Boxy, he kept him out of that fight that entire time, trying to clean up and get this Aegis. It's actually the Radiant that get the kill, but Nisha down low, he gets out. Can he escape from this one? Chrysalis hitting in the backside. They take down Matumbaman. Mickey wants to find a kill, but the dodge. Nisha gets away. Are you kidding me? He gets away from them. Aegis still on Mickey, but with no BKB, he's got to get out. TP's away. What is this game?
It's gonna be a very confusing fight recap here. We got an Aegis alongside Team Liquid. Everyone who's playing their heart out right now. And despite it going their way, I think there was even a snatch, right? They grabbed the kill, I think with the Sunstrike from Nisha, and then he blinked in after.
Almost got it.
Who got the shard?
I'm not sure. Oh, it was the Lifestealer. No, he already, yeah. Regardless, we sort of keep the game at status quo to a certain extent because you lose a lot of Liquid heroes in terms of the net worth, but the big thing is still 4 minutes left of that Aegis on Mickey. He's playing that carry role out of the mid lane.
Most certainly is. Feels very comfortable doing it now. Has 4 minutes of the true comfort of having an Aegis as well. He's actually shadowing Matsu right now. Maybe worried about a possible play coming up from Team Secret.
Oh, that's an interesting choice for the for the Enchantress, going for the drums and queuing up of all things an AC. You know, if there's one thing,
lofty goals.
If there's one thing I learned, it's that Puppey farms.
Never forget Puppey Crystal Maiden's heart.
Yeah.
Is under attack.
True enough. Well, the kill score is even. If there was any doubt about these two teams putting on a show for all you people out here in the crowd, let's dispel those myths right now, as there is still some pressure being mounted in Senia with a surprise inside.
That is not one you suspect, that's for sure.
I mean, they do see that he has almost 3,000 health, so might be able to anticipate that there's a Lifestealer inside of him. But the tier 2 tower gets taken.
Yep, that Hawk Vision giving them a little bit of a semblance of safety there as they approach the tower. But again, there's still no BKBs here. So, I mean, it's just so unusual compared to how all these Dota games have been going through off CI, right? We're so used to basically every core having a BKB at this point. And it just feels so strong for Zai if he can get that perfect initiation.
Did Liquid read the movement right? Are they going to be able to anticipate where Secret are going? The blink in Zai to this form a team. Right. They can't quite catch up.
It's all about that mid wave, right? You know someone has to come and grab this, but no one wants to commit on these mid waves. You want to be really far back. Just sort of give them a little blast, back away.
Yes.
Don't want to get caught in a bad fight.
All right. As again, those shards actually there for Boxy was the one he got. But you can see the sort of macro movement that they're doing, trying to control these high grounds. Secret that smoke up with 4. They are showing Puppey on the wave. Can they find anybody with this backstab?
And Matsu, he was considering quite a few different items throughout this game, right? Almost went for the BKB on the Lifestealer, ended up going for the AC instead. Has to watch out for that silence, though. Or he gets saved by someone.
The Hawk is going out first.
Oh, he just got a Paladin sword, too.
The Golem up front.
Gives it over to Mickey.
They're not quite going to get there. If Zayats finds somebody here, this could be a huge burst of damage, but it does look like Liquid recognizing the danger. Mickey gets caught! BKB, it's not coming out! Mickey is going to drop. That's Aegis. 1 life. Can they do another one? Rezo is there. He has the roar available. Gets interrupted. Gets caught. The Sunstrike out. It's not enough damage quite yet. Mickey 4-step away. Get out of there. Zayats tries to control afterwards. Can they bring him down in time? Mickey in trouble. Gets invested. The save again. The tornado lift up onto both of them though. Mickey, he's been living through so long, so much, and he's actually going to do it again. Mickey finally gets brought down by Puppey. The alacrity, the damage, Matumbaman, they want to bring down Chrysalis, a couple more punches, but all these 4 steps, it's the bane of Liquid. They don't have a way to get him out. Matumbaman to fall. Zai needs to clean up. He's got to get a couple more, but Chrysalis, he gets up to the high ground. Insania brought down as well. The little turret that could.
good. This positioning, all-terrain vehicles on Secret. They're all over the place. Up, down, low ground. A TPO by Rezo at 10% HP. And you said Puppey needed to pop off. Yeah, I think he did.
Oh my god.
That was an insane. He did the most damage in that last fight. All he did was click.
So many rounds of it. And Puppey, he found him again. Puppey does not want to be denied. Chrysalis, a couple more hits. This man, he's a lot of evasion. Does have a blink away from Zai. Needs to hunt, needs to escape, but Zayas, he says no.
Puppey is taking his fate into his own hands here. He's like, I'm breaking this curse. I'm going all the way. Okay.
That is exactly what they needed right there. Suddenly this lead gets bursted open to 7K gold. And you can see all the save Mickey, and it wasn't enough, even through 2 lives.
That was only 2 minutes ago. It feels like a lifetime at this point. Obviously, a pivotal turning point for this whole game. Just such a simple thing, too, right? Like catching this Aegis, but it just means that now you're going to get this fight on an even footing for Team Secret, right? Finally finding that moment that they needed. They don't have to play around with this Aegis for the next 4 minutes, chasing them around the map like this. And just so many clutch and tiny moments. And again, it's all about the positioning, right? These 4 staffs, so valuable from Secret. And Rezo at the top of your screen, you can see right now, he actually just barely escaped from Zai being chased down.
Oh my goodness. That was so close.
And then Puppey, like, you know, you heard Tiger talk about during the draft, right? He's just, you know, this Ench really doesn't care about Undying. Because as you can see, he's got a whole posse just following around this entire fight. And they don't really do anything.
That's right. And as you said, he did the most damage in that fight, Puppey, on the Enchantress. Now, looking at the next couple of minutes here for Liquid after losing that Aegis, I mean, there's still 2 minutes till it's capable of respawning. It's not like they're incapable of fighting, but the fights cannot stop or start with Mickey getting caught. A Puppey AC done. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that was a lofty goal, I believe we once said.
Oh my god. He is so far out.
Usually you buy AC on your lifesteal, you don't really expect to be countered by the enemy Ench at 34 minutes with the counter AC, but there you are.
And the DD, he wants to take it. No, there's no way. There's no way. All right, crowd, settle down.
Yeah, all right, relax. All right.
We must affect the weapon.
All right, so we'll see now. Silver Edge already in hand for the Lina. So really good vision. Look at that ward there. That one is giving all the info that they need. Matumba Man hit. Can they blow him up? Oh, the reaction gets him out of harm's way just in time. And, well, the roar, the chase needs to get out of there. Save! Boxy, get him out. Can they do it? No! The invest came too late. Mickey can't stop this train either. Disarmed, running away. Nisha there with the ice wall. Tries to shards, but no! Boxy 2 will fall.
He hit him with the ice fireball. Get the ancient ice shaman in on this.
My goodness, Secret. They were kicked out of this last time. They were not able to go all the way to the grand finals. They were so close.
He was so close to investing back in the Boxy too. It was just one big crit there from Chrysalis, you know. The item, he gets better rolls than anyone else actually. And seeing it right there. Unable to get that save.
Liquid have to hold here. And Secret not wanting to give him the time of day. Look at Puppey just punch away the Ench so strong with that Grofo too. Getting buildings, Liquid, they don't have the answers yet. They need the rest of their team to fight this. A watch and wait. Zayas jumps in, the roar, Mickey, they're all in of the snowball to try and turn and try and get away.
Look at Stacks.
It's a little bit out.
As the Silver in for the break.
This tombstone, the zombies slowing him down. Pack 2, a couple more punches, but the control, Zion, he's onto both of them. Mickey gets the BKB off. Matumba Man wants to chase Chrysalis. BKB runs out.
Zai thinking about still extending this fight.
It's too dangerous. So Liquid are gonna have to lick their wounds. Secret content with taking that lane.
Yeah, Liquid, a small Pyrrhic victory there, managing to find themselves one BKB charge, taking off Drow at the very least. But of course, they're going to be hanging out there looking for that Roche, and with a Beastmaster and an Enchantress on your team, you're definitely going to know when it spawns, especially if you just happen to be standing in there. So, probably going to be in the know, and we got ourselves an Aghanims too here.
Hello!
Hello!
Hello! Hello, Zion! Hello!
I think that was to the entire Dota 2 community, that hello. As he has been making a name for himself here.
Uh-oh.
And with that, the third Aegis, the Aghanim Scepter on Invoker. Suddenly, they are well in hand. Secret looking so good. Trying to close this out. 21k gold lead. 37 minutes in right now. They just finished a Hex too.
Zayat has so much power right now.
This game is going to be so hard for Liquid to pull back at this point. They've got the raid pack, but they find one. Does have the Aeon-Disc, needs to pop the ulti if he wants to get out of there. Not too much more trouble. Walrus Punch finds the back line, trying to bring down one. Resolution in some trouble. Hit from downtown. Mickey finds another, but there it is, Science! He stops him again. The buybacks come out immediately, but Tumbo Man, nowhere left to go. He's gone for 70. Secret, they see the grand finals in their sights. They want to claim this here now. Put this game to bed. The snowball is in, has to blink out on Boxy. Is there anything they got in control? Zayat's on top. He's been there time and again. Misses the Sunstrike, actually.
More blinks, though.
But the chase is there, and Boxy too will fall. None of these heroes up. Secret wanting to close this game out now.
Objective gamers in the top lane, Chrysalis and Puppey. Taking down the buildings, looking towards tier 4s even.
They setting it up. Chrysalis, the alacrity is there. Tier 4 towers starting to drop. Does the dream run end now? Mickey 4-step away, keeping themselves alive.
That's
Secret.
a big jump. They're low on resources on Secret right now.
It's deadly.
Oh, but look at that damage.
This moment when you sense the victory, the Ancients exposed. Do they have enough left in the tank? Liquid, they want to survive, blows up Science, but do they have any more? The Ancient is falling, and with that, Secret are going to eliminate Liquid. They're going to the grand finals.
They came down from that upper bracket for one series, and they're going right back up. They want that grand final chance once more. They want that best of 5. Two teams from that last chance qualifier. Truly unbelievable to find them here on the stage, but only one can remain here.
Unbelievable. That's the beauty of competition. There are times where it can be so good and times where the jubilation of that team. Unbelievable performance. Team Secret, they move on.
Coming out from both teams. Congratulations to Team Secret here, winning and securing their space in the grand finals. Hugs all around for different reasons, of course, because with every victory there has to be a losing team as well. But I know that there's a lot of love on that stage at the moment. I also, slightly biased, want to give a shout out to the first ever Dutch Dota 2 player taking a place in the grand finals. Chrysalis, of course, first-timer here at TI and taking his space next to other 2 first-timers, Skeeter and Nine. So that is some well-deserved praise there. This game was crazy, though. It was absolutely mental. I think that fight that we saw on the top lane, Effie, that's the one that's going to be etched in our memories for a long time.
So many fights that were just so good. I mean, I don't even know what to say. Every year, Puppey just goes up one placement in TI. Like, it's some pattern. It's just the truth of Dota. This is a truth of Dota. Every year, he will level up with this team.
The way he won this game on Enchantress, he's like, I'm the carry right now, taking the Grobo from his Drow Ranger. And look at this, man.
Stats over heal. He went stats on Enchantress.
And we see it all the time.
The greatest.
He's feeling himself.
We see it in these game 3s. These games where you could get eliminated or you could go forward, the comfort picks come out. But where do they usually come out of, right? They either come out for the carry player or the mid player of a team. But in this game 3, in this series that is deciding who goes to the finals, Puppey pulls out his comfort pick, the Enchantress, and he decides to just build carry items and put that game on his shoulders. I mean, it was such a great game.
He dealt more damage than Nisha in that game. That's pretty wild. I mean, they were buffing him up.
I mean, he's like, Nisha, alacrity
on him, sitting next to the Drow Ranger. Some really good stuff from Team Secret. This team had a really good, really bad season. The DPC, they were always in the middle, not being able to show what they can do on land, but overall, they showed finally at Riyadh Masters what they can do with their draft and with their lineup, and showing it here on the main stage.
This fight right here was such a good fight. This was the turning point of the game. It looked like Liquid was running them over. And yeah, we talked about Puppey, we talked about this Enchantress, but we have to talk about Chrysalis on this Drow Ranger. He is the player who got that silence off on Brew, and then Nisha targeted all of the spells on that Brewmaster. Because Brew died first, they were able to kite around that fight to get the win. They had their first few 4-stops ready at that point. They were able to push back, and without the Brood that early on, I just don't even know how they created this window for themselves. And then, of course, 5 4-stops come out afterwards. Every single hero on Secret had a 4-stop.
North American team, 5 red 4-staff, Team Secret is
Making their way into the
5 red 4-staff, 3 pikes and 2 4-staffs. So much kiting potential against the Lifestealer, against the Shards, choosing where they want to take a fight.
But also, this Drow Ranger, Crystallis, did 40k damage. I mean, his positioning was flawless. He was not getting caught out. I mean, obviously, with the help of the repositioning by the 4-stops, he was able to do so. But in every single clutch fight near a hill, he was making sure that he could dish out as much damage as possible, but also being able to silence the priority targets. And I really have to commend him in this game because Crystallis had gotten a lot of criticisms throughout the DPC season. Was this the correct choice? Is he too young? Is he too inexperienced? The answer is no. This kid is good. This kid is so good at Dota.
Yeah, he proved everybody wrong in this one. And I think, like, to me, this victory, it was all of Secret playing amazingly together. Like, Resolution, he's been the rock for this team since we've seen him on this roster. Zayat's in this game.
Yeah.
The individual play coming out from him, you know, predicting where people are going to go and then being there with the fissure where there are these potential clutch plays from Liquid where they can come back in the game. Zayat is just like, no, I know exactly what you're going to do. And then on top of that, hyping his team up as well in the game.
Hello.
That's got got value, dude. That's got value. Especially with Puppy with the machete on the other side. You got both sides of the angel and the devil on the shoulder.
Yeah, we heard Zayat say hello to the stadium there in Singapore, and now we're going to hear Resolution with Avo saying hello to us as well in a winner's interview.
No, wait till I have. Yes, we're here with Resolution. I mean, what a game, what a series.
Happening. What is this game? There was turnbacks. We first team wiped them, they team wipe us back again, like in 10 seconds. What is happening in these games? Holy my, I don't know, it's crazy. It's crazy to be part of this game. It's crazy to watch how my teammates are like forcing around and kiting the fight, and like how my Clement Ench is carrying the game. Some fights, it's like, what is happening? I'm like Beastmaster, I'm just there to roar, guy, and provide an aura and watch my teammates thrive. Yeah.
We actually saw you frenzying Puppy halfway through the game. You stopped frenzying the Drow. It was all frenzy for Puppy. What was that team decision like? Like, guys, it's our Ench that's doing the damage. How did you decide that?
No, I don't know. I just felt it in the moment that Clement is doing so much work that I gotta empower him. With all I have.
Okay. What's the reset looking like for you now as you get to the grand finals? How do you do that?
Oh, I mean, I'm gonna meditate. I'm gonna meditate for sure. I need to reset completely and, go with a fresh mind into the next series. Enjoy some, 5-10 minutes, our victory, but then just straight up to the next game.
We will be enjoying your victory as well, basking in the glory of that great grand finals. Anything you'd like to say as well to Team Liquid who fought so hard there?
I mean, I love all of these guys. Like, I would have been proud if either of us goes to the final because I love them. They love me as well. Like, it's mutual. And William, I have such respect for this team. Actually, like all the way from the lower bracket they're on onto to be a top 3 in this event. We both came from LCQ as well. Like, I don't know, much love. Team Liquid, the organization, players, like you guys are the best, and I'm sorry it happened this way, but we'll hopefully make you proud in the finals.
Thank you so much.
One more thing, this flag, support for my country, please. Everybody who can do something, just please do it, and I'm gonna make my country proud as well with a performance.
Thank you so much for the Rezo. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the grand finals. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Avo and Rezo. Indeed, he has already made his country, his team proud with that performance. We'll see if he can also do that in the grand finals because our grand finalists are set. We only have one more series to go, and then we know who wins the cost. That is insane.
It really is, and just by looking at the scores throughout 2022, Tundra had Secret's number 5 out of 6 times. So that's pretty nuts. But the grand final, Secret does have this momentum. They played 3 games. Historically, teams coming up from the lower bracket, they have this like slight advantage because they're all hyped up. They have just won a great series, not getting eliminated game 3, and the other team does have freshness, but the team coming up from the lower bracket, like they have this mentality that they want to win.
Momentum.
Exactly.
And we talk about that a lot because it actually matters a whole bunch. There is a bit of an hour break, so you do need to mentally reset to go again. I'm glad that Rezo has found his method to do that because he is also no stranger to being in grand finals. Neither is Puppy. The rest has not yet been in a grand finals of TI. What is that pressure like, you think, Effie? How do you reset? Because meditation obviously worked for Rezo, might not work for everyone.
I mean, it's definitely different player to player and team to team, so it's really hard to say what either of these teams are going to be thinking or doing beforehand. But for the most part, if you're coming off of a win like that, you're just feeling confident, and especially you're feeling trusting of your teammates, right? To win in such a way where you're all kiting each other around, helping each other with force dives, like it's gotta inspire that sense of camaraderie. So I think for both teams, I mean, Tundra don't have to do the reset, but they do have to sit down and think. They just need to kind of separate from what's going on right now and play like they're in their rooms, play like they're at home, and just play their best Dota.
Play their best Dota, indeed. We are going to watch the best Dota in the grand finals, but we also do need to close the book on the team that came third here at this international, and it's Team Liquid Jenkins. I know that they have won over the hearts of so many people. It is sad to see them out, but there's definitely a respectable position to end third.
Yeah, definitely. I think probably the reason that they won over so many hearts in this tournament is like, I mean, of course, the players, the personalities,
yeah.
They're amazing. But also the fact that their games have been so tough, and we've watched them, go through the meat grinder and get better. Every single time it felt like they were going to do it, or we saw them do it, and then it felt like in the previous game, oh, this is Liquid. In the game 3, this is where they go through the meat grinder and get better. Obviously, at some point, it's likely that that's going to stop when you've already done it 3 or 4 times. Going all the way, winning TI, very difficult thing to do. But, yeah, hats off to them. I cannot believe that somebody can put their brain through so much raw emotion, so many chemicals flowing through there, and then they're still human at the end of the day. Like, imagine how they felt. Like they said, last chance qualifiers, they felt better winning that than winning TI. And then they say it again, they felt better winning a series than winning TI with Tamba. And it's like, how do you do that every series? How do you do it?
I mean, I think it's just the support system, right? You heard that speech from Blitz.
3 coaches, yeah.
But you heard him say, no matter what the outcome is, we're going to smile, and I'm proud of all of you. And that really just is the story of Liquid. That's why they've captured so many fans' hearts. That's why they were able to make it this far, just because of how much they trust and respect each other, and how they're just able to stabilize their system, their support system, in these tough environments.
Yeah, tough environment indeed. And for Matumaman, this was, of course, the last time that we got to see him on the stage playing his best Dota. He's also the person that Avo is standing by with right now.
Thank you. I'm here with Matumaman. Matumaman, before the tournament, you're talking about how it's not the last result that defines you, right? It's the whole career, your whole journey. And I want to know a little bit about that. How is this chapter of your life for you? What has it meant for you to play Dota for this long?
I mean, I always thought when I started my career that I wouldn't be playing for so long. After like third year, I already contemplated about quitting, but I stuck with it. To be honest, I was young and I didn't really have anything else to do with my life, and Dota was something just like brought like pure happiness for myself. It gave me purpose, and it also defined me as a person, like who I am and what do I do. And I mean, it's been a great run, and now it's a bittersweet moment that it's over, but I'm happy and I'm sad, and I mean, I'll get to process these feelings later anyway.
I'm sure a lot of people have joined this journey alongside you. Is there anyone, or maybe your friends or your teammates, that you'd like to speak any words to at this moment?
I mean, I've interacted with a lot of people during my career that, I mean, most of them are happy moments. I mean, I cherish my old teammates from old Liquid, winning TI with them, like one of my most memorable moments of my life, and it will stay that way. I think this one will be one of them as well. And there's just a lot of good moments with a lot of people. I mean, I can't really name all of them because like there's dozens and dozens and dozens coming up, even the casters and the analysts and everyone, like the different teams that I didn't even play with them. Like these players, I consider them my friends and in some ways a family too. So it's really sad to say goodbye to them, but sometimes you gotta move on on your life and figure out something else.
For this next chapter of your life, is there anything you're looking forward to doing? Anything you're really excited to do now that, except for WoW, I know. Anything you're gonna do in the next coming days?
I mean, this is a hard question always. I feel like I'll just relax and reflect a bit. I felt like I've been in a war on a battlefield of Dota 2, fighting for the Ancient. So I think I just need to relax a little bit. And after that, I'm looking to spend a lot of time on my sailing boat during summer and kind of just get the feeling what do I really want to do with the next chapter of my life.
Do you have anything you'd like to say to all the fans as well that have supported your journey throughout this whole TI, throughout your whole career?
I mean, I felt like no matter what team I was on, I was always almost a fan favorite, and it really warms my heart to have such a support for, I don't know, like why they picked me, that a lot of people just like kind of wanted to root for me. I mean, even here, it's like, I felt like every team that we knocked out was kind of rooting for us, even like we knocked them out. It's like, that's the gist I got, and it was kind of weird for me. At the same time, I felt like I had like, everyone was really cheering for me, like I was the one, you know. Like, but it really, like, it's amazing feeling. Even though Seeker won this series, and I exit the stage, and people are just cheering Matumba man, like the whole stadium is going wild. It's like, it's an amazing feeling. Good way to go out as well.
Thank you so much for your time, Matumba man. It's been an absolute pleasure, not just for me, but for anyone who's interacted with you in the scene, and as you said, for the fans. And we all wish you luck, whatever you may do from now on. Back to you, Shiva.
Thank you very much. And indeed, he definitely can look back on his Dota 2 career and smile, because this was a glorious one, Lacoste.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the greatest that ever touched the game. And the way he talked about like Dota, this is what Dota is about, a journey that is going to take you somewhere unexpected, meeting new friends, friendship, love, hanging out together, playing with different people from all around the world, and also like defining you as a person. Dota does become a part of you.
I can't even imagine how he feels right now. There's probably just so many emotions to process, from your entire TI journey to this loss to your retirement. He's feeling so much, but honestly, what an incredible player and person. To be able to witness that kind of introspection and humility is just a really special thing. So, I mean, we honestly wish him all the best in his next chapter.
Yeah.
On his boat.
On his boat.
You know that he's
4 anchors plus sea captain when he
yeah.
started, and now he's actually going to be a sea captain. What a great way to wrap up his career. But you know, there's always that little bit, that glimmer of hope. That's
I
like, he's on that boat. He's on that boat, and he's like trying to sleep. He's hearing the cha-ching noises, right? He's hearing the hidden creeps. He's hearing the neutral camps slapping, you know, just like we were hearing, you know, the music with the intros is like the Dota sounds. He's hearing that in his sleep.
Well, that is what I think carry players normally think about, you know, the creeps and getting the gold. You know, that's all very nice. Us support players, we're more like having to process all of our feelings after a game, because we have to try to make our carry players happy. And I know that processing feelings, it can take some time. And sometimes you need a little bit of help to process those feelings.
Okay, boys, bring it in. Get a nice rotation to our seats. Plenty of space for everyone. As long as they make it by 52 seconds, right? Okay, before we officially start, we have 2 new faces for once. Newcomers, tell us a little about your journey here, about your breaking point while playing support.
Did you say support? Gary, which link did you click on? Do we get rank roll tokens for this?
No, this group is for real supports.
Yeah, real support.
Moon?
Hi, I'm Moon. I play support.
Hi, Moon.
We see you! Okay. I guess I kind of feel unappreciated lately. Like, I can't do shit without some toxic carry trying to tell me what to do.
Thank you, Moon, for using a feeling word. Unappreciated. Remember, everyone? It's okay to feel as a support, because...
You can't support the carry.
Jack, I know you think you're helping, but let's give the others a chance. They do not have management experience like you. You can't support the carry if you don't support yourself. There we go. Nice job, everybody.
So like I was in this game yesterday, and my carry, he just plays up at the top. I go to pull
Dustin is doing it again. Are we forgetting something? When you want to share, you need to wait until
Okay, so I was like playing this game yesterday, and we had the perfect laning phase, like level 6 at 6 minutes. So I was 1x2 in the lane, I harassed them all to like no HP, I had a stack pull, everything was gonna be perfect, we're gonna win this lane so hard. So just play careful for 30 seconds while I get the pull off, and then he dies instantly.
Oh, man.
And this guy, he's buying back, he's breaking his items, TPing mid, running it down.
Owie, we're missing something important. How did that make you feel?
Feel? Pretty standard. Maybe like a Monday?
Something to add, Peter? Owie, that's just for you. Well, Peter?
He plays position 4. He gets to build real items with actives. You got 3 kills last game. All I did was get one shot by massive crits.
We don't farm shame here, Peter. This is a fully warded triangle, our safe space. Try your mantra.
KDA does not define me.
That's right. KDA does not define you. So, the topic for this week... As I was saying, today's topic is blocking camps, not emotions. Fear, start with you. Can you share a time you blocked your emotions so you could win a game?
No.
Okay, let's start with someone else.
You know what? You're stacking in the troll spawn skeletons? All the trolls are following me, but these little fucker skeletons never do. It's fucking bullshit, dude.
我明明已经反到他的眼了，可是我每次要排的时候他都过期了，我操 I smoke, and then my carry just auto-attacks a creep. Inmediatamente contra 5 Rs, lo tengo que seguir, me muero yo y encima me flamea.
It's not just one time or sometimes, it's every single time I dig. There is no RNGesus. It's only the kobold. Only him. It's always him.
The kobold isn't real, and it can't hurt you.
Sorry, noob question. When do we learn about the secrets my invite mentioned for thriving as supports?
He's here.
You want to know the real secret to thriving?
You just fucking quit. Now, I'm here for these.
Only the best for you. And that's one thing we need to remember, gang. We're worth it. Did Ice Frog make this game for cores? Yes, but he also made it for you. The Tome of Knowledge? Oh, yeah. You're allowed to have it. The frog meant for you to have it. Don't let him take it away from you. Yes! That's right, it is. Well, I'd say we won that lane, boys. Team, we all know that carries are mindless clicking machines. Mids, tower diving adrenaline junkies. And off lane, well, we'll never understand the kind of freaks that like to play off lane. What we do need to learn, what we work on in here, is that you are the special ones, the supports. You're the ones who see. Without you, the game descends into chaos. The dumbest strat wins. So when you march into your lane, I want you to know, to feel that no matter what the Ragers say, no matter how little gold and XP you earn, no one can ever stop you. We have this space reserved.
Yo, they're here. Didn't I tell you guys to buy some smokes? We need more. Get some dust.
真的不做点什么吗？
You heard the man.
Give me the tome too. Maybe next time you'll remember to stack my pants. Now! Carries can't do everything. Do you want to get reported or what?
Remember, dream boards next week. And work on those behavior scores.
Yeah, sorry, Dustin. I don't think this group's for me.
Oh, pardon. This is my kind of party. Oh, check it. Miracle's already in the fountain. Hey, dive, Gary. But this time don't feed.
Oh, that was definitely an amazing one. All right, guys, we gotta set up something else entirely because Grand Finals is a little ways away, but we do have an all-star match. I want to have some final thoughts, though, on the Grand Finals. Jenkins.
On the Grand Finals after that. On the Grand Finals. All right, I got it.
On TI.
70% of the time, we don't see a Grand Finals. We don't see a Grand Finals repeat the upper bracket finals.
I mean, it's just been a great TI. I'm so grateful to have watched it. And may the best team win.
Amazing TI. Let's enjoy it together.
Let's enjoy it together right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the All-Star match of TI 11? Come on, All-Star! Let's go, baby! Let's go, baby! Jenkins, you're not the only person who can look beautiful on stage, my friend. So can I, and also Period is... Jesus! This is much harder. I forget what it's like. Anyway,
They only gave us one wig for a reason.
Yeah, that's true. Mr. Flax.
Yes.
Today, we have some of the biggest all-stars to ever grace Dota, and
Yes.
they will be playing a very special game mode. Perhaps you've never heard of it.
I've heard of it, but I try to avoid it as much as possible.
Okay, toxic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you our all-star match this year? It's Ability Draft! That is right!
Oh, no. I don't know anyone that can play that well.
I don't know anyone that plays it at all. So
Oh my
today we'll
God.
find out if these guys have ever played it before. Period Flax.
We'll find out.
Would you like to introduce our first team?
I would love to introduce this first team. This is my team. This is Team Thunder High. This is them.
That's them. I think that's them.
What are we waiting for? Get my team out. Do I say them one by one?
Is that them?
Ice, ice, ice. Oh! Let's go, Thunder High!
Team Thunder High.
Fantastic. Look at these all-stars. Ice and his team.
All-stars.
Holy moly. Thunderhide is looking pretty.
You're in big trouble, son.
Absolutely. And may I present their competition, who I have deemed will probably win, which means that they will most likely lose. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Team Dragon!
Boom!
Absolutely, Team Dragon with Yuno, Bobek, Sundarin, Wars, Mr. Choco, and Ice Fraud. No, I'm just kidding. He's not. Bring him out on the stage, ladies and gentlemen.
Team Dragon.
The greatest of all time. Look at the energy. Absolutely. Woo! I'm feeling it. Holy moly. Oh, come on, Period. You saw the energy. Your boys waddled into that stage like they were a real pro player.
No,
awful.
My guys are the real deal. I don't know why they've got this slot up to face them. Team Thunderhide, easy peasy, easy GG.
They're so washed up. You got so many washed. You got SVG on your team, the most washed player in human history.
How dare you?
SVG's more washed than a washing machine.
We've got Ice. We got SVG. Yeah, baby.
I'm not gonna interview you. Stay away from me.
We got Giuseppe. We got Imperius. We got Be True. We can't lose.
All right, hold on. All right. Mr. Choco, are you feeling good? Are you gonna take this?
Yes, we're gonna win this, man.
How much?
So easy. This is for South America.
All right, we're doing this one for SA. I'm feeling it. Anybody over there?
Oh, I've got some players over here, buddy. You better believe it.
Go ahead.
We got Ice. Ice, how you doing, bud?
Hi.
Hi. Are you excited about this game? Do you play much ability draft?
No.
Okay. Okay. I still believe. Who else have you got over there? We're going over here?
Come back to me. Let's talk a little bit about ability draft. Y'all, if you never played ability draft, let's walk you through this fantastic game mode. This is a thinking man's Dota.
Well, I'm in big trouble. Yeah.
If you get bored of Dota, if you're such a master that you need to just goof it up even more, you can play as Ice Frog, all right? You go into the game, you get a hero, which is, I believe, called a body in the ability draft community.
Is that what they call it?
They call it the body, and then you get some random abilities that you have to draft, like the drafting phase, and make broken combinations out of heroes' spells.
Okay.
That's how it works.
Now there's a fabulous little flourish you did there.
Now there's some truly broken combo. Get this shit off me. There's some truly broken combos in ability draft.
Okay. What like?
Okay, for example, if you get Bat Rider's Sticky Napalm and Shadow Shaman Shackle, it does like a half a second tick, you could just insta-kill somebody.
Okay, all right, cool, yeah.
That's the only one I remember.
I'm sure SVG plays a lot of ability draft.
He's one of those smart dudes who plays
He's shaking his head, he doesn't, okay, all right.
He does, don't worry about it. So it should be a very broken game mode where one team will clearly have a good idea of some combos, and then they'll be able to, steamroll the other ones.
Okay, well my money's on Team Thunderhide.
Duh! You idiot, you already said that several times.
I just want to reiterate my stance that my team will win. That's all. I just want to, put that out there.
All right, well, whatever. Team Dragon has some true pros. I have Cinderin on my team.
Oh, please.
Cinderin, in case you forgot, used to go to TIs and also...
He attended. We'll put it that way.
Sometimes. And we also have, Yuno. You know Yuno from the voice line, clearly. We all love Yuno in the arena.
Absolutely.
Yuno fans out there. And we all know that Ice takes nothing seriously, so he will be absolutely dunking this tournament for you.
That's true. He might throw. Yeah, he might throw quite hard.
Not true.
He smiled when I said that. He intends to throw. Daryl, do not throw, please, I beg you.
No throwing!
Okay.
All right, now I know the ability draft community. They're a bunch of real sickos.
They're very sweaty.
They are very sweaty. Now, I like to say it's a metaphor for high school. Okay. Imagine that all the bullies in your high school, there was no one left but bullies.
Right.
That's all that's left from the ability draft arena. They all know everything about ability draft, and they're just begging people to come in and get abused. And that's what we're going to see here today. It should be fantastic. I'm not saying ability draft is not a fantastic game mode. Get in there and get... If you like being abused, you wouldn't be a Dota player, all right? Go play some other loser game. We're in here for the,
We like the pain.
We like the pain, all right? And ability draft is the most pained you could ever be.
It is. I avoid it like the plague. I'm terrible.
Don't say that.
I'm so bad. I can't draft. I mean, I'm not going to be able to help them at all. If they need any help, they better lean on very hard on any of these guys that actually play ability draft. I'm terrible.
All right, take it easy. Now, what we can tell you about, once again, is what they're playing for. So many players around the world have fought in all-star matches for the honor, the dignity, the responsibility
of
eating the cheese! Ladies and gentlemen, Roshan's cheese, watch your head.
Oh, my goodness.
My goodness gracious.
This is interesting.
We cut it up.
This year has been turned into loads and loads of tiny, tiny bits of cheese.
That's right. It's COVID safety. So we can just pick that up. We have not earned this. Come on.
You don't eat the...
Put that one right back in there. Good luck. Oh, you don't get to eat it. You didn't win ability draft, young man.
Well, Yeah.
Aren't you supposed to take the wax off these?
Yeah. No, I didn't eat the wax. He's eating the wax.
Hell yeah.
I can't peel this. I'll just suck the cheese.
Oh! Cover.
Don't eat the wax.
Ah. Holy God, that tasted awful.
I'll put that in my pocket.
No, leave that right there.
Okay, I'll put it there. That's a good idea.
That's fantastic. At any rate, let's talk about some of the best heroes in ability draft. Now, the drafting portion is random, my friends, so we don't know what heroes will be coming in as the quote-unquote bodies.
The bodies.
The bodies. But we do know that some are better than not. Nature's Prophet, one of the best ones.
Very good,
Great
okay.
Right click, great everything else. There's some real terrible ones.
What are the worst?
Most carries, Slark.
Slark's no good.
Imagine Slark without any of his abilities. Garbo team.
Right, yeah.
Absolutely garbage.
Noted. I hope my team is paying attention. Not that they can do anything about it if they get
Yes, no, they will get dumpstered. There's nothing that they can do. But yes, it should be quite interesting to see the biggest broken combinations on the stage. What do you think would be the best hero in ability draft? I'll let you guess here. One of the strongest of all time.
One of the strongest abilities of all time.
One of the single best #1 picked abilities out of all of ability draft. And it is not the abandon button.
I have no idea.
It is Sakuchi! I'm Sakuchi! Mr. Weaver Sakuchi! Movement speed, damage, invisibility, invincibility.
Yeah.
Very easy.
Take note, team. Sakuchi, very good.
Thank you. But yes, it should be exceedingly... Oh my God, one guy's very excited about Sakuchi.
Yeah,
Sakuchi! Fantastic. Anyway, as the teams gather in, what was your last ability draft experience like, Pyrian?
I mean, I've been playing Ability Arena, which is kind of similar, I guess.
That's a sellout.
Shout out to Suns fan. Ability Arena, very cool. I don't play Ability Draft because you have to have a big brain. And I don't have a big brain, Jake. I'm a small-brained individual, so I avoid it.
Ooh, I will say one other thing. Very important here. There is a forbidden art in ability draft.
Forbidden?
And this is called picking a hero and then just picking all of his spells as normal. Now, this is a dirty
What's the name for that?
Ice Frog's a genius at balancing. You're gonna go ahead and steal Ice Frog's homework and present it as your own. I am pretty messed up, period.
But what are they? What is that called? If the default hero is called a body.
The body.
What are they called? Just building default heroes. You say it's cheating, but it should be worse.
He's an asshole, is what he does. That's what we call him. All right, you don't build Phantom Lancer on Phantom Lancer. That's messed up. But there is a benefit. The talents still work. So on some heroes, it's a necessity. Zeus, you've got to get the lightning.
You've got to get the lightning.
Oh, yeah, so many talents.
That makes sense. Actually, I remember that.
That's right.
I do remember that from ability draft.
Ags, I don't remember what that does. I think it works.
What?
Oh yeah, Ags works on all the Ags. So if you have any ability that gets an Ags buff and you buy Ags, you get that. All of them. All of them. Naga Ned. God forbid someone buys Ags on that again. Now, I think that was the shard. The real. Don't buy the shard. But if you get it, if you get the net, I believe you get the real.
You get the real. Do you get all of the abilities?
On the shards and on the ultimate, if you choose the right spell.
Oh my God, there's some shouting.
Oh, they're talking.
Your team is yelling at my guys. What's going on here?
Go ahead, put it on the camera. Let the talk it.
Sorry, I don't speak English very well, but I kill everybody. Kill everybody.
He's gonna kill everybody. Run for your lives! All right, fantastic.
Well, that's unpleasant. Let's keep it civil. I'm with Be True. You're one of my players. How's it going?
Well, the feeling is playing on stage is incredible. It's been my dream to play on TI stage, even though it's ability draft mode and I will be playing it for the first time. Like, whatever. And also, can I take this one? I wanted to say something to my family, to my parents. It's been a difficult year for them. Yeah, because like we are Ukrainians and we were forced to leave our hometown. Yeah. Yeah, because our home city is under attack as the rest of Ukraine. So I just want to say my family, мама, папа, бабушка, я вас люблю. Все будет хорошо. And I want to thank to everyone who supports Ukraine. It really means a lot to us. And yes, stand for Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Be True.
Thank you.
Good luck in the game.
Anything to say over here? Last one, I believe.
Are just about ready to start the draft, I believe, Jake. Unless you have one other thing from your team over there.
One final thing?
What final thing?
We have Yuno over there. She brought her own devices. It's all pink. It's free win.
Okay. Yeah, your own devices have been used. Does this mean free win?
What?
Fantastic! All right, we're ready to go. I think everybody's boss just about loaded into the lobby. Ladies and gentlemen, Ability Draft, the all-star match of TI.
Oh, I can't wait. Can anyone root against Team Thunderhide now? I don't think they can. They're clearly the best team that are clearly going to win. Clearly.
Well, no. That's all I've got.
Okay.
No. But the game will be commencing very soon. Now, the drafting portion of this game mode it's quite intensive.
Okay.
It's quite long. So perhaps we should go over to a different area so that we can observe it and help you guys walk this through.
Okay.
We will have the comms coming in from the teams for the entirety, but me and you, Pyrian Flax, we will be bumping in here and there.
Are we going to cast the game?
I don't know. No one instructed us of what to do before we got on the stage.
I've waited years for this opportunity.
We could just do it and see if they'll fire us.
Let's do it. What are they going to do? Come in and stop us? Try it.
The game should be starting soon. We're up to the draft.
Let's go, baby!
Let's take a look at some of these bodies and hear these calls.
Isn't there usually bans? Yeah, they're usually have to wait.
Oh, do we cast off one monitor? Okay, let's go. Here we go. What do we got? Your team's got... Oh no, I've got Drow, Lifestealer, Wyvern, Marcy, and Earthshaker. That's pretty good.
I mean, yeah, they got... Marcy's an ability. Yo, Primal Beast is an ability draft? I didn't even know this. Apparently. Let's listen to their team comms. This is very important.
You have to we don't. Yeah? Who picks first? They have ice. No, we have the draft like talk. Oh, it's draw.
Yeah, they're talking a lot. I don't know what they're doing. Nothing seems to be coming in there. This is a broken ability here. That is Earthshaker's stunning thing.
Fisher?
No, the other one, the passive. You know what it's called.
Aftershock?
Aftershock, that's right. Now, Aftershock is one of those broken abilities. If you get that sucker, you can have something that casts a lot, like Shaman Shackles, right?
Okay, yeah.
Aftershock Shackles.
Oh,
that's broken.
Lifestealer with the multi-shot. You've got Shakuchi. You've got your Shakuchi.
I told you, bro. These guys do not play ability draft. Sakuchi is number one.
That is Decay. Picked up on Wyvern.
Okay, broken.
Cinderin's gonna go Io! Tombstone Marcy.
That sounds like the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Io hooks someone into him and then what?
Oh, that is Rage as well. Rage rearm, let's go.
Yeah, Rage rearm.
Yeah, I'm gonna try Raw, maybe it works.
Yeah, it's also very good.
Yeah.
Take fuck, bro. Rearm is big. Rearm is big,
dude, yeah.
What
should I take?
Come on, guys.
Yeah,
I'm taking bug first, I think. Actually, I can get hooked into...
oh, 6 seconds?
I have no idea what to choose.
I picked a Rage.
No idea.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay.
Okay. We can this is Sans fan mode and just...
I mean, I'm straight.
Oh, they got Rage, they lost.
I don't know if Rage is that good.
Should I
Problem is better, probably.
Rearm is good.
Or just go pulverize. Like I come from the invis and pulverize them.
Okay,
Who fucking knows, guys? Feel your heart.
No idea.
I'm healing everyone.
Tether Soul Rip, alright? He's playing healer Wyvern.
I
think I'm going Dismember, right?
Race? Oh, yeah, Race. Yeah,
Which skill I
can always go rearm.
Oh, I don't know.
Afterwards.
You carry. You go full carry. You go full carry. Alright, so curious. Maybe...
I have no idea how...
Oh, we lost. Is there anything? Last 7. Oh shit, it went random. Oh my.
Oh boy. It's a fucking disaster.
Oh no, I'm useless. I'm gonna
Oh, you know.
I think I take full price. I take full price.
Okay,
I can
Yung
hook
150.
Okay. I'll get flesh keep then. I'll get flesh keep. I'm gonna be just like.
We should get ultimates, I think.
Okay.
I think all right. One.
Okay, I'm gonna perma heal with.
Trample Sukuchi. Who I choose now?
Oh, that would be good.
That sounds amazing.
That's really
good.
Presence of the Dark Guard, okay?
I think I'm taking. I want rebound flesh goal. If I
Yeah,
get it.
we
I'm
have
just
good
gonna go
ultimates,
in.
right? We have team
Touch
fight.
people.
You will carry us, and we just team fight.
Go, carry us.
See what happens.
You can do it.
3 seconds,
I think go first for the flash
guy. This is correct. Nice, that's perfect. Rage
That's not. Oh, great.
Oh, nice.
We give trample to Undying.
Yeah, I'm going
We should get trample on Undying. It's insane.
Yeah.
I'll get trample. Don't take them. Don't take
I
them.
can go
Take
cold
anything.
embrace, side kick or defense matrix, wherever. I have rearm. Mag you can.
Oh, I'm picking like.
Can I get like 2 outs? No, right. I
Should
don't
I
think you
get-
can.
Well, they say we're not tryharding, right? But it feels like we are already tryharding. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
You guys are tryharding.
I don't know. Yeah, I think time lapse. Time lapse is pretty good. Yeah.
Actually, don't take Requiem. It doesn't work without souls. I think.
Oh yeah, you did.
Dude, Yuno's just playing Shadow Fiend or what?
Yeah, with,
It is actually Shadow.
Laser or dispose.
With Drower.
Laser or dispose.
Laser.
Okay, laser.
I have some good bursts. I have 2 pure spells.
Let's go.
Did you
South
play
resistance
the
twice.
ability arena?
Wait, who's going
Yeah.
top with me?
Yeah.
Oh, and I should
I'm
get
going
trample
top.
Shikuchi.
You're going top with me. You want me to
Yeah.
farm or you want to?
baby.
I don't want to fight
So
them.
good.
I'll try and farm.
So good.
This is so broken.
I'll take decay them, and I'll CS. Sounds like a plan.
What about Gemini the Sun?
I'm very confident, boys. This looks like
This one.
Yes,
Yeah,
we will
yeah, I
attack.
think
Yeah,
so.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You can attack twice.
Okay.
So far, so good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pick this.
what the hell, man? What is your build?
Oh, your heroes are so ugly, guys.
That looks like it looks terrible. I'm not gonna lie.
It does. Okay, let's go, boys. We'll be fine, guys.
I need to go bot, correct?
You go with me, bot. I help you. Hello?
You are position 3.
Yo!
So I'm top. I'm top
Item
with you.
basic.
Yes, you have
With
to
disabilities?
Dick sounds.
Yes.
Okay,
Traffic,
come on.
Never
We're
bad.
top, right?
Come on. Drinks are on
We
me
are
if
top?
we win this, eh? Yes,
We're top lane.
Yes.
We are top,
Okay.
yeah.
Who's farming? You farm. You farm.
I farm.
You farm.
Okay,
Yeah.
curious.
I'm
We
supporting.
kill them. We farm.
I don't have a small.
Go for it.
We have
Guys, we didn't
SPG
do our
and
round
Beetroot.
stuff, like team talk, team speak. Let's go.
Go, Tommy, we gotta go.
Smoke and go. Smoke and go.
Oh,
I will rebound, jump, decay all of them.
Let's go.
Dreams.
Oh, I forget my items. See, I'm getting more.
Go, Ice. Go, Ice. Run.
Man,
Go.
do you see my mouse?
battle.
No?
It's so small.
What should I buy?
Nice.
What should I even buy?
I think this.
Stick. Stick is good.
Yeah. I'm going one, then I'm gonna use the courier and bring tangos.
That's you.
Places are
Captain, how do you know my
Captain. ¿Quieres rankear?
will get
I mean, this is the chat. This is the chat.
Yeah.
Go to the first blood.
First blood? Okay.
Yeah.
I have. We going, guys.
We go in.
Yeah.
Maybe here.
Divide.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry. I have to like. Wait, do we get?
Vamos lá, galera. Vou falar em português, vocês me entendem. Vamos pra cima.
Right, this is
Yes,
the
bro.
ultra chat
Yes,
move.
yes, bro.
Ultra chat move.
Yeah.
Oh, shit!
I saw a wave. I see a shadow, man.
They didn't see it.
Wait.
You know.
I got
So it begins.
And we get both.
I have sentry on me.
Pane, što me nadraftili?
Qué rico. The battle begins.
Nice!
It's the best spoil I've ever heard, boys. slide ever. Help me. Traffic, we're top, right? We're top.
I need to go bot. Yeah. Come bot.
I don't know why.
Life is still here.
He's
Oh,
low.
another
Oh,
one.
they have DK.
Oh no, it's a choco. No, it's a choco.
Ya no estoy farmando nada, manito. Perdí una lane entera.
I give you a tank.
It's alright. God damn it!
No.
No.
Cinder
Bring in the
down.
other one.
That's that fell.
Double strength lane for decay. Sounds pretty good.
Go.
Decay.
Farma.
Hey, he has no mana on Shaker now.
Everybody level 2 right there. Right up the mango beat.
I mean, what?
Okay.
Let's see
I'm
that.
gonna push
Okay, I
the
go
lane.
full.
Oh, out.
I'm
Farma,
full.
manito, farma.
Oh, no.
Go.
Last hit the range.
Go, manito.
Easy.
Farma.
I think he went.
Mano.
Or Cinder go.
Debe cargar a Yupepe. Va a cargar a Yupepe.
Uh-oh.
Voy Yupepe, mano. Voy Yupepe. No.
Yep.
Oh, they have
After this.
Bye.
Eating creeps start.
And if I kill Cinder, I'm gonna trap fuck the shit out of him.
Yeah, please.
Come on, we can kill.
I am
We're
ready.
going Marcy?
Okay, I got...
Sure.
Sorry.
You just go whatever you want.
Red
Oh, you
strong.
need to trample
Yeah,
first.
right, but
Yeah, it's not.
Go.
It's not hotkey.
Let's like this?
I'm fine.
Oh, I have no 45. You have no skills. Oh, please. Nice. Denial the rates. The Harlan
Have you not played this game before or what?
Hello?
You know, Cinder, I'm giving you mercy. And I'm giving you a chance this game.
That's why. Ah, yeah.
Do not make me angry.
Mano, de nuevo, carga. You tengo esto.
It's not working.
Oh, in Paris, you only have shitty now. You can't do anything.
God damn it, alert! God damn it!
Do you know how to...
Your skills are so bad.
Or not? Wait, you don't have a hotkey on the spell at all?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Next stone?
Lleva,
So much gold, what am I gonna buy? I'll buy Dagon, I guess. We can fight. Yeah.
哦，我的剑有问题。
That's alright.
Yeah.
I need to change the key somehow. I don't know how to do it.
Okay, 5 seconds. I have a tombstone.
I promise.
Okay, after that, I'm gonna use it like old school Sin, right? We just use buttons.
¿Qué hizo? ¿Qué? ¿Quieres ir para encima?
Sí, Yupepe, atende.
Alright, we just chill here.
Pega, Pepe. Okay, we can trade him. Even with side kick. Nice.
It's actually disaster, boys. I'm not gonna lie.
Pega, mano, pega.
Carol, you're gonna have to carry us.
I'll go full, okay?
Nice
God damn it, alert! God damn it, detective!
Choco es muy malo, he said. Oh, I have to buy items, right?
Are you ready again?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, you did. Oh, you went 2 in
I mean,
Shukuchi.
I
Okay.
have...
Get level 4.
I get the Yupepe, mano. Carga todo, a Yupepe.
Será, muy
I'm on my way, I'm on my way.
muchos clippers.
Dale, mano, carga.
Gucci, man.
I'm gonna do it and
Yeah, go away.
God damn it, alert! God damn it, detective!
And how many chances are you gonna give? We only need 1.
I'm setting you up for the ultimate fall, my friend.
falling this.
And when you fall, it will be glorious.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Vámonos, vámonos. Vámonos.
Fight that again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Esse juiz strong.
Goddamn trample. Put this ability in the game.
Oh, trample Shikuchi. Oh, okay, I see why you guys are dying.
Yeah, they're stupid. I think we missed. We need a rupture or something. Who has rupture?
Okay, mano, carga y se muere.
I have a tombstone.
I have
Skill, skill trample level 2 and level 5.
Acho essa simples.
Boundless life is all a gift.
Manito, você tá solo, você tá solo.
Solo,
Sí,
solo.
sí, sí.
You no solo, that's what I
I
told you.
have no
Pero
clue.
estoy afameando, you no afamear aquí.
I'm coming.
They warned you. Dangerous.
Well done, guys. Well done.
I missed. Not bad.
Nice. Damage. Nice. I'm running. Run for alive. Go, Manito, go, go. I mean, I can't hit Go. He's dead. He's dead.
Okay, let's farm.
Okay, I go bottom. Do we have anyone
Yeah, I
plus
don't know
one?
what
I can
happened.
ult ulti. Here. Need plus one bots. Anyone TP bottom? I'm go back bottom.
I'm just going back top, dude.
Let's keep
Farming
on
in
top.
this game.
Yeah,
I'm ready to go on him. We can kill.
Very
Okay,
scaring
yeah,
us.
we're the Gucci. I just make space.
start.
Yeah, let's go. I'm ready, Buffy. They call me.
Pero
Three
no
top.
tengo mana, no tengo mana. Está
Oh,
llegando.
malo.
Chase. Do you have anything?
Shoes? Oh, he ran. No problem. We go
They're
here.
ganking me.
I wanna do a dip bar.
You know, you coming? Be careful, you know, they all together. We can still I think they can be soon. They can be soon.
Oh, they see us. They're
Oh,
bad.
there?
Yeah.
They're
I'm
bad.
Let's go. I'm coming. Wanna fight?
What do you have? You have soul rip?
Yeah. That's
Dire's
it.
middle
I can't
tower
make it
is
so
under
rip.
attack.
You want to kill
Can we go
you or
bottom?
what?
Where's
Yeah, let's go. I mean,
use
How strong
charge
are
him,
you?
okay? Charge.
I'm so
We
bad
can
now.
now.
Manito, that's so bad.
Are we gonna fight?
We can't. I don't know how, but yeah, let's go. Oh, how do we engage?
I engage.
Oh, that's it.
Okay. Nice. They go on. Kill them.
I'm dead.
For mid. Oh no.
Okay, I go back top.
Our engage is so bad.
Our engage terrible. I go
I
farm.
don't understand where they have.
Yeah, first.
I think
I
they do.
hear you. I hear you guys. That's it.
I'm almost seeing
Guys,
what
Play with curse or what?
I might
Oh, you have first?
Is under attack.
Oh, here's the broken guy. The trapper situation.
Oh, yeah? Screw that guy, man. I go farm.
Yeah, just run for him. He placed a sentry here.
I'm coming here.
He can't find the D word. He can't find it.
They're going top.
Yeah, we can
He's
fight.
not good enough.
And he
We can
warded.
fight.
Maybe he warded there as well.
You wanna fight all the time? Yeah, we can. I have 20 sticks. TP is coming.
Let's
You
fight
know?
with the Tom. They
show it off.
yeah,
Take a defense.
yeah.
You need me to fight.
Yeah, the problem is the guy with Shikuchi. He just ran away.
I go top.
Oh, we should have.
They wanna fight. Go here.
We wanna fight as well.
He's the Gucci.
I know, guys.
Yeah. Oh, so they're coming.
Eat it. Alright, I'm taking both boys. I'm taking the top. I need this.
There's some next level.
Level. I can kill one, guys.
I can take back top and
Yeah. Oh, mine is good. Our engage is so bad. It is kind of bad.
Alright, I have flash gold. Let's go, let's go.
Yeah, go. I can go.
I will carry this.
Right. Oh,
just give me space.
Oh, so close.
Give me some space. I have no range, man.
Go, you can do it. Fight.
I have no range.
Okay.
Guys, go fight. Go, Manito, go.
Help him.
Oh, I got it. Vámonos.
Pretty good bug. I might.
Yeah.
Whoa. What?
Yeah, I have
I am beast, boys. I am beast.
I got one. Okay, I have the
dying.
now. I'm thermal healing everyone. I'm dead. I'm dying.
Yeah.
I got him.
Get him.
No, bro, I
Dire's bottom tower
I can heal you.
I can maybe do.
Yeah. Let's go. Wait, careful.
Wait.
What?
Get on board.
And they have one unit farming on
Hold on. We have to kill Drow online. He's running with us.
Yeah, now I'm healing everyone. That's it.
If we can catch Drow, it's good.
Okay.
Alright, I go farm.
Radiant's middle tower
yeah.
is under
Let's do this.
attack.
I think they will TP now. Yeah, they all TP coming back. TP in bot.
Yeah.
I mean, I keep TP anywhere now. I have to
We
rearm.
can push the bot lane. But we have to mid and Primal Beast is bot. They split. Bot is also bot.
2 heroes bottom. I think we should play top. We should pressure top
Bot
again.
and Primal Beast is bot.
Yeah, just play defensive in pairs.
Oh,
top
right.
Radiant's
If needed,
middle
I can
tower
be
is
bottom
under
around
attack.
heal you.
Okay, we
They
can maybe
definitely
still
have
kill
help.
him.
They
We
try
have sun.
to gank.
Yeah. Just shoot.
So much gold.
I got it.
Okay.
Oh, coming as well?
No.
Back. Let's go. Careful.
I can't say.
Oh, you're okay. Nice. I will have another soul rip.
Second ulti on me again.
Nice. Wow. No, I smart that team. It's a family.
Okay, they farm a lot. That's why they don't fight.
Stunning him. Stunning.
Oh, no.
Nice.
I'm not going to that fight.
I keep failing. Maybe I live to this.
I want to defend top, to be honest.
Back base.
I'm taking top tower first.
Yeah, I can defeat top side.
Це база.
Oh, they're keeping
Це
top.
фундамент.
They're bad. Okay, I can come top
What
soon.
should I get? I have no clue. Your hero
go,
looks
go,
so
go.
weird.
Go.
Oh, I'm coming. I'm going to stop too.
Come on, guys. Keyword checker.
I'm coming.
Go back.
I'm reacting.
Stop ult TV.
Good.
Wait, and stop. You want guy? I'm reacting.
Drow. Okay.
Okay, I'm alright.
My minute is over, but I can't.
Wait, defeat.
Yep, you're alright.
Is that?
Hello. Nice. Okay. I tried to get still up here. Yeah, I tried to get.
They got me.
Okay, let's push now.
They already have ultimates.
Wait, I'm going base. Be back. 1 second.
Це база. Це фундамент.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Here, you see this Cinder Mountain?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here now, taking a little break from the in-game comms to talk to you a little bit about the action. What do you think about so far about the game period?
The laning stage is over and we're into the most crucial part. The early to mid to early, late, early, mid. Oh! Landed by Cinder. That got him pretty exciting stuff.
He took a little bullet there, Mr.
Yeah.
President. I like that.
Have you tried having more damage to actually kill the creeps like a hook?
So
What the
far.
fuck?
I'm really liking
Have you
this
tried
Undying
being
with
better
the
aiming? You
Sakuchi
should have
and the
gone
Trample.
Arlington
That
and
is
gotten better.
legit.
Sakuchi and Trample. Pretty broken stuff here, as we see from Bafik. You're Undying, running around. Whoop! The hooks are all over the place.
He was
Cinder.
landing them at the start, and now he's missing them all. It's always the way it goes with these pudge thinkers.
It's
Lag.
typical. Yeah, lag.
Yeah, right.
Cinderin, fishing for heroes like he's fishing for people on his tier 2 teams, just absolutely throwing it in and seeing who he can get.
Brutal.
Incredible stuff here. Double damage coming out for Yuno.
I want to hear a...
No, I don't want to hear that ever again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As we now move in here, Winter Wyvern, look at this combo. Oh, the hook!
Oh, that's a nice fissure, just as we're flaming Cindy lands one.
And the Winter's Curse.
Big charge right through the middle. Curse does capture the dinosaur.
Oh!
Big slam coming out from the punch. Can Sin get out? There's a dispose. Cinder in trouble. He's down this tombstone doing work. Look at all those zombies.
That's a lot of zombies.
They got the zombies.
Now, that's a lot of zombies. You promised me we wouldn't start doing this twice again, and here we are. Oh, very
big
nice.
charge from War Sickle. Lower gets his ult, but two great drops like a stone. And now look, the chase with the Shikuchi is on. Juno going down on Imperius. Was it a time lapse or a cheeky?
That was a time lapse, Tom.
Time lapse?
That's a cheeky time lapse.
Ice Ice has been doing well. These curses have been pretty blooming good so far.
I got to admit, Ice build looks absolutely like the dumbest build ever, but he is definitely making it work. He does have that aftershock and the Marcy abilities there. Pretty strong
He's
stuff.
building it like normal Drow.
Yes.
But then doesn't have any of the abilities of Drow.
I mean, broken hero, honestly. You can build whatever you want on Drow. You could have the most brain-dead dude playing Drow. He's still probably going to win, as we can attest from the Crusaders in the arena. And here we go. Mr. Choco, I do like that. He is bringing in the flavor, if I may say so myself. Look at this guy. 0 points in overcharge. Why?
I can't explain it.
He can't link.
SVG's in big trouble. There's the dismember coming out from the Shikuchi trample undying.
That is very toxic. Yes, that LOA is SVG, in case you're wondering. So do flame him after this game is over. Absolutely phenomenally terrible performance. Please stop with that voice line. Thank you so much. As we continue here with the Lifestealer.
God gamer alert!
Shut up! Yes, we're continuing. And now we will see that bottom tower getting pushed in. Baffin going in. The dismember!
The no animation dismember. You love to see it.
Yes, you love
Oh, he's got the time lapse on. Oh, here goes the tombstone. Here comes Beetruge. Trying to go top the Warsickle. They do. Yuno's tanking a lot of tower hits. What now? What now, sir?
Yuno, run!
Lifestealer's got multi-shot, I think.
Oh, that's a hook, baby!
Cinder and beautiful.
Absolutely fantastic. I'm so happy that we're here to watch Cinder and have any sort of relevancy at an international again.
It's like a
historic
page
moment
in history. You wouldn't want to miss it.
No, incredible stuff here. Imperius, he's looking hungry. What's that guy got?
I don't know. Let's have a look at the
Let's have a look. He's got
multi-shot.
He's got some things.
He's got one of the Primal Beast ones. I don't play that hero. He's got
a lot of mouths.
And he's got time lapse. Get Cinder and kill him, yes!
Hell yeah!
Go back to Denmark.
Oh my god! Sorry to all of our Denmarkians. Let's go ahead and take another listen into the team comms, and we'll be back with more action.
Oh! Big jump in!
You're not dying, my friend.
I never
died.
Oh, God. Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Can I have some rogue? I'm going back to get it.
Let's put some aggressive vision.
How about I boost the travel in this game? I'm not gonna lie. Alright, go top.
Okay, I'll put you on. I have Arcane and
Radiant's top
Soaring.
tower is under attack.
I'm thinking needed Paris.
I think they're crumbling. I actually think they're crumbling right now.
Nice.
I think my ulti only
items, right?
smashes them 2 times instead of 3. It's very weird.
Oh, there are neutral items, actually.
Yeah,
I think so. Oh, nice, we got Bravo.
Okay, we have some vision
I
buys.
think it maybe not.
Oh, no.
We will.
Oh, yo, DD. I'm gonna heal you.
Defend mid
I'm
tower.
gonna go base it.
Me,
I can go to full life. I need people.
No,
you really wanna go base?
I go base.
I'm kind of ready to keep bottom.
I have bots, I can shoot the ult.
Yeah, okay. So Kuchi though, the guy.
With defenses mid?
Yes, defend.
We can get it. Okay. I'll TP bot.
Try. Yeah. We have review. I got it. Nice left.
This is strong.
Oh.
Guys,
Look
extra position.
You kinda didn't need me, eh?
How can we defend against this?
Let's go for a smoke.
Okay. Okay, we have a new captain.
Alright,
You lost your job, SVG.
That's okay.
I'm ready.
You lost your job, SVG.
I can keep you.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's do this, guys. I come in.
Too slow.
Let's go. There you go. Oh, awful, yeah.
Triangle. Fine, you know.
Yeah.
Oh,
We need liquid.
That was terrible.
Back to tower.
Oh, God.
No,
They don't have iron. They don't have iron.
Now they know.
Actually, it is happening.
They use dust. They have vision over here somewhere.
I backdoor mid tower.
Hopefully not in
We
here.
don't have.
I'll go back
Oh,
to
they're
farm.
doing mid
Dyer's
tower.
I
middle
smoke us.
tower is under attack.
I'm gonna go take
We
a
have
look.
flippers. We have flippers.
I'll try to come from behind.
Dyer's structure
Go
is
people, go people.
fortified.
They should be smoking.
We can start.
Fisher and hook. Fisher hook.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, they're avoiding us.
Let's go. They don't want to fight.
Radiant's top
They
tower
have to be
is under
careful.
attack.
I see throw. No wyvern.
Are you scared?
Here.
There's.
You wouldn't say that to me in real life.
Should push you guys.
Yes, entry there.
Nothing is scary about you, sir.
Fisher hook drown. If we can. Oh no. Okay, I can't reach.
Uh-oh. Raul is behind.
Radiant's
the
top
shot,
tower is under attack.
Oh, there's one here. The tile.
I have no ult. This fight's on you guys.
Dyer's middle tower is under
Come
attack.
out with a lot of
Dyer's
damage.
middle
We
tower
get a roach
has
too.
fallen.
I have bugs.
Yeah.
Cannot
Do you
fight
want
them
to?
like that.
Yeah.
What? Big alright? Yeah, let's
Like
go.
usual.
No, big
No.
fight.
No.
Okay.
Let's kill
Can we
someone.
fight
We can
Yeah,
also
yeah.
try smoke.
Okay, let's go.
She's
Maybe
okay.
get BKB and then we fight.
Yeah, finish your
Alright, I have
BKB.
bots. I join.
I mean,
So, let me check.
Yeah,
let
yeah,
me
yes,
check
yeah,
first.
Maybe I can
Okay, I'll go with bot.
Okay, but we are 3 here, guys.
hey,
Let's go
Tim.
back.
Are we
No, I
fighting?
think we have the high ground.
No.
Are we fighting? Oh,
Right.
can I finish my blocking bar?
They're here.
No, you don't
We
try to go
need
BKB. You just
maybe-
do try hard. We need to punish. We need to punish.
We can TP ball then.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, I can go bot and kill.
I have bots, yeah.
Radiant's
Go bot.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Okay, I'm going. Let me start.
Stack here, stack here.
Nice one.
Okay.
I'm farming mid. Oh, what a
They do it again on me. It's alright, they're all there. Keep farming.
Qué rico. Yeah, we get you know,
They try to fight.
Nice.
Yeah, they try to.
I don't think I die.
Dyer's
I mean,
top
she can sit
tower
down.
is under
I'm
attack.
connected. I'm connected.
Yeah, they come. Get the pressure, guys. Back.
I can give him one.
This guy is a problem.
Almost on
One on shaker, one on dagger.
Back.
He has one more.
Dagger. I'll take
I think Yuna finishes BKB, it's almost done, and we try to fight them.
Alright,
Yeah,
I wanna jump.
That's
What spot do you reckon?
Oh, they're here.
It takes too long.
Oh.
Okay.
I can maybe get you.
Oh, here. They're illusion. It's illusion.
here is a courier.
Okay. We kill you all just by having engaged.
Both for free.
Maybe get him.
Oh,
I get him. Illusion.
nice.
Nice.
Oh my
Help
god.
him.
Help me, boys, help me.
Are we doing this?
Yeah,
Nice
of
damage.
course.
Kill Tombstone?
I got some shaker.
How many ults for me?
We're not dying. Oh, you are.
I am dying.
Nice. Their damage is just too high.
He got a lucky, maybe a lucky hook.
Yeah.
Can we go Roche?
Oh, I got it.
Or not Roche?
Oh, yeah, I have dagger now.
Let's go. I trust the secrets.
Can we do this? I tank.
Good dash.
Oh, I can start in the middle.
I mean, I'm up. I got a Lincoln's Method if you want.
Anyone?
Yeah, I'm going.
I get bots in. Stun him. Look at the stun.
Not that fight.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, go back.
Go back.
Okay. I got TP, but I don't think we can
Radiant's
fight.
top tower is under attack.
Nice.
Oi,
Wait,
Back.
nice. Give me a dipping. What a bucket. I have the.
I don't have it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I TP bots.
Bars for
Visibility.
Maybe I can turn, yeah.
BKB is
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. I'm rearming.
Try to survive.
Away.
Oh.
I need rebound target. Target. Consider it.
Rebound target.
There
No.
it is. Please keep that.
I almost have BKB.
I have rebounded.
Okay.
shit, don't be
We can go. They are here.
I go. I need rebound part.
Yeah.
Don't
coming for you.
Wait for me. Go back.
Let's go.
Alright, we chill.
Yeah, we can.
I'm gonna take this tower anyways. Maybe not defend.
不要凶嘛，不是故意的。不要凶嘛，我不是故意的。
You know, Jake is going this way. This way to me.
I come.
Oh my god.
I have to. You don't have ball?
No, go back. They all take it. Maybe like some of them. Oh, we can go again and continue. Fight mid. No shit.
Fight mid?
Okay, let's do this. Go. They have one hero for them.
Be right back.
You know it's tipping. You can initiate.
Oh, they're coming.
Uh-oh.
I'm keeping up.
Oh my god. Stop.
Coming to draw.
Oh yeah.
No. It's alright.
Go on drop.
I suck for him.
Nice. No. Oh, okay. Okay.
Many.
Oh yeah.
Nice job.
Perfect.
Great job.
I can maybe hook here. Maybe here.
Anybody tip Cinderin? Mass tip Cinderin?
Por Dios. Mine.
I'm out of tips. Oh, what is this guy doing? I have ult.
Can you show me this? I can maybe hook.
I
can
like
hook.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nice. Oh, what the hell? Oh, nice.
5 seconds.
It was a worthy trade.
We might continue.
Dire's top tower
You know the
is
moral.
under attack.
Yeah.
I get hooked here.
Guys, I'm out.
Sorry.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Karen, go back.
I want to find the goal.
Big bug.
Careful.
Yeah, stand there.
We need to wait until the ulti disappears.
It's kind of much.
Yeah.
My ult's up. I think we chill.
So with ice.
Oh,
Try to finish on
Oh,
this
ice
side.
bot though, ice bot.
let's go.
They have
Oh, look
vision
at it.
here.
Yeah.
Do we have two?
Might.
Oh.
Yeah,
go.
Nice.
Go. I got the rope.
Do we have
Good to work, guys. We are doing this. Can we kill 2 people?
Nice.
Can we get any cover for that?
I'm gonna buy a Vladimir. I guess
Top
it's
maybe?
nice.
Oh, I can get eggs if enchanted. Do I have eggs? Dude, yeah, I don't have any eggs.
Cinderin. Mercy. Mercy, please.
So where's milk?
Why are you so mean?
Sorry.
Qué rico.
Next hook is yours.
The next one? I don't know. Your hook rate's not been so good this game. Your KDA isn't looking as hot either.
What is this?
Things seem to be crumbling.
They just
I wish you luck, my friend.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, they have meat.
Radiant's
Oh,
structures are
Alright,
fortified.
boys. I have Axe and K. Let's go fight.
okay. Yeah, we saw.
Let's go fight. Something's gonna happen. I
Yeah.
don't know if it's good, but something.
Okay, I'm 100 from X. 100 from X. Got them.
I'll kill him here. Kill him.
Yeah.
Are scanning.
There may be coming many here. Careful.
Radiant
Oh, here.
are
Oh,
scanning.
I'm dying.
Yeah, they're all here. Get out.
Go back.
Radiant's
I can
top
go back.
tower is under
Go
attack.
back.
Oh,
Don't fight.
nice one. Oh,
Oh yeah. It's alright.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wow! There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the boys, we are back. We're going to take a break from the in-game. Hello there, crowd. Good to see you guys yet again. Shut the hell up! Stop! please. No one is enjoying that anymore. The stadium is doing it, and we do not like that. So anyway, here
I want the whole crowd doing it.
Shut up as we continue this fantastic game. The very
It's
memorable
been riveting. I've been glued to the monitor at all times.
Truly a game that will go down in Dota 2 history as Yuno with a beautiful BKB force tap. Wow, Yuno is killing this game right now.
Yes, well done, Yuno. Perhaps you could go mid and end the game.
Oh, no, it's all good. As now, we will continue here. A lot of good warding if you can look at that mini-map there.
Oh, yeah.
The double obs wards, very
We
strong.
call that a sausage.
A sausage?
A sausage. Two obs wards that are close together forms a sausage.
Wow.
And if they're really close, it's called a chipolata.
I don't know what half the words you're saying right now, but I am into it. You talk about that sausage, and I am there, my friend.
Oh,
As
yeah.
now, we see Cinderin going into a very sneaky position here, looking potentially to do something as the push is coming. SVG on the high ground. War Sickle, the pudge that has no hook.
Looking potentially to do something.
Yes.
All right, calm down.
Well, you know, we'll see what
It's
happens.
a little too high. There's a hook from Cinderin, but Ice gets the disposal.
Oh,
The Winter's
wow.
Curse, is that going to interrupt? You better believe it. What have they got next? Oh,
there
there
we
goes
go.
SVG. That's a death. Io disappearing up to space. On top of Mr. Choco, what can he do? Nothing. Imperius eats him for breakfast. Bafta giving a chase down as BK's going to run out of the
As they now see Yuno moving, making her way back. Pudge jumps in. I like how that Pudge charged into the Winter's Curse.
Oh, yeah.
That was just attempted murder.
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen anything like that before
get
in my
in there.
life. Absolutely incredible stuff there. The Creeps, the true MVPs of this match,
God
trying
bless
to
them.
push as hard as they can.
You know what? Here's an idea
Yes.
for ability draft. The Creeps also get random abilities from Jungle Creeps.
Oh, that is smart.
I think that would be fun.
That would
Consider
be
it.
good. Great job, Tyrion Flax. Excellent game balance. Baffic trying to cut the creep wave here. And make sure they hit
Ice
up.
going up.
Let's go, Ice! Push that tier.
Go on, Barrel.
Go, Barrett. They're gonna fort.
Why did they fort?
Why?
Stop.
No,
Stop
keep
forting.
going. Just keep going, guys.
No, guys, no, don't go back.
Now they're thinking about continuing here. Ice. He's hunting for Baffic. He's gonna grab the illusion rune. And then, there we go, Ice!
God, gamer!
There's the stun!
He's doing it. He's doing it. Get him.
Oh,
He's
my
invisible.
goodness
Where's the
gracious.
detection?
No, he's invincible
He's away.
and invisible.
He's
There
away.
he goes.
He's got the dust. He is dusted.
Oh, my
You
goodness.
get that courier. They're trying to tease him.
They
Where's he
will not
going?
fall for it, my friend.
Ice, no.
Okay, Ice, come on now.
He
Okay, he's gonna
TP's out.
TP away. This creep-cutting behavior, this guy is try-harding his life out.
Yeah.
Incredible game, and he does not want it to end. He wants this ability draft game to last for the rest of his life.
Well, Team Thunderhide are up 10 kills and 3k gold, so if this ends soon, I think they win.
Well, we shall say, oh, we got initiation!
Oh!
SVG coming in!
Boom! Look at that
No!
ball on top of that giant zombie.
The tips are out! Mr. Choco!
With the tips. Choco.
Oh,
nice
Sinner.
one, Cindy. He's walking in a straight line, you melt. Unbelievable.
Not good.
How do you miss that?
This is not good, Tyrion Flax.
Oh,
They're
this
going in.
This is great. It's going to be over soon.
That's not true, Tyrion. Anything could happen. There comes the hook. Blind hook. Attempt. Look at SVG. Is just Chad walking up there. My goodness gracious, and he dies.
Well played. How come when he died, he was an Earthshaker?
He was an Earthshaker the whole time. Yeah, the Undying ult.
Of course, you're the Undying ult.
And don't you see, my
Beautiful.
friend, the power of ability draft. And now we see Yuno is just getting big, getting ready to defend so that this match can last for as long as humanly possible.
Kill me.
No, we're having a great time here, ladies and gentlemen. As now we see, boom! That's a great toss. And we will get these boys moving. 37-25, 4K net worth ahead for Team Thunderhide.
I reckon we should just give it to Thunderhide at this point. They've clearly won.
Now I think, I don't know a lot about Dota, but 4K net worth.
Oh, in goes Ice.
Here we go.
And then he's just giving it the old leap away.
In goes Ice, out goes Ice. In
Defense
goes Ice.
Matrix.
I think they're just throwing him for fun at this point.
No, he's got the Ags on, and he's got Totem. Enchant Totem. So he's got
the enchanted
the
totem.
Shaker Totem.
Oh, fantastic. Look at him go with like a graceful
There it is. See?
ballerina.
Thank you, Ops.
Thank you, Observer.
Yep.
Yes! I got it. Thanks a lot, Observer. Fantastic observing. Uh-oh, big smoke attempt here. This could be the end here in Flax. It could very well.
I hope my lads can do it. Let's go. There's the, there it is. Every time this charge comes in, The Echo Slam goes off, the house goes down. Have they got enough to kill? They do kill the Primal Beast. Imperious gets the time lapse off on like no HP, kill Cinderin. Actually, let him live, he's doing nothing. Save Ice.
Now Cinderin making his way out here. Nice tombstone hitting. Boom! Shakalaka! He's out! Yuno! She's bringing it in! This is the most exciting thing that a Chinese team has done on this stage this entire tournament! Let's go, Yuno! Woo, baby!
The fans love that one.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. Here we go. Yuno's tearing it up! It's the RTZ 1v5! Let's go, Yuno! Let's go, Yuno!
No! Yes, Daryl! Yes, Daryl.
Oh, you know,
the local boy does it.
Toxic buybacks. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, that is not cool. As we now see Ice taking it for the local Singaporean crowd. Woo! But what?
Let's hear it for Daryl.
Let's hear it for Daryl.
Ice, his hometown, baby, and he's come here to win.
All right, here we go now.
Oh! Look out! Oh, nice heal.
Holy moly, that was more surprising than when they told us it would be ability draft as the All-Star game. And there we go. They are hitting the rocks now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the fortification. Stop! Okay, as we now see them going forward. Big stun coming out. Cinderin looking hungry. He's got the hook. He's got the shook. But can he get the...
Can he get the look?
The look of... Yep, there it is. That's
Can he be the cook?
He's going to cook something up right here.
Ice. Recipe. There you go. There's a ball going up into space.
Absolutely. He disappeared.
Warsicle goes to the TP out. Not today, Sir Daryl with the Winter's Curse.
That guy disappeared just like our careers before and after this also.
Oh, yeah. That's it for us now.
Absolutely fantastic.
That's it for us now.
The tombstone is down. Can they fight it with the zombos? Doesn't look like it. Bafik looking absolutely blustered here as his own zombies kill him. Oh, no, Mr. Choco.
I think your lad should call it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Play it out. Here we go. The tier towers are going down. SVG. This is looking like a race here. Bafik, he's trying everything he can. He's got the... Oh, no.
Daryl's playing out of his mind.
Oh, here comes Big Yuno. Yuno's back. And she's hungry. Hungry for the souls of the noobs. Get them, Uners.
Go. Go. Fight.
Kill him.
They're getting the tier 4.
Okay, they're just pushing the tier 4. No big deal.
Imperious is trying to bait something out here that he's going to time lapse. There it is.
There we go. Actively trying to throw.
Oh, the Echo does nothing.
The Echo into nothing. Yuno defending. BKB by Yuno. Everybody else getting around here. Yuno has got the back.
This BKB out. They're going to wait this BKB out.
No!
There's the jump. Can Ice get the dispose? This is in the air. Oh, the jump.
Oh,
the
hook into the fountain. Let's go.
Oh, dear.
Oh, but the throne is exposed. Period Flax, this is looking like it's it.
It is very much looking like it's it.
There's
a huge curse.
Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness gracious. The ancient is falling. They are pushing them back. For some reason. Yuno, no.
Yuno, no.
Please.
Yuno, please.
Okay, fantastic. My goodness gracious. What a game, what a game. No buybacks on the enemy team. They might just run it.
GG, cool.
GG. Cinderin is trying to give up right now.
Yes, Sind.
Too easy. Cinderin is calling GG. What did they actually accept it? They actually accepted GG. Yuno. She fought so hard. Cinderin, how can you do this?
They did it. Team Thunderhide did it. There's my team of winners. Look at them hugging, embracing. Yes, team.
No!
Yes, team. A main stage win, yes.
Come to the cheese, my friends. Come.
Beautiful dub. An easy dub by the Thunderhide. Team Thunderhide, follow me if you will.
We must do a winners and losers interview.
Oh,
Please,
I'll do that.
Flax.
I'm going to go along the line.
Please, the winners interview for the
First
cheese.
of all, let's talk to Ice. How was it winning that game on the main stage? Obviously a huge deal for you.
It is.
It is. SVG, did you enjoy that victory?
I saw a lot of strength from Cinderin. I don't think I'm ever going to forget it.
He doesn't have much strength to steal, but you managed it. Well done. I'm sorry, sir, I don't know your name. Giuseppe, how's it going?
Doing good.
How was that victory?
I mean, it was kind of easy, actually. So, yeah, kind of easy.
Well said, sir. Well said. And sorry, hold on. You were Imperious.
Yeah.
I knew that. How was that victory?
Was the best game of my life.
Best game of his life. Well done. And be true. How was that?
That was incredible. My team is like grand final champions of TI.
There you go, Slacks. Do I give them the cheese now?
No. We have to do the losers interview. Excuse me, the exit interview first.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Syndred, what the fuck, man?
What can I say? Super nerd builds from SVG and Ice. We're super salty. We tried our best, but they were just way better. I'm changing my team for next year.
Yeah, duh. Thank you. That was amazing. Sir, how does it feel being a complete embarrassment to your entire region?
It's all right, man. I played against Ice, who used every ulti on me, so it's fine. And also, I've broadcasted like whole year of Alliance Dota. We will bounce back stronger. We will come back together. We will be the best.
Fantastic. Just like Alliance Dota, I'll see you never on this stage again. All right. Sir, thank you so much for coming out here today. What was your thoughts about that game?
I don't understand, but...
Great.
We're so close to doing more.
Okay, fantastic. I don't know what the hell that was. Sir, how you doing here?
Good.
Mr. Chaco.
Yeah.
That was not as delicious. Can you explain yourself and your failures?
I mean, I was playing support, so basically it's not my role. So I try to help Juno because she plays good.
Yes.
We try. And Imperius is very lucky. I mean, he's so bad with Life Stealer.
Incredible excuses. Thank you so much. Very good. And translating, helping out. Juno, possibly the only person on the entire team with any skill whatsoever. This must be an absolute banger of a loss for you. How does it feel to be trapped with these losers?
就他问你今天的天气还好吗？
不是，你作为新加坡这边的一个主人，怎么不让一下这边的客人呢？
He says ISIS is great and it's well deserved.
That's fantastic. I agree, ladies and gentlemen. May the winners eat the cheese.
The cheese, come.
Eat the cheese.
Eat the cheese. You must peel off the red bit. Do not eat it.
Nobody wants you here anymore.
Oh!
Run!
He's back.
Yes.
It's actual cheese.
Eat the cheese. I don't
eat
care
the cheese if you're allergic to the cheese.
Unbelievable. And the cheese has been eaten. Fantastic. Truly an all-star match that we will never forget.
We'll never forget this day. Ever.
May it live in infamy.
Into my brain.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere, because you don't want to miss this. Check it out. Woo!
I have suffered the atrocities of the living and followed the trails of the damned. On both sides of the Spirit Veil, they whisper my name and fear me far more than death.
Welcome back to the International Moretta. I hope I said it correctly, but Dota just got a little bit bigger.
No,
you guys,
you've already...
Tell us what the announcement was. We don't even get to know. Welcome back to the panel. I'm James. I'm joined here by T-Governor, Lizard, and Sheep. And by the way, I just want to say you all look spiffy. Ooh. Excellent.
Thank you. Top notch. Nice to see you back as well. We missed you dearly. Tsunami was kind of weird.
Don't do our boy Tsunami
Throw
like
him under
that.
the bus
What
like
the
that, Sheep. We're back at the panel. We're a mere 15 minutes away from the grand finals. Yeah, it's lovely to be back. Do apologize about missing yesterday. I'm slightly a medicated, ear-infected host, so we're...
There's a new hero, James.
Yes, I know. And I killed it. What's the name?
Muerta. Well, I mean, we're saying it.
She's awesome. She looks really cool. I'm super excited to play her, and she has a gun. She's like what, the third hero now with a gun. We had the sniper.
How do you know this?
Snapfire.
It was on the video.
She
has a gun.
No, I saw the gun, but how do you know?
Because
there's only 3 heroes
I've had
with
this
guns?
conversation with my friends before. I was like, I need a hero with a gun. They were just like, after sniper, who is there?
It's like Pangolier. He's got the little.
Oh yeah, but that's a cosmetic. It's not in his base, right?
Oh sure, I mean cosmetically.
Yeah, no, I'm talking like actual gun.
Actual gun.
This is very important, by the way. I'm very.
Any guess on the lore?
No.
She has a gun.
I don't want to butcher it this early, so I'm going to wait and see. But excited to see.
You're waiting for Slack's video, is that?
It's probably going to be a mobility spell on the hero. It's going to be very fluid design because all the new heroes are pretty fun to play. Probably going to be a core that becomes a support.
Okay.
But yeah, early 2023. Let's see.
How about
She's going to be broken on
What's her win rate going to be on release after 2 days?
71%.
Okay.
You're way too excited about this. You don't even get to play it. But you know what we do get to see very soon? Is the grand finals, and this is what we're excited about back at the panel. So let's take a look at the brackets and how both our teams got here. It's going to be Team Secret versus Tundra Esports, and a great run from both of them in the upper bracket. They were the upper bracket finals, so they have been the best performing team over the last 5 days. But of course, we saw Secret drop down to the lower bracket, beat out Team Liquid 2-1.
It's natural for them, right? Like the way they came here, even through the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, last chance qualifier team, but Tundra just absolutely, flawless so far. I think they've dropped one map.
And at least in their last 12 games, they were on a big win streak, and Secret then knocked them down in the group stage. They did have several draws. I believe it was like 4 draws, but yeah, at least in the playoffs, they have had an incredible run. They are, again, pretty much the undefeated team. Well, they are the undefeated team.
I mean, Puppy Curse dictates that he has to come second, so I don't know if it's worth
Don't
covering.
spoil the script.
Is that it?
That's done.
That's it. I'm
Don't
gonna
worry,
leave.
the admin's not going to ask.
You're not going to ask Puppy.
Ask Puppy to GG. That was the ability draft. But yeah, Tundra, in terms of their kind of like road to the grand finals, I mean, what are they bringing to these grand finals? Because I think Jenkins actually had a really good point earlier in terms of the team that comes from the lower bracket. Is it 70% win rate so far in the grand finals? So the curse for Puppy could be broken.
30%.
Is it 30%?
No, I'm saying it 30% the other way around.
Yeah, that's true.
One curse against another, right? Like Secret coming from that lower bracket at the same time. Secret finishing second, Puppy, that's his place, right? That's according to Keikaku.
Okay. This ear-infected host believes that we're going to look at their last meeting.
Yeah, and
I heard it correctly. Don't worry, production.
You're doing a great
So their
job.
last meeting. Let's take a look at some of these drafts here, T-Gov.
And the reason why we need to look at this is there's only been 3 TIs in history where the upper bracket match has been replayed again in the grand finals. So the fact that we get to see a game that we saw yesterday, this information is super critical. I think the main thing for this is the Tundra adapted against Secret. They allowed in Game 2 and Game 3 Secret to play this Dawnbreaker. They learned how to shut Resolution down, and they found kind of the key to preventing Secret.
So, Sheep, is Puppy the kind of a guy that adapts, or does he just stick to his guns?
Ooh, I felt like they adapted quite nicely in the past, but he said after his match versus Entity in the qualifiers that he had to like take time to figure out what it was that they were doing well, right? So if you can't come up with that with Tundra, then you need more time than just one best of 5. But you having this break changes everything. I mean, they weren't able to prove it in the upper bracket, but if you have that break, you have ideas that are tested in the upper bracket, and now you come to the grand finals, you should have good ideas now.
But there's also this problem that they already had one match today. And to get to here, right, to get to grand finals, you actually had to prepare for a different team. Like, how much time did you have since yesterday to actually adapt and do everything differently?
I mean, they've been adapting all tournament, and they've, improved even today, I believe, these teams. But the team that's had such a great road and hasn't needed to adapt, really, I think, is a little bit Tundra. And here to tell us about their road to the finals is Purge.
Thank you, James. I appreciate that. So, Tundra, coming into this tournament, if you guys have been missing out, they qualified for the tournament on their own merits. They had a lot of good performances throughout the year, but not the most impeccable. But once they got here to TI, they've definitely overperformed. They did so good in the group stage. They topped Group B, getting first place there. But they relied on some pretty common strategies. Crystal Maiden is definitely one of their big ones. 10 out of 18 of their games that they played in the groups was CM involved. And it's not just on the back of CM. I think their offlane player 33 stood out so well against his amazing teammates. Definitely one of their star players on the back of heroes like Visage. Visage has been absolutely instrumental for their strategies. He wins his lane, he pressures the carry, he buys the Wraith Pact item, and then they use this when they've choked out the map a bit to push down lanes and end games when Tundra is finally ready to do so. Another hero he's really been relying on heavily for this tournament that we're definitely going to see in the grand finals is the Broodmother. Another summon hero, even better at pressuring the laning stage, and he goes on to dominate the map more wholly. Less good at pushing, but still super impressive and very often banned against them in the first phase. And how can you talk about Tundra without mentioning their mid laner, Nine? Nine has been playing impeccably so far. He plays a lot of Thompson-esque mid heroes, these high space creation gank heroes. In the last game we saw him, he played Tusk here, went around the map ganking constantly, switches up his item builds as the team needs it, and this creates a lot of space for his farm heavy carry Skeeter, as well as 3-3's offlane, who does also pick up a lot more farm than normal. So these are the strats basically and the recipes that Tundra has been relying on to do so well in this tournament. And before we get into the games, let's hear a couple words from Tundra, comments on their coach, AUI 2000.
So AUI has always been known like as the, you know, the nerd or the person who has all the knowledge about the game, and it's true because he plays a lot of pubs and he plays a lot of party queues. He actively thinks about the game while playing these games, and he learns a lot of small tricks and optimizations. AUI is like the master of efficiencies, and he always teaches us like the smaller, granular details.
Yeah, I think he does a lot for us. It's like just as important part of every other player in the team. I think things that we've been working with him a lot is improving our communication, because you know a lot of times like you have these team fights, and after a couple seconds of team fighting, it's all like go this one, it's, you know, just total chaos. So we had a lot of conceptual talks on how to structure the teamfight communication in the best way. I think there's one thing that Avi's been really great at.
And then outside of the game, he's also been very instrumental to our mental health. I think we as a team didn't really understand how to cope with losing and like how to recover and learn from these things. And it's a process and it takes time. And I think AUI, along with our psychologist, was a big help.
I mean, he's a great guy. In and outside of Dota, he helps me personally a lot to improve as a human, as a player. He does that for everyone in our team, and he's irreplaceable. I love him.
There we are, Tundra talking about their coach Aui, and Aui, you know, we've seen coaches this tournament be instrumental, but Aui's, he's not been, you know, he's a little bit quieter in terms of he hasn't spoken too much, but he seems like the brain of the tournament when it comes to wanting someone behind your team.
Yeah, he doesn't reveal way too much when Slacks is interviewing him, but when he talks to us, like back like 1 year ago when he was paneling with us, like that man has a brain that's constantly on Dota. Like that's the only thing he thinks about. It's these small little intricacies that they just mentioned. He's going to make and force his players buy branches, just so they have that extra efficiency. Or mangoes.
The mangoes, yeah. I feel like Aui's just, he has everything in terms of the toolkit, so you don't have to rely on like other people. He can just literally do the in-game, the out-game. Like he's just like an all-rounded, just kind of a perfect coach, basically.
I like him too.
Yeah. Thank you, Sheep. Yeah, and of course, they're going to be going against Team Secret. So Team Secret, if I would say Tundra are the brains, Team Secret, really the dedication. Puppy founded his team a very long time ago, and this is the first time, I believe, that he's got his team, Team Secret, into the grand finals. He won TI1, and 10 TIs later, he is here. But to tell us more about this specific tournament, this TI's road to the grand finals, it's going to be Tsunami.
You heard it from James. This has been a hell of a journey for Team Secret, and it's been going on for quite a while. Obviously, the organization was formed many, many years ago. Getting it to this grand finals, getting it to this year's grand finals has been a hell of a route. It all started at the beginning of Tour number 1. To qualify directly for TI, you had to get some DPC points. And to get into the DPC points, you got to do well in the leagues. Secret didn't do so well, and it wasn't even with this roster. Sumail and Ice Ice Ice, they bore that Secret jersey at the beginning of the year, got 5th place. Tour 2, keep the same roster, get 5th place. Tour 3, start mixing up a little bit. Unfortunately, Yapzor had to take a step down due to health reasons, and yet again, they get 5th place. You need 1,020 points to directly qualify for TI. Secret ended the year with 78. That means that they need to go to qualifiers. They go to the European qualifiers, they go to the Western European qualifiers. They go up against Entity. They get 2nd place. Yet again, they fall just barely short. Now they have to go through last chance qualifiers. Now they have to bring out a little bit of their own knowledge, a little bit of their own secret sauce. They bring out the Leshrac. Yes, obviously this hero has become a signature for all of TI-11, but it all started in the group stage, and Resolution has been using it to great effect. Yeah, take a bow. You've been doing good, not only for Secret, but for everyone else. Something that Secret especially have been very effective with is their flexibility, though. They've been bringing Dawnbreaker to a great deal of prominence throughout this tournament, and yet again, it seems that they are comfortable putting it in a variety of roles. You never really know where this hero is going to be. Offlane, carry. She's been doing work for Team Secret, and it's kind of hard not to expect that when you've played so many matches. Yes, because of this very, very long journey that Team Secret have had to go through, they have quite a litany of games under their belt. 45 games played throughout Last Chance Qualifier, and I guess that's around 3 hours ago. It has been a arduous task for Team Secret to wrap this up, but let's see if they're able to do it. You don't need to hear it from me, though. Let's hear how Team Secret themselves felt about their run.
I mean, the best moment obviously was beating PSG LGD in the upper bracket and then beating Thunder in the upper bracket again to solidify top 3. Mattered a lot because now I'm exactly in the same spot as I was in last TI, so that's pretty good.
It meant so much to me because I always come to TI, I always go to the upper bracket, and then I always lose the first game in the upper bracket, and I start all over again from the lower bracket. But this time, we won the first game. I was like, oh my god, this is the first time ever I won my first game in the upper bracket. It meant so much to me.
It does definitely feel like we're sneaking in this time. And I mean, sneaky last chance qualifier. You know, you see Team Liquid there also at the same time.
I think they helped us a lot, but I would say as well that it was super hard to be in those qualifiers because it's a mini TI, like 100% mini TI. Like you gotta go through some tough games. I don't really know the future, but so far I feel like we are in a pretty good state to take the whole thing. I don't know like what's gonna happen. Maybe we're gonna choke. Maybe we're gonna play our best Dota ever. But I feel it. I feel it.
Rezo feels it, and Puppy, it's amazed he's here, and the journey he's come on, really, with the sneaking in the last chance qualifiers, is this Team Secret's grand finals.
Oh, I mean, I don't want to say yes, but I feel like it should be. He won the first one.
Is that just because they put inspirational music on their video, but not on Tundra Esports?
I can feel it. Yeah, they've actually kind of like brainwashed me. They brainwashed me. Yeah. But no, I feel like it would be so poetic if they can get
just looked Rezo in the eyes.
Yeah, I fell in love.
Sea blue eyes, and you fell in love. That's it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly that.
Yeah, you guys, come on, man. Tundra already beat them once. Come on, they can do it again. And I really like their approach to Dota. Like, I think they just have a pick your poison type style where you can't just, you can just try and ban 33, but then you have 9 and Skitter, and they just kind of cover each other so well with all of their different strats. And they kind of exposed some problems with Secret last series already in this third game where you have 33 who's reliably building this Wraith Pact every game, and Rezo doesn't because he's trying to play as a core. You have a Puppy trying to build it himself like 30 minutes into the game. It's, they have 2 different styles coming into this. It is just whose ideas are better.
Right, like on the offlane, you have a carry player being the offlaner, and then you have that.
Is it? We're ready. The grand finals are coming your way. Let's introduce our first team. It's going to be Team Secret. led by Puppy, finally making it to the grand finals, joined by Chrysalis, Nisha, Resolution, and Zayats, getting ready to sit down to play their best of 5 and their opponents, Tundra Esports. Undefeated so far of this international, Skitter 9-33, Satsa and Snaking, joined by Coach Aoi. This team have only dropped 1 map, and they dropped it to their opponents that will be facing in the grand finals, Team Secret. One of these teams will go down in history, their names added to the Aegis. This match, who knows what it has in store, but let's hear from the teams, because we actually got Secret to talk about their undefeated opponents, Tundra.
I think Tundra overall have 5 skilled players, and they are a bunch of, I call them cheaters, you know? They're just a bunch of cheaters. They got some cheaty strats, you know? 33 is just gonna come up with some stuff, and you're gonna look at it and you're gonna be like, yep, that's cheating. That's just cheating.
They have 2 guys, basically like 9 and 33. They're like kind of unique in a way that what heroes they're playing. Like 9 is playing some Spirit Breaker mid lane.
Tundra using a lot of Zoo heroes for Search 3, because that heroes kinda cheesy, because if he plays it and you not counter well, you're gonna lose like in 20 minutes.
In my opinion, in my head, Tundra is still the best team to beat. On top of the fact that they're 5 skilled players, they just kind of like manipulate the game a lot. And that's what Dota really is about. It's about breaking the game. And they do it pretty well.
Manipulating the game, Tundra have been doing that all the way through this tournament. And last time they played Secret, every time they got that big team fight, that 1 win sheep, they just held control, Tundra. It was so hard for Secret to really kind of just push back against them.
It's because they're so good at micro and just abusing the map to its fullest. You take any half of the enemy's map and you're cutting waves. You know, you saw they lost a team fight and 33's just using his courier to drag a creep wave down the river to keep it away from their towers. Like, these guys are just abusing this so hard, and you can't ban all of them.
And you're speaking of micro and all these cheesy heroes from 33, Pop even calling them kind of cheaters, but that's not what I saw like in the last series that they've played. Tundra outplayed them hard. They got into Team Spirit's head.
Tundra's kind of morphed themselves into this hyper-defensive team where they wait until they know the best timing they can play on, and then when they hit that timing, they cross the river, they occupy the map, and they choke out their opponents. Like this series, it's Secret having to come in with the adaptations, with the understanding of Tundra. Like Tundra, they don't need to change anything.
Yeah, it's a really good point, because Secret have been adapting though. Last time these 2 teams played, they picked up the Silencer, which they had success with, and that was their counter to Tundra's team fight. When Tundra wanted to go in, the Silencer bought enough time. Last series, Secret beat out Liquid, and they pick up the Earthshaker. This is a great counter initiator, also with the Beastmaster that had Raw, and they really allowed their carries to shine. Admittedly, we saw Puppy on the crazy
the carry
Ench, but that felt like it was an evolved Secret. It felt like I feel like this time they've got more in their arsenal to come up against.
Definitely, it did look like they prepared for Liquid. What were Liquid good at? They were good at kind of losing the mid game, but then clutching it at the end. Like the way Secret drafted as well, Morph and Sniper, they went late. They got that Shaker that you were speaking of. Like they got that Shaker to secure those late game team fights. But honestly, Puppy is angry. Like he picked that Ench first phase Enchanters, 0 heals, leveled stats, just carried the game.
Yeah, but it's the fact that we're talking about adaptation, but for Secret, it's not about finding new heroes. It's about going back to the heroes that they have had incredible careers on. You know, like with Puppy and Enchantress, he's got 148 games, 66% win rate in his entire career. And then you go to Nisha as well. He's in like top 5 Morph players in the world for quantity of games, 78% win rate. Like you just, in these moments where you're at TI, you don't try and find new. You go back to the old that has found success. And I'm expecting to see these heroes pop up again in this grand finals.
Yeah, we've seen like Crystalis as Monkey King as well coming up again. Like I think he's a great story of someone who people doubted throughout the qualifiers. I think even his old teammate Fishman said it felt like Secret didn't believe in him, but now it does. It feels like that. It feels like you can see it in his play. You can see it in the drafting. Like they'll pick Rezo early and he'll clutch it all out, and you have these later picks for Crystalis, and he is really showing up.
Yeah, I mean, Crystalis is showing up, but you've got to think about Tundra esports carry as well. Skinner, in his interview, he just said, this TI just feels right. And people have considered him just to be probably the best performing carry here. Obviously, they're in the grand final, so certainly, that there's some proof to that. But what about Skitter?
If you know Skitter, and if you go all the way back to like some small European tournaments, like these heroes that are in the meta right now, that are being played on TI, these are all his comfort heroes. I go back to their series versus Aster. They win against Stark, then they pick it up themselves, and he goes like ultra kill godlike on it. Like all of the heroes like Slark, CK, Lifestealer, they fully fall into his comfort zone.
The fact that you talk about Skidder being comfortable and like he thinks he's gonna just be good in this TI, like that, getting a carry play in that mindset, having that confidence and going, yeah, it just feels right. That's so scary for him. That's probably why they're also finding success, because they talk about the mental game in their pre-interview. The fact that they're in this good mind space and then they're undefeated. Oh, that is so scary.
I mean, if you're going to beat someone in the grand finals, you need to be mentally there to be able to push your heroes to the limit with your team. And we did see that from Secret when they were chasing down Liquid in the final moments to close out round 3. So I think Secret are probably going to be, on a high after that win coming into this. But Tundra should be feeling, I would say, confident. They did beat Secret earlier on.
Calm and collected. That's how I describe it.
And that's really the team.
It's big for them. It's massive for them. AUI himself was saying that it was the mental game in Arlington that caused their loss, and they got a psychologist now. They're looking good.
And looking at the mid players as well, one of the things about momentum is Nine playing mid. Like, how would we describe Nine's play style? Nine, the mid for Tundra Esports, he seems to move a lot. He gets involved. Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
You were super right.
He's like an ultimate playmaker at the moment that comes with a ton of flair. I feel like that kind of mid laner is what you need to win the TI. Like, you need a maniac on the mid lane, like playing his tasks, just doing crazy stuff. I go back again to Thompson, to Monkey King Pagna mid lane, like just innovating, doing new stuff. That's what you need from your mid. Like, you need to get in their heads. Like, you need to pick Tusk first phase, and then they're thinking, oh, is this Tusk mid? Is it position 4? What's gonna happen?
And then they just throw it on mid, and it's like Nine getting in your head.
And he's getting like 20 kills.
Can you kind of stop Nisha though? Can you get into Nisha's head? Nisha, the mid lane for Secret. I mean, this guy, he seems so calm and collected, and he's got Puppy next to him.
Did you see the Morphling game earlier in game 1 against Liquid? Him just like taking over the tough, snowballing into high ground, going for high ground pike, waveforming in, piking out. Like, yeah, Nisha right now, if he plays like he did in that first series, he is.
Wait. You say right now, like in the first series, Sheep. When's the last time you saw Nisha underperform?
Never.
Go back for your calendar, yeah.
I mean, Nisha is amazing, and so is Nine. I really respect Nine's thoughts on Dota. Like, he loves mid because he loves controlling the pace, he loves controlling the map, he likes having access to side lanes and making stuff happen. Like, Skidder was saying that him and Snaking are just like, Nine talks about his teammates and say how they're biggest nerds, and they all just love talking about Dota. Like, they just all bring so much to the table, like 33 bringing a lot of micro information, helping with item skill builds. It feels like everyone has something that helps each other, and you bring that to Nine on his mid, and he's just able to like make everyone's like strengths shine.
The thorn in the side of some of these players, though, were often the soft support. Zayats was killing it in his last game on the Earthshaker.
But he's also bringing the energy. And that's the key thing. When we see these little player shots going right now, Secret, they're the ones like Resolution. Zayats right there on camera. Like Rezo, he's joining in with the crowd. He's like doing the wave. Zayats during the game, he's standing up. He's hitting a fissure. He's like air punching to the enemy team. Like, this team is energy. Tundra, on the other hand, calm. Like, literally, they win a fight. You hear the team cons of the true sight thing. Nice.
Just like Aoi said it would go.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, Master Aoi. Thank you. We shall win this for you. Like, they are just, it's polar opposites in energy between these two teams right now.
Yeah, if you're Tundra though, you don't need energy. You're winning every single game.
Hey, off the map.
Stay cool, stay calm.
Exactly.
All according to plan. Yeah.
God,
of
they're
course, this
so
will be
calm.
a best of 5, and this will push them to their limits. Do you think they can have the stamina? Because they've played a lot less games than Secret. So
Come on.
This, you know what?
Go on.
I don't want to know.
Oh.
You know what I want? I want the match 1 to start here. The grand finals. Let's get into the game.
Team Secret versus Tundra Esports. Grand Finals, Game 1.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, we're here and we're ready live from Singapore for the grand finals of the International 11. Tundra up against Team Secret. I'm Only Pixel and I'll be joined for this draft by the one and only Seb, No-Tail and Fog. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot wait for this. The draft has begun. We'll be able to get it up on your screen soon. But boys, you know, you've been here before. This time in a bit of a different capacity. What do you have to say about these two teams, the roads that they've been on, and what you're expecting to see today in these drafts?
The best Dota you can get all year. This is going to be absolutely amazing. You know, as a Dota fan, I couldn't be more excited. This is the best time of the year, the best series of the year. So let's just bring it on.
Top of the crop, as they say.
Let's get 5 games. Let's just get the 5 games.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. I mean, the first bands went away, like they went straight ahead with the Doom and the Brood that they did also last time. And this time the Lesh went through.
It's already a big change. Lesh has been banned against Secret in every single game so far. Yeah. Like during this weekend, playoff weekend.
So
and now they're
no
letting
surprise.
it through.
They're letting it through with an idea, right?
Yeah. Tundra has decided to play against the very, very scary Secret Lesh. Nisha has been incredible on the hero. Rezo has been also doing, you know, great games on it. So yeah, very, very big statement already from Tundra. It's like, we're ready to break your best hero.
It's going really fast already. I really hope that it slows down a bit for the second phase bans, because I wanted to mention Neta's hero is in first phase this time around. Quite often they end up with a Visage or a Doom or whatever they can get their hands on. I thought that yesterday in the third game they should have banned the Enigma second phase, and they ended up not. And I think now they beat their Visage. If they ban the Enigma and kind of coerce him into the Visage pick again and have a strong idea, beat it one more time, I think they can set themselves up for like an advantage for the rest of the series.
Seems like a pretty solid approach that a lot of teams have been taking, right? Try to limit 33 if he's not opened up with, as we see, the Doom, the Brood, try to force him into something that's less comfortable.
I think you go through with this path, you know, and if you're going to go against the Enigma one more time, I really hope you got the right answer. Because it seems to be one of the strongest heroes, like first item, Wraith Pack kind of hero in this meta.
I'm glad you brought it up too, because I think Pano was also mentioning there is a different dynamic between both teams, right? Rezo never really buys the Wraith Pact for the most part for this team, while for Tundra, 33 tends to be like taking a step back, more being that support offlaner. So it's a really interesting dynamic they do have between both teams.
Also, yeah, they have two very different styles, these two teams. Like, these are really two different styles of Dota that are going to be clashing. Secret is very much about, you know, the lanes and the momentum. They also enjoy to scale, whereas Tundra, I would say, is a style that utilizes the map much more.
And the early game. Like, Tundra has almost been winning every single early game that they go into. I mean, statistically, they just seem to have this snowball effect, also related to the Wraith Pact. But yeah, they get a lead early on, the map starts closing in. There's a few, I guess, cases where it hasn't happened, but I think right now I'm quite happy for what Secret got and what the position that they're in.
There are a few things to mention. Obviously, in the grand finals and in the best of 5, you know, side and pick priority matters a lot. Second pick has been king so far. Every team, I think, left in this tournament, like the top 4 were favoring second pick. Tundra and Secret are both also favoring second pick. Tundra got priority for this game, and they went ahead and picked second pick. It's very classic when you're in a second pick situation to try to pick open heroes. And in Tundra's case, it is. Saxa can play the Mirana, so does Snake King. I think 9 even played it one game. The Tuskar can obviously be put on support position as well as mid, so they're keeping it open and they're looking to really try to counterpick Secret as much as they can in the second phase.
I think they're looking to, you know, match the Tusk with the Leshrac mid in case they get the Notion, but we've seen Resolution also play a very mean Leshrac this tournament.
Mid players have investigated the Mirana versus Leshrac also matchups, so I don't know if it's something
that's
we could
probably
see.
Something,
We could see that too.
We haven't seen this one too much, but it's a Saxa specialty, right?
That has to be a Saxa hero. So yeah, I mean, everything is pretty still flex for Tundra, minus the Hoodwink.
Quite like the concept, at least, versus Lesh, because the biggest problem about this hero is just knocking him down, right? Not letting him use that Bloodstone to effect to just heal up. Hoodwink with the shard and everything too. You amplify damage that everyone else is doing. You have the high burst from Sharpshooter. It's an interesting concept that could.
And they also have a very long range high nuke. Oh, there we go. Secret go for the Enigma. I'm actually very happy to see that.
I think this could also be a support Enigma. I've seen Poppy play that Enigma himself. I mean, he's been very famous for his Enigma over the years, but he actually brought it back to his own kind of playbook very recently. Obviously, it could very well be an offlane hero and Rezo's hero. That's probably the most likely, but we'll see what Secret goes with that.
Yeah, really interesting. Because that also could probably be the Wraith Pact carrier as well too for Secret. So maybe now they're starting to switch their dynamic a little bit to match Tundra.
Definitely. And yeah, I think this is one of the few drafts where 33 has been really set up for success. Usually they kind of throw him under the bus. I mean, you know, when it's 33, it's not really throwing him under the bus. He strives under, you know, with any hero in any situation. But right now he's gonna get a late pick, you know, either 18 pick, like after this sequence from Secret, or actually the ultimate last pick maybe for Tundra. So, you know, we're looking to see 33 in a very favorable situation, which is always scary to play against.
Yeah, it's been 7 out of 9 games where his hero got first phase.
Yeah.
The last 9. So here he gets a delicious second phase. I'm curious to see what is going to be.
Beast is out, Brood is out.
Visage is still in, but last time he picked Visage, they lost.
He's played a lot of Tide also with a lot of success. It could be a hero he looks at.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see. I mean, he could also be quite innovative and, you know, do something we haven't seen him do yet.
5 seconds remaining.
But yeah, we see the Lich, so most likely the heroes are starting to get locked. Like Nisha's most likely the Lash, Resolution's going to be the Enigma.
So one of the trends we've seen this tournament, obviously this Lash rack has been dominating, and one of the answers to this Lash rack has been a heavy amount of physical damage. It's something that punishes the Bloodstone, you know, when he kind of dies through the tag team or the Slaughter. We've seen the Snipers, the Linas, and then we've also seen as an answer to that the Liches and the Sven with the Shard or Lich Frost Shield, kind of helping the Lash rack fight through. In that case, you know, Tusk counters Lash, but Lich helps Lash play against us.
Oh boy.
And we're going for the Naga.
Ooh.
I think this is one of the stronger strats that I've seen come out of Tundra and also in the meta. They get the classic Naga Mirana, but it's also this very long range, kind of hard to get heroes together. So it can be a real pain to be an Enigma or to even be a Lash rack in these type of games.
And it seems to be Tundra's style that you guys were mentioning also too, is opening up the map, right? That's what this hero always allows you. It lets you pick and choose your battles when you want to. When you're playing versus something like high cooldown like Enigma, can tend to thrive.
If you want to visualize how this game might play out, you know, for Secret, think about Tundra, first of all, is one of the teams that utilizes nighttime the best, I think. You know, they respect very much the 2 sequences in Dota, that is daytime and the reduced nighttime vision. So they usually go on the offensive on nighttime, which is actually a key factor on how they dominate their games. Think about nighttime, playing versus Naga Illusions, scouting your heroes, Moonlight Shadow, you do not see heroes, and then you have this Tusk, Hoodwink, bottom kind of high bursty heroes that can just pop a Lash rack, pop an Enigma right away. That's the kind of pressure, in and out pressure that Tundra really excels at in teamfights, and Naga fits that style perfectly. All their heroes are really designed to do so.
Yeah, so we see a lot of interesting things going on. They banned Nakes themselves. Last time Secret played against Naga, they actually ended up having the Nakes. Nakes now, I mean, every lifesteal works in Illusion, and I think that's a big reason.
The open wounds with the Lash rack.
With the Lash rack,
And now they banned the Morphling to protect the Naga pick. They were already planning it, and now they're also banning Bloodseeker, which is something that they also played previously. I want to say, I'm not sure. But there was a Morphling game here. In Bloodseeker, the same thing. You can also end up becoming this lifesteal bot where the illusion poke stops mattering. But yeah, I wonder what Crystallis is going to go for. I don't think it's an easy choice for him.
No, they've targeted him a lot, right? We've seen throughout all DPC, people that kind of made the jokes for him, especially him himself. He's like, yeah, I have my 3 big heroes, right? A lot
but
of them
he proved all the haters wrong. Like, honestly, that's why he's here.
I think they really have to think about and try to guess what 33 is going to be looking at also, and try to kind of...
I mean, they don't even care the Visage. Look at that. I think that's a big statement also coming into game number 1. You know, you have a chance to make him maybe feel uncomfortable, but instead you're going for what you think is the right pick for them.
Not sure how much I would like Visage for Tundra anyways as the last pick.
Probably not the strat with Naga, I would say. I don't think at all that's what he would should go for.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it could be the Tide,
I think they have to respect the Tide, and most likely will try to pre-pick for the Tide Hunter.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Tide is also what he would be looking at. I also think Batrider is a really strong hero with this kind of strategy. I don't know if it works. I mean, it has some value, you know, with the heroes that you have, but even against the Lash and the Lich, you can get like some high magical damage scaling meta hero, but I don't think he's played a single Batrider game.
Maybe not this tournament, but it's definitely one of his very strong heroes, so it would not be a surprise.
Seen a couple teams even try like the Brewmaster versus the Lash, right, where you just lift him, ignore him. A lot of situations too. Is left in the pool. It is
You also get a
Meta hero.
dispel. You get a dispel for
There's a
Frost
draw
Shield.
ban.
Yep.
Okay.
It could be a great brew pick, by the way, and it's a very big 33 heroes.
Yeah.
33 hero, by the way. I think it's a great suggestion.
When I see like the Drow as well too, we saw, even though the game was kind of back and forth, you saw that long duration silence in a lot of fights just devastate him too, so.
I do think it's a little anti-synergy with the Naga. Quite often, it doesn't really mesh super well. But of course, I mean, I respect, I'm the biggest Brew fan on this panel. I don't care what you guys say, Brew for life. I would pick Brew every day.
It's a great
Every
hero.
game.
Same. But not really, because I can't play it. But if I could play it, then yeah.
Let's see, I mean, they have very
What's
little time
left?
to work with.
What's
and
left
a
for
lot of
Crystallis?
heroes have been banned for Crystallis, yeah. I mean, he's played some Ursa and
Ursa this game?
No, probably not, right? But out of the heroes that he's been looking at, I mean...
Yeah. I'm just, it's hard. It's hard for him to choose, I
He's
think.
played Ursa and Dawnbreaker that I can think of this tournament.
Dawn is still in?
that aren't banned.
The Dawn was nice when they played it.
Oh,
that is an illusion. That's an illusion killer too.
Nice. Yeah, and the Flesh Sheep now also working against small instances of damage.
It's a good matchup. I mean, I think it scales pretty nicely into a Naga.
It's also the hook versus the sleep. It has a lot of value. I mean, even now you can even hook through sleep.
Yeah, you can.
They changed that, so you can hook your allies out, you can hook the enemy. Yeah, and this Naga cannot sleep TP with the early levels of sleep. You need, I think it's level 3 sleep to get full max range.
And this Pudge with Frost Shield,
Exactly.
he's going to be really hard to take down.
It's a nice frontliner, nice like
yeah.
distraction as well for the Lesh Shrek to kind of do his own thing. The Pudge can kind of force spells onto him and then protect the Lesh. That's.
Do you think this is Crystallis calling, or do you think this is like the team and he, providing also good suggestions? Because I didn't even think of, this Pudge coming in here. I had forgotten.
I think a lot of people might. It has kind of started getting forgotten in a way, right? But because Lifestealer was so prominent, people have started to learn how to like play versus it. But
And he goes
they will go for it.
But hey, isn't this Lich Pudge against the Tidehunter?
But I think he looks at a lot of the Tide Bottom, Chain Stun, with the sleep. It's like they're going for their bread and butter strat. And obviously, I do feel like Secret covered very nice angles. Both teams really got drafts they must be super happy about. And that's the first game. So it's very exciting.
Who would you rather be?
Hard to say. I think Tundra, their strategy is very strong. I'd put Secret on the back foot, even though I really like what they went for.
So I believe that this is just too good of a Lesh game. I think Lesh is going to pace on them, and I think it's going to force them into these early fights. And with the early game that I see Secret having, I would have to go with Secret draft to draft, even though I'm also the biggest Naga lover on this panel. Like, I think Naga is an incredible hero. I think if it goes past a certain point, I think Naga is going to start being too much of an issue. But I think Secret's going to roll on them.
And Fogger, yourself, I mean, that first pick sort of still standing strong as these two have sort of said. And Nisha, he's sort of been the one to stand out and kind of single-handedly carry Secret through some of the tougher games. Is this going to be another one of them, or do you think Tundra do have the methods to deal with this Lesh?
I'm with my boy Johan, I think, this time. I like the Lesh Pudge versus the Illusion strat. I think it's going to be pretty hard for Skeeter, but maybe 9. His Tusk has been miraculous in some games, so eyes on him.
I hope this game doesn't go on for Secret's case. If not, I think we're going to see another repeat of yesterday's game. Long game, Naga doing his thing. Slowly, people start getting picked off. You get forced into your base. Yeah, I mean, Secret, they're going to have to bring the same early game that they did yesterday and, keep the ball rolling.
Sure, and Seb, do you sort of also agree in sort of that timing sense that if this does go on, Tundra as a squad, and especially with the lineup that they have here, it's going to be tough for Secret as the minutes pass?
I've seen Tundra's first map this tournament, and ever since I can't stop thinking about them. I've watched all their replays. I think the way they play Dota is absolutely wonderful, and in my opinion, steps ahead of other teams. So, I can't not put them favorites, whatever they're gonna play actually. So I really want Secret to challenge them.
Yeah, and sort of just in terms of overall feel as well. You're coming into this game 1 of the grand finals on the main stage. Who's got the easier to execute lineup?
Easier? I mean, I think it's Secret. Yeah. I would say it's Secret. Like, I think Tundra have to dodge bullets. Like, they have to dodge the Tide lane. They have to dodge, like, the snowball from the Lesh and, like, how they're going to get momentum. Yeah. I mean, my gut is telling me Clement wants to break the curse. He is not here for second place. He's here to win.
Okay, well, thank you very much, boys. Looking forward to having you join us for Game 2 draft. But for now, just before the game, we're going to be able to head over to Slacks and hear from the coach.
Thank you so much, OD Pixel. Hello, I am here, ladies and gentlemen, with Howie 2000 from Tundra. First time we've seen him today. Give it up. Oh, there we go. The stadium is alive, my friend. So good to have you yet again. I got some bad news for you. Okay, Lesh, Enigma, Pudge, I hear these are pretty good heroes. You guys let these ones through, no bans. Are you prepared for this? Have you, spent your time getting ready?
Yeah, I mean, I think for the finals today, we decided it's a best of 5. We want to play versus the Lesh Shrek, see how it goes. It's a best 5. It is what it is.
Okay, all right. Are you confident in that last pick of the Tidehunter? Big beefy boy going against that big beefy Pudge. What does he provide for the team, if you would give us any insight? I mean, we're in the finals, the patch, come on. Give me some real info here.
I think he'll buy good aura items and give us some team fight versus them. I think Neda's Tidehunter is like by far one of his best heroes. He wins like every pub on the hero, so we're really confident on it.
Okay. Sir, how far do you see this series going? You think we're going to Game 5?
It'd be fun.
It would be fun for you, and it'd be fun for us, but let's find out how at least Game 1 is going. We'll throw it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Slacks. And one more thing just before we get into the action. We've got a very little special video here from Resolution, a bit of a pep talk before this game begins. Let's hear what he had to say.
I mean, honestly, like, this is what we play for, guys. We are playing for this moment. Let's enjoy every second of it. We're not gonna get many of these. Maybe 6 more, I mean 5 more. That's what I want, but you know, still.
There we go, some fantastic words there from Rezo. Nice. Smiles all around as well, very much ready for the game. We'll see how ready he is though, because Tundra, they're going to find him here for this first bit of action. Trapped out by the shots, or maybe not, no, we can't quite get around. Doesn't matter, he's going to get hooked underneath the tower. Christmas gets the angle, but Saxa was the first to get that first kill. Gets first blood for Saxa, but in return, Nisha will be able to pick up the kill onto 9 there off the back of that excellent hook for Chrysalis.
Trade, but Nisha, as you mentioned, he gets the kill, so we'll get that earlier bottle for the matchup mid. And yeah, let's look at all these lanes, how they're going to be broken down, right? We've got the snaking. He's been playing this Mirana time and time again throughout this tournament. 4 branches, strong laning items, and we've got this this 33 tied with Saxa on his Hoodwink. Something they haven't played too much as of late, but they used to play it a lot. Get a hook onto the Tide, they'll be just fine. And yeah, lots of physical damage coming out from this bottom lane. Something that I think can be sometimes deceptive.
I mean, look at that. Nisha's kind of interested in getting involved in a bit of a chase there. Ooh. But won't continue to take any more attention away from the middle lane, or just be left to Chrysalis and Puppy to chase 33 down a little bit. Chrysalis, of course, having to be careful himself. As we'll see them settle here into the laning stage. And, you know, we've got to sort of talk about as well comments there from Aoi before the game. Do you sort of like that approach? Game 1 of the Grand Finals.
Oh, yeah. I like it.
Just to see if you can deal with it. You've got many games to recover if it doesn't go great.
You know, it's something that people always talk about with Puppy, right? What he does, he gives the team their heroes. If he beats it, then it's like, oh my god, you know, you kind of break a team strategy. So I think it's a really cool approach. And just looking at these lanes now, we have the Lich Pudge versus the Tide versus Hoodwink. Both of the bottom heroes on Secret starting with bringing up protections to deal with that physical damage, to try to tank up, because sometimes, like we mentioned, it can be a bit deceptive.
Let's have a look at some of these lanes. I mean, overall, who do you have the biggest concerns for? Anybody going to have a specifically tough time in these early minutes?
I'm looking at bottom, to be honest with you. I mean, it depends on how much damage they're able to do with this like Gush plus this Acorn shot, but it's a lot of magical burst that could sometimes trip up a Tide, so see if 33 is able to hold up with it. They are pretty limited on regen also, but it tends to be, you know, the Tundra approach, not having too many tangos. They like their mangoes a lot.
And this mid lane matchup in particular, you know, of course, 9, one of the fantastic mid players to just continue to bring these heroes in that nobody else will really consider playing mid. Here he is, of course, bringing out the Tusk once again in Game 1 of the Grand Finals. Up against the Nisha Leshrak, though. Yeah, you've got to imagine on paper, this is not going to be too easy for the Tusk, right? He's got to be careful against Nisha.
I think just because of that kill that Nisha gets, you know, the bottle coming out so early. Otherwise, I've seen this Tusk actually be pretty decent in a lot of these matchups versus range. But yeah, I think Nisha, he's going to have a blast.
Chrysalis is going to be okay here. Both spells on cooldown from Saxa and 33, so no further chase, but fair bit of a harass, keeping Chrysalis pressured underneath the tower.
Starts to get easier for Secret once they get the Frost Shield levels, which they now do have, so a lot of that physical damage resistance for Chrysalis. But as we've seen so many times, Tundra, this offlane, these two, they're special together. There's something about them. They even lane matchups you think they can't win, they sometimes end up just doing some type of crazy lane shenanigans and coming out ahead of it. So let's see how they do adapt.
I mean, what are some of the things that they do so well that kind of means that they, you know, countless times they are the duo that's just winning out in this lane?
It just feels like they always know how to trade a little bit better. Either they either trade or they just do these constant lane pulls, shenanigans with Saxa, just re-manipulating where the lane positioning is. So it's just a Tundra specialty. We're seeing top also starting to have a bit of struggle as tends to happen versus these Enigmas. The Eidolon's building up. Chrysalis will be okay.
I mean, that bottom lane really...
It's the lane to
watch. It's a case of, you know, how much do Tundra try and push for that kill on the Pudge?
Yeah,
before Chrysalis is suddenly getting buffed up and able to turn around. You know, Saxa in particular has to be very, very careful how close he gets to the Pudge. Up on the top lane so far. Any sort of surprises here?
No, not so much. I mean, the Eidolon spam, you know, it continues to happen whenever you are playing those carries. It's going to be affecting you a little bit. But Skeeter, he's holding his own, him and snaking. They have kill threat constantly, too. The early point in net with that arrow combo. So something to look out for, especially on Zayat. But Rezo, he's always got those Eidolons, so they have a lot of ways to protect and block arrow combos and stuff like that with the summons.
Yeah, and all in all, in terms of the how good the game is for the Enigma, you know, how good is it for Rezo? Is it going to be easy for him to have impact with the Black Hole, or is this going to be one of those games where it's kind of everything else about the hero that's going to have its strengths?
It feels like that tends to be the story for the Enigma a lot of times. But if you look at his items that he's got queued up, you know, we did mention the Wraith Pact comparison of the team. He's going to go for the Black Hole plays and just play around his Malefice and stuns from a distance.
Absolutely, I think something that we're going to be very, very happy to see.
Yeah.
None of this sort of Wraith Pact rubbish. You know, we want the action, we want the Black Holes.
Hey, if you look at the way the lineups can go, at some point there is going to be that lack of BKB disable, of course, for the Enigma. Sure, they're going to have to sleep and reset and do these kind of fights that we see Tundra do a lot of times. We see a lot of teams do with Naga Siren, but could get to some points where you have to take these fights. Bottom is... Oh, he lands it!
Lovely little angle there. They've got the blast as well to slow Saxa down, but because the creeps are pushed in, tower hits will be tanked up by the wave, so Saxa able to walk out. But Crystal's definitely shown so far. I don't think he's missed a hook, really. Every single one of them on point, so got to watch out for those down the road.
But 33 is free fall. So that lane that we were taking a look at, they've actually been able to solidify for this Tidehunter pretty nicely with Saxa's harassment. And Crystal's just staying kind of low, which is a bit scary. He could constantly be getting on him.
We'll have that Ring of Health coming out to him, so likely to be consistently in a position where his health's a bit higher. Saxa will find himself on top of Chrysalis. They're trying to get aggressive on towards the Pudge. Saxa has the stick charges at the ready. Chrysalis, he's going to get the kill before he goes down. So they push for the kill there on the carry. I imagine something the Tundra's going to be pretty happy with. Saxa goes down, but all according to plan, I'd imagine there for Tundra, taking down Chrysalis.
Yeah, they just have, like we said, there's just such an interesting approach to the way they do it. Even the Blades of Attack being picked up early on 33, not going for any tanky items. This is a fighting build. Phase boots right away, trying to benefit off that Blightstone, any type of minus armor they can put onto this Pudge. And it worked.
Yep, and this is sort of the classic def you see at this sort of moment from supports in that bottom lane. Me and Saxa can get over the mid, get the vault top back up. Voila. Definitely the sort of trades that, if you're secret, you're not going to want to allow Tundra to get against you anymore in this laning stage. Be a bit more careful on when they make the calls to commit for kills.
Up top. Not enough to chase. Catch on bottom, though. Constant aggression on these side lanes.
Once again, Chrysalis trying his best to trade, but especially when it's 33 that's the one on top of him, not at a point where Pudge just has enough damage to kind of bring down the Tide. Tide's able to threaten them. Back up in the top jungle, Zayat's and Snaking.
Snaking might be able to get this.
Same time in the mid, Nisha. He's got a decent amount of mana to try and run down 9. Stick charges are there though, and 9 far enough under the tower to survive, but back in the jungle, Snaking will win the battle of the supports.
Yeah, we see that stat build for Snaking really working. Nisha.
Very low around this mid lane.
There's a punch.
Saxa's coming to try and help out with the setup. He's got a bit of a bottle charge and a Ferret Fire. It's not enough to keep him alive though. 9 and Saxa take him down. Saxa coming out with some top moves already from the intentional death bottom, helping out the mid, and once again being around that mid lane, around these power runes to get that extra bit of power that 9 needs to get a kill.
And now look at bottom. That physical damage, Chrysalis, it's too much.
Bushwhack, I mean Saxa. He's in every single bit of place that they need him to be. That's a big hit, of course, with that 3 points in Anchor Smash and the Blaze of Attack on top of the face boots. That's a hefty right click coming out from 33 off the back of the Anchor Smash. And I mean, this Hoodwink, it's looking kind of spooky, Fog. He's all over the place and he's making big moves.
And it's into, like, Secret. They did the preparation, right? They had to bring the protection to kind of try to protect versus physical. They had the Frost Shield, but it's not enough. This build from 33, going for that Wraith Pact, more than likely rushing it. He's going to have to keep his sustain down there, too.
To top lane. What an angle there for Snaking, sneaking round through the trees, catches Rezo by surprise.
Wow.
Tundra getting kills up and down the map right now. The Eidolon's not quite enough to finish Snaking off. Maybe they can still find him in the jungle. They can, and just off to the side of the lane. They will be able to take him down in return. But very much we're seeing sort of the supports from Tundra really just enabling the cause already in this early laning stage, getting them that extra bit of a bonus off the back of these kills. 6-3, 1k lead at the moment for Tundra.
Really clever moves. Really clever positioning as well, too. And we're probably going to see more of these rotations, 15 seconds until we do have that power rune coming out. So eyes on Saxa, see if he does make the rotation. Even filling up again for Knight. So I want him to be as fight ready as possible. 3 heroes collapsing on both sides.
Trying to get the chance to trap him in there with the shards. Won't quite find it. We'll see 8-minute power in where it's going to be. It's going to be top. And
it's a big one.
This time they'll be able to hold on to it. Nisha able to grab it. Snowball coming out the way of Zayat.
Connects
Only going to set up for the stun for Nisha. He's ready to run down 9. 9 has got the help from Saxon. Saxon with the bushwhack holds them back, but they'll still be able to run down 9. At this time, Secret, they'll bring in the extra firepower required around this mid lane. They're going to make sure that this time round, Nisha, he's not left alone.
There's just so much burst damage from both sides. We're going to be seeing heroes just getting popped left and right. But after the start of the laning phase, it's looking really nice for Tundra. Even though they were up against some of these could be tougher lanes, they've done excellent versus the Naga Siren, farming perfectly fine versus the Enigma. Even getting that early kill is a big deal. So Secret, they want to start getting a little more active.
Early little smoke here from Nisha. Feels to join Zayat and Rezo up top around this point where level 6 is online for the Enigma.
Rezo.
Black hole if he finds the chance to turn and use it. Nina's going to try to go for it, but Rezo, he's ready. The 6 is there. Black hole comes out onto the two of them. Zayat and Nisha, they're in with the cleanup. Tundra, they try and make that play.
And another one.
Now Saxon's got to be careful getting himself back into the trees, back behind the tower, but Zayat, he's still sweeping around. They may still find him. See how much they want to try and search. It's going to be difficult to find him. He's pretty deep, but Nisha, very resilient, continues to go further and further into the trees. They'll catch him as well. 3 dead on the top lane. Tundra, the ones to start that play onto Resolution. It was a big risk to Tech. They were really banking on the fact that he was on his own, but he wasn't. The smoke from mid, Secret, they catch them by surprise.
Beautiful read, really. After these last few moments, Tundra getting all these moves that are working for them. Secret, they strike back. Tundra, and also, I mean, they made this move. It's not the squishiest of heroes on the Enigma. With just these two on Tundra, they need a little bit more burst, so do have to be careful. And now he gets tower. It's gonna be really early blink going.
Yeah, early tower will definitely help fuel that purchase. Already pre-10 minutes and hitting these sort of objective timings. In this top lane now, would you imagine, if you're Tundra, how do you sort of start to slow down Secret's speed of getting control of this half of the map?
It's not going to be easy. They might have to just start making moves elsewhere. Maybe use the illusion just to scout things out, but it's not going to be easy for them to really just contest up versus Rezo now at this point. After dying once, it kind of dissuades you from really going up there until you do have, like, Sox having level 6 to have that extra bit of burst damage to follow up with the Tusk. Might look to start playing around 33, I'd imagine. He's the one who's having that incredible game. I believe he has the Vlad's finished, so maybe looking to start pressuring this tower down here.
Of course, he has that Ravage good to go if he sees a chance to set up for a kill on Crystallis to get some extra help. They get the toss back onto Snake King. Doesn't stand a chance against the amount of damage they've got. Back down bottom, trying to hold back Crystallis.
It's got the Vanguard.
A bit hard to commit.
They try to glib for it, but does get the hook onto that siege.
They're bringing in a third hero. 9 is around. With 9 diving in.
Secret's full rotating now.
And Tundra, you know, they sort of learned from the mistake up top. They don't want to try and push for these kills too much. They know that Secret at the moment, they are on full responsive mode.
It's a pretty devastating lineup to try to commit into these kills too. And as we saw, that Black Hole, also Chain Frost for the Lich, it can just turn any type of these tides.
Being much more careful now. See in terms of position for Tundra, they'll leave to that top lane here for the Mirana.
Yeah, just start jungling up. Skeeter scouting out with his illusions as well. They're going to constantly get cleaned up, though, seeing Zayas do that a few times.
Radiant's middle tower.
See if they're able to just continue to enable space for Skeeter to keep up on the Naga Siren. So far, so good. Of course, has a solid 1,000 gold lead against Crystallis, carrying here for Secret on the other side.
Things are close. So, as Noto and Seb were saying, you know, the pace of the game for Secret, they probably want to accelerate things a little bit more. Tundra, whenever there's these low periods, they're pretty happy. They're not getting pressured.
They're going to see if they can take down Crystallis here with the 3 of them. See what sort of help he gets this time round. It doesn't look like there'll be enough to save him as Tundra. They'll get the kill. They strike again when they know that it's still at this point where Secret, they've probably not got the TPs back up. They just don't have the methods to respond when Tundra time their aggressive moves like that.
This Hoodwink seems to just be the specialty, right? This burst damage and getting that 6 now.
Radiant structures are
should be able to set up for this tower, finish it up. They still have Ravage too, so the threat. Secret look like they're going to play on other sides of the map. Nisha going to start hitting mid. He pretty much has the Bloodstone done.
That's all net worth. Nisha. He's had many of these games where he's been at the top.
And he'll have
the whole match.
He'll have this Bloodstone a bit before the Wraith Pact is going to come out too. So we've seen a couple times Tundra, they've counteracted this Bloodstone a lot because you just prevent how much damage it does, you prevent how much healing. So if they do get that timing, Secret could start to take advantage of the map a little bit here. Bloodstone is done, so playing around this Lesh, it's going to be problematic. Tundra might have some issues in these next few moments. They're gonna have to bring the Tusk and the Hoodwink maybe in to most scenarios just to burst this Lash down.
We're seeing a Secret. They know how strong Nisha is at this moment. They smoke him up, take him anywhere on the map.
It's got very
outnumber Tundra. They'll have a very solid fight on their hands, no doubt about it. Saxa in good position.
The scan
catches by the Moonlight.
Scan as well catches the Secret rotation.
So maybe unlikely now that Secret are going to be able to make this a sort of jump with any sort of level of surprise. Quick turn with the bushwhack, make sure that there's no further jump over towards Saxa, and Saxa immediately ready to turn. They trap Zayat in the shards, sets up for both the arrow and the sharpshooter to bang on target, take down the kill.
That burst from a distance, you don't really need to commit too much of anything. And now Secret, their rotation ends up not working, not getting them anything big. Does show that the Bloodstone is finished though, so I think Tundra, they're going to keep tabs of that, sit back, farm a little bit, wait until they have an opportunity to actually catch this Lash when he split away from his team. And Skeeter, he's still doing fine, you know, still loving life. Things are not too problematic, even though he has that death that they had going for the Enigma. He still has pretty good timings on his items.
Absolutely, yeah, he knows that when Secret try and poke at the rest of his team down there on the bottom half, this whole area of the map opens back up a little bit more for him. As you can see, the wall control, it's too bad at all for them. There's not any deep vision from Secret around this area, so Tundra pretty happy to continue to hold this area for Skeeter to keep the farm up and stay up there towards the top. Only a couple of hundred behind Nisha's farm.
They've got the Wraith Pack down now too, so they probably can look to just fight back into this Slash Strike. They do need to just watch out of the big ultimates that are in there too. The Lich plus that Black Hole. Just need to be careful how far they overcommit versus Secret's pretty tanky lineup.
Zayats. As we've seen many times, you've got to be careful how you try and poke towards Tundra. When Nine's around, he's just trapping you in the shards every single time you step up alone. Nisha, got that haste rune. We'll see if he's able to chase down anything in return. Nice little sidestep there from Nine. Make sure that he doesn't get caught out by the stun. Tundra's back under the tower, and Nisha won't be getting any kills today with this haste. Unless...
I mean, they're watching him though.
I mean, they know that the haste is about to come to an end. Whoop. Again, some excellent dodges from both sides here. Last minute or so, Nisha making sure the arrow doesn't catch him by surprise.
They need more heroes there. If they're going to go for some type of Ravage play, they need to go for those chain stuns if they're going to try to get Nisha. Very tanky, 1800 HP with the Bloodstone.
And as you say, that is the thing as well, though, for Tundra. If they try and play with their ult Secret, they'll very much be ready to respond with their own ultimates. Both teams having huge team fight ultimates to drop. We'll see in the middle, Nisha. Just a time again, he's on his own. Bloodstone charges, but Tundra, they just able to blow him up. A bit of a rare situation there where Nisha was alone, and Tundra, they make sure they don't miss out on the opportunity. And they make the move immediately, and nobody else is around for Secret.
No, he didn't have any help, exactly. And they dropped the Wraith Pack down, so there you see, even though he popped Bloodstone, he has all this damage coming out. It's actually not that much damage, nor that much healing. No cares if they're going to commit Ravage there, it's perfect.
Should be a free tier 1 tower, I'd imagine. They have put the fortification. We'll see if Secret try and force a fight. There's still 10 seconds, no Nisha.
Look at the vision control as well, too, from Tundra. They have Ward on high ground, kind of watching everything right now.
And they'll back off for now, respecting the fact that Nisha soon to be back up. But the damage certainly done to this tier 1, incredibly low. Next push will take it off the map. Secret, as soon as Nisha's back in play, they might just try and find some sort of move around him. This time round, making sure that they're in position to enable the Lesh and not allow him to get caught out alone.
That's the biggest thing, right? They have to start playing as much as possible around Nisha. Try to slow down Skeeter, because all these moments ticking by, this Naga Siren's just getting all the free farm in the world. Manta's finished, has an Arcane Rune, so he's going to be able to push out these lanes freely. Just keeping all these lanes shoved in, so it's hard for Secret to really make a move without them getting caught themselves. And yeah, that deep vision, Tundra, I mean, having these deep wards that haven't been taken out is a big deal right now.
A 4K lead for Tundra. Very much, you say, taking over the map. And with the Moonlight Shadow.
Saw
See if
Rezo.
they can catch Rezo alone. Rezo senses something's up though.
He is squishy now. I mean, he has not built any HP items whatsoever. 1000 HP. They have a plethora of burst damage.
This is a scary place. Tundra, they won't hesitate to dive if Nine's able to set up with the shards into the trees. He's going to try for it, see what he can find, and he finds him.
It's a perfect trap.
I'll get the bushwhack in as well. Rezo getting taken down behind his tier 2 once again. Nine just continuing to be bang on target every single time with these shards.
And this is pain. I mean, look at the moments. 5k gold lead now. Crystallis, he hasn't been able to find much of anything after the laning phase. They're making all the space in for Skeeter, and they're getting kills out of it too.
They need to slow Tundra down somehow, or look to make some sort of fight happen around their own ultimates. Just set the team fight up for Nisha to be able to burn through these enemies with this incredible amount of damage he can do as the Lesh.
Dungeon's just, I mean, they're keeping all the lanes pushed in. Look, Snaking goes to the scary lane. Top, he's going to push that one out quickly. Mid's pushed in, bottom's pushed in. Skeeter's already starting to look to cut some waves. Okay, maybe suiciding some illusions, but looking to cut some waves.
Yeah,
the pressure on the map, it's too much right now for Secret.
Just getting information on who's sort of still sat back here in the base. They know that Rezo's only just stepping out, so they can sort of plan for the movements of this Enigma and make sure that they're ready to prepare for any sort of jump Secret tries to make on them.
And look, they're building more and more damage. Crystal's, he's really far.
Deep. Very far up the lane. Now you can see Tundra there a bit hesitant. They know that if he's going to play aggressive like that, chances are that the rest of Secret's there to back him up, and Secret were able to step up.
As soon as they see anything, though, 33 is just knocking on a tier 2 bottom as this Tide. Getting close to his pipe as well, so all this damage mitigation for the Lesh.
I mean,
it's starting to get online.
Yeah, the amount of pressure that Tundra can apply. Something that we've seen them always had the power to do with the drafts they normally enter in with. 33's Tide just being able to sit down here, Skeeter able to split the map up with his illusions. It's just a whole lot of everything that Secret's having to deal with right now.
Tower's just continuing to get hit. 33, he just knows he's free down here because he also has that ward backup. He has Skeeter near him too. Tundra playing the map beautifully. And yeah, they got that shard early on Soxa, so that burst damage that we were talking about, they're gonna have so much of it to take out this Lash, to take out that tanky punch. And yeah, lanes are already starting to get cut. There's already a Naga Siren problem.
You very much see it in the net worth, and indeed so far, Secret not really being able to use the power of the Pudge. Now, Crystal is still very much behind here in the farm, and we see underneath the tower, Tundra will start poking at him, getting him pretty low. Chain Frost will be thrown out, but not too many bounces at all, and 33's ready to go back in onto Crystal is Secret. At this stage of the game, they can't even protect that punch underneath their own tier 2. Rezo jumps forward, they're looking towards 9, but 9
what a force
falls down to the side. He's going to be able to step away, see if they can continue to try and get any further catch. Sides will be able to get the toss back onto 9, so they'll take him down. But look, very much, it's such a struggle here as we're seeing for Crystallis. Under tier 2, Secret, the rest of his team pretty close by. They couldn't help him.
They need to get more.
Tundra, they're ready to try and pick more kills out of this here as they head into the jungle as Secret. Catch out Puppy, Ravage for 33. Puts an end to the life of Zayat. Nisha has to step back. It's just him and Rezo on the retreat right now.
Rezo?
See if they can get any further setup. Rush from 33. Sharpshooter hit coming in as well. Respawns will be there for Secret. Crystallis back in action. Tundra, they won't push their luck. They know that they're maintaining this lead. And as we've seen time and time again, once they get that lead, Tundra, they very, very rarely throw it away.
Especially if they have Skeeter on something like this Naga Siren. I mean, he's been absolutely free the whole game. He's got the Orchid, he's on his way to the heart, and it feels like there's going to start being some really big damage issues on Secret. And the map just continues to be pressured everywhere too, right? Tundra, they're forcing so much bottom. It's like 4 or 5 heroes of Secret having to react to this. Meanwhile, Skeeter's just, he's loving life. Plan is being executed perfectly by them. And for Secret, approaching into any of these fights, like Zayat, he still doesn't even have his Blink Dagger yet, so him being able to jump in, get some type of repositioning, getting some fight advantages, it's not easy. Rezo is the one with the Blink as the initiator, but as we've seen time and time again, he's just very squishy at this point. He'll just die if he goes in.
It's not easy at all for him to find the chance to get these black holes off, and especially before he has that BKB done. And pretty much impossible if Tundra, they turn up in numbers.
And look at this approach from 33. You know, we were talking about damage mitigation so much. It tends to be a big thing that Tundra's going for. The pipe, the Wraith Pact, and he's even queuing up a Mage Slayer. So really cute approach. Because it's a Pudge,
through this?
Pudge and Lesh, right? Completely reliant on that magical damage. So if he just gets an Anchor Smash, if he gets that Mage Slayer applied on them, how are they going to be able to bring down the targets? Especially that Naga Siren, who's gonna have this heart pretty soon.
Each passing moment here, each minute, Tundra is getting further and further ahead. Very much feeling the control they have on the game this early on as well. 22 minutes in, 8K lead.
Yep. And they even have, 9. Oh, we got the Orchid coming out.
We'll be lucky to find an illusion rune.
He'll be all right. And yeah, they also have 9, who's going to be going for his standard Tusk build. He's going to be that straight physical damage burst also. So they have kind of everything going for them here to be able to take down Focus Fire the Pudge, Focus Fire the Lash, reduce their damage, and take objectives. That's the other big thing too. It's going to allow them to get Roche a little bit easier and push those towers.
It really very much is a case of, even through that Bloodstone heal, Tundra, they will kill Nisha so quickly. The Secret's response, it has to be immediate with their sort of counter initiations in terms of the black holes, and
Yeah.
and such.
I mean, it's 22 minutes and there's only 2 flesh heap stacks. Never a position you want to be on the Pudge. But Chrysalis, he's got Ags done. Let's see what he's going to be able to do with this.
See around the mid there. Looking towards 33. This is not an easy kill.
He's very tanky.
Very tanky. And
oh my god, okay. There we go.
I mean, they have to. I don't think they're getting that kill if they don't then.
They got it before he drops the pipe, before he drops the Wraith Pack, so sure. I mean, getting him off the map is
That's the only way they kill him.
Yeah.
They've got to do it quick. They've got to do it safe. They've got to use the black hole in situations like that. I'll take him off the map, and it will at least sort of give them a bit of peace here, maybe for the 30 seconds. Knowing that Tundra, they won't have the tide for the fight, but nonetheless, though, Tundra, they're still that farmed that they'll definitely still go for a quick kill.
Bottom.
Tide or not.
More than enough damage, probably. There it is. And some Deso stacks for 9.
See Lotus now done as well for Nisha, so a little bit of an extra way that he can try and prepare himself for the fight. Give him a bit of a better shot of not being blown up. Some of the targeted abilities from Tundra.
Yep, be able to protect him. Also, if there's like a snowball, he can even get inside the snowball if they play it a little bit perfectly. He can also dispel the boomerang buff, or debuff that is, which amplifies all that damage. Nisha?
This bottom tier 2 is so scary, surely. Here for Secret, unless they can ensure that Tundra put off from diving, and they will manage to get back. Chrysalis, he hits the hook. Grabs back 9 before Skeeter's able to do anything to save him. And sort of frees the rest of Secret there with the song. A good catch onto 9 there. Secret coming in with some level of response now to the moves from Tundra. It's definitely not as smooth sailing as it has been for the last 10 minutes. Secret able to slow them down a little bit by bit.
Yep, and now they have the blink on the Tiny. So an actual initiator rather than just forcing Rezo to be that one to jump in with Black Hole. Getting themselves back on the map. Every time they do kill one of those heroes, it feels pretty massive, at least for Secret, but Tundra doesn't seem like they care too much.
It's just the Naga Siren, right? You know, Skeeter, he doesn't care if he sees a hero or a teammate die every now and then, wants a minute just one off on their own. As long as he's still hitting the creeps, he is happy. Top of the net worth, and indeed with his heart, you can see Skeeter. Him and his illusions, it's not going to be easy to deal with. Sort of the main way to deal with it in terms of the Pudge and the Leshrac. We know that Tundra, they can kill these heroes. As underneath the tier 2 mid, they're looking towards Chrysalis. Skeeter, he's ready to commit in. As they go right in on top of him. Nisha will turn up for the fight, but not able to make any sort of move in time to save him. Chrysalis goes down. And you see 33, he's ready to just waltz right underneath the tier 2 as well. Zayats will jump over the toss back.
Chain Frog.
They are getting 9 pretty low. He's able to get the snowball off in time. Ravage there for 33 ensures the 9's got the space to step back. As Zayats will fall. The bushwhack from Saxa finishing him off. Secret trying their best to deal with this team fight. These dives, this aggression that Tundra is performing. Most times, 9 out of 10, they're not able to deal with it. No. They're not able to stop them from getting what they want. Tundra, they'll push down mids, take down this tier 2. Everything continues to just being ticked off the list here for Tundra.
This Skeeter Naga is just way too farmed, really, for them. Once he shows up to the fight, they're like, oh my god, we do not have enough damage to go through 3,000 HP. It's gonna take them quite a while, and it's into Wraith Pack, and it's into Pipe, and also we saw our beautiful observer point out an extra cloak purchased up. I mean, he is gonna be going back for the Mage Slayer, as we mentioned. He was queuing up Blink for a moment, but yeah, just really looking for all that damage mitigation, making sure that Skeeter will probably never go down unless he gets caught by absolutely everything. So for Secret, next few moments, pretty difficult for them to look for these fights. Multiple Blink daggers. You see even Puppey gets a Blink. They need any type of follow-up. They need the big burst, right? If they catch 1 or 2 heroes in a black hole, they need absolutely everything.
That's a lot of weight on resolution.
It is.
He's got to do something incredible. We get the toss back here on a Snake King, but Puppey's low. Rezo's going to use the black hole.
It's only on 1.
He catches Snake King though, and the song's out. Tundra, they're able to reset the team fight. Puppey goes down. Zayats also to fall. As they'll lose Snake King, but they get 2. Once again, Tundra just proving at this stage to be almost impossible for Secret to fight into.
Tough position to use Black Hole. Pre-BKB into all these stuns, into Song.
I mean, he must be close to the BKB, right, Rezo?
Getting closer. I mean, he bought the Shard, he bought the Lens, so he has delayed it quite some time for himself. And Tundra now, they probably are like, okay, well, no Black Hole. We can probably look for Roshan.
Straight to Roshan, indeed. They know that there's going to be no chance of Secret heading out to this area of the map.
And they kill it fast. With Riptide, with Deso, with Gush. See all that minus armor coming into play on top of the Orchid. Secret, they are reacting though, bringing 4 heroes. Scan is going to catch them.
See if they can get any sort of fight going here. It's not easy, there's no Black Hole to rely on. They're still take straight into the fight with Chris as he wants for it. Snowball's going to be there for now. gets them over towards Nisha. They're trying to step back though. Nisha getting off a good amount of damage this time. Team on the sharpshooter comes in, takes down Zayas. Chrysalis trying to stand his ground with the dismember. They force 9 back to safety. Roshan falling low. Chrysalis also having to back away as 33. He's trying to finish off the Roche. Puppey and Nisha, they're stepping into the pit as well, but 9 heads in Snowball. They get the Ravage off the same time. Rezo tries to jump in to steal the Aegis, but 9 only picks it up. 3 dead on Secret. They'll take the Aegis quickly out the hands of 9. But Secret, they're getting chased back away from the pit. Very much felt like a bit of a last-ditch attempt there from Secret to try and stop Tundra, but they couldn't take the fight around the Roche pit. It's 4 dead, 9 continuing to chase. We'll see Puppey able to blink out just in time. It's good fortune that he has that item there.
I mean, it's wild how much damage is reduced there. In most situations, if there's not a pipe, if there's not a race pack,
so clumped up and they just still didn't die.
Look how much they only. I'm saying only because when we've seen these Pudges on these Leshes, when they're able to stick on targets, 3 heroes inside that, you would probably see some 10,000 worth of damage or something. But look at this, the damage mitigation completely protecting everybody there.
Secret, they really had to go all in to make a move like this, and they certainly do. They go straight into the pit, and of course, having to try and fight. Rezo doesn't have his black hole back up.
Look at the micro too, right? The Wraith Pack. Look, he pops it and sends it up north to kind of hide it away from everybody. So Secret, they're panicking to try to kill this thing, and meanwhile, they're all just dropping lower and lower.
Yeah.
Great plays from 9. The Snowball initially to dodge the Chain Frost with his team, and then Snowball to kind of guarantee that they can get up that Roshan. Beautiful plays from Tundra. Masters of the team fight.
They are seeming unstoppable here so far in this game. 18k lead.
And it's also, you know, Ravage, it wasn't up until that exact moment as well, too.
Stepping up in the mid, they've got the arrow connection. He's already used the Bloodstone here. Look at the Lotus Orb off in time. A bit of safety in his own Snowball, but it's only going to tear him far away from the safety of any of his teammates as Nisha will get slowly but surely taken out. Puppey as well to fall. Zayat's caught out by the net. It's going to be 3 dead on Secret. We'll see how much further they want to play this one out. It is Grand Finals after all, but this game 1, it just looks like there's very few answers at all to what Tundra's doing right here.
And it's versus that Lesh. They gave the Lesh. They had an idea, they had a concept, and it's working beautifully.
Radiant structures.
Full control of the game.
I mean, 33. As this, you know, how we ended it at the end there, you know, talking about how important the Tide is, how good he is on this hero, and we're seeing it 4-1 and 15. Even without the Ravage, we see the effects he's able to do from start to finish of this game.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Of course, Tundra, we've seen many times before in the games that they play, when they have this sort of lead, they'll ever so careful not to allow any opportunity for it to slip away from them. So they'll back off from the push for now.
Interesting to point out also, Skeeter did buy the shard as well, so feels like they're really understanding this. Limit the damage. You know, this is going to heal for 40%. They're reducing the damage that's coming out from the Pudge and Lesh, so how are they going to kill these big beefy targets,
They
right?
have to catch them split up. But as we've seen, it's very few situations where Tundra, especially at this moment of the game, they choose to sort of fall back into positions that allow them to get caught one by one.
Always playing around each other perfectly. Hook.
Trying to get a first one 33, but he has got the Ravage. Oh, pop it, and now there's the jump ball. 9 just straight in, takes him out. Rezo, he has got the black hole off onto the 2 of them, but do they have the damage? Chain Frost out, the BKB's already out from 9 and Skeeter. It was a nice 2-man black hole, but there wasn't any follow-up. But now Tundra, it looks like once again, they're setting up for the cleanup. They've got the catch on Tanisha. Bushwhack will trap him against the tree. The arrow for Snake, it keeps him locked down. He'll try and step back, but Tundra, the 4-5 of them, chase him down. He'll go for the TP out. He won't make it. Everybody dead on Secret. Tundra, they're ready to resume pushing down the mid.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Just
attack.
seems like they're just way, I mean, this time they're way too far ahead, but they're always just, like you mentioned, everyone's always playing around each other. This time, Ravage is at the ready, 33 not even coming close to dying. And now they're all full health because Skeeter pops a song and heals them up as well. Tundra.
We'll see if they go for one more fight. But that one more fight for Secret, once again, will be lacking the big ultimates. Black hole, of course, used by Rezo there in an attempt to get something going, but really with the BKBs that Tundra have, if they get it off beforehand, then there's absolutely no chance of Secret killing these cores.
Top tower is under attack.
30k gold lead. I mean, full item for each hero pretty much coming out now.
This is just, it's not a position where we've really seen any teams be able to turn things around when they've been against Tundra in particular.
Especially
Tundra get this sort of lead against you, it very much is over, unless something incredible happens.
Especially when they have this Naga Siren, really. They've looked to be amazing. These illusion carries in particular for Skeeter, right? His CK, his Naga has been a pleasure to watch. In Secret, they tried to set that pace early game, but almost never in this game did they actually have a lead. The gold was always actually pretty much in favor of Tundra.
Tundra smoked up, and you can feel it. They're ready to go for the finisher here.
Puppey blinking in.
All right, walking down mid.
Trying to catch the creep wave or something.
Trying to get some sort of a distraction, you know, take Tundra away from the push.
But
buying some time.
The waves are all in, though.
See bottom there, Nisha. He might be in a bit of trouble once again. We'll see Puppey come over the buyback, but that sharp shot there from Saxon, nearly finishing him off. They'll go with the snowball over towards Crystalis. Chain Frost comes out from Puppey. Crystalis commits it with the BKB onto 33, but 33 is just so
There's no damage.
He barely cares at all that this Pudge is on top of him. Another hook from Crystalis will catch on, but 33...
Oopsie.
It wasn't the cleanest combo, but at this point, Tundra, they don't even need to hit these combos. They'll just back off and reset. Not the Ravage into Song that, you know, will sort of blow away Secret, but they can afford to mess that up sometimes. They got a 32k lead.
Yeah, they're like, we don't need it. It's fine, you know? Do I have to watch out, though, as we see Black Hole back up in 10 seconds? It's going to have to be a 5-man. Even then, I don't know. Doesn't even feel like they'll have the damage anyway.
It's got to be a 5-man, and it's got to catch them before they press BKB.
Yeah. And before Wraith Pact or Piper down.
We'll find 9 in the trees. He gets the BKB off before the dismembers there. Saxon able to poke in from the side.
He's waiting.
Bushwhack. Crystalis, he's getting low. 9 tries to chase him out. Crystalis gets taken down. 9 caught by the fear. See at the side though, they're focusing down Nisha. Nisha goes down, 4-star to the side, 9 caught by the avalanche, will go down. Secret able to find some sort of semblance of a trade there. They'll take out 9 immediately. Nisha does commit in with the buyback. I'll see if there's anything Secret can do here with this minute where Tundra are without their mid laner.
Nisha can never walk up. He just walks in and gets fully focused from everyone on Tundra. And another item coming up for Skeeter in a moment.
My goodness.
More heal prevention, more damage reduction, etc. Scotty's going to be coming out also for this Naga.
Extra illusion as well with the level 20.
Yeah.
And illusion rune found us on top of that also. I expect us to continue to just see all 3 lanes push right up to the base of Secret. If Secret are going to try and find that, what needs to be an immaculate team fight, 5-man Black Hole, it's just going to be so hard for them to do it anywhere outside of the base. Leaving this area of the map, leaving the, you know, the some sort of safety of the high ground, it's just so tough against what Tundra's doing on the map right now.
Tundra's on cruise control. Look, Snaking's even got boots to travel on the 5 Marana.
Nice.
They don't know what to do, bro. Come on, relax, bro.
Okay, keep hovering. Guys. I got Vicky. Oh.
Well, there we go, very much. Because he's Secret, I think they know that this is a spot game 1 that's tough, but there's a long series ahead of them, so making sure to keep things positive. And very much still continuing it to give it their all. Smoked up here, Zayat and Resolution.
I think most people find it, you know, you hear Puppey like kind of laughing in these type of games, and you're like, oh, okay, whew. A heart now for 33.
This is a scary place of Resolution and Zayat. Very close by to Tundra.
In the trees. Everyone on Tundra is just so farmed at this point. Pretty much every single hero core.
So hard to get any grab, any toss back.
Oh yeah, Snaking's got bots, Lotus, 4-staff, Drum.
I mean,
this is 5-position Marana, by the way.
We've seen some farm supports today. This one's certainly up there from Snaking.
Tundra just tend to do this a lot of times too, right? Distribute their wealth nicely, especially, I mean, at this point in this game, of course, when they have all the space in the world, but...
Can they see 33, but
he's got 4,000 health.
They're gonna try. Look at the toss back. It's just, it feels so rough to try and commit onto this tide.
He just Mage Slayer hits them and they do nothing.
They've got to back off. 33's toying with the idea of a Ravage as well. Nisha nearly getting caught out by the Bushwhack. Will get jumped by 9. He's in with the Walrus Punch. A Secret just scrambling back up towards the high ground. And I tell you what, I think they're quite lucky to get out of there with nobody going down.
They can't even, I mean, they tickle the tide. This build really from 33 is working perfectly. I mean,
it's unkillable.
The Pipe Wraith pack we've seen so many times, but just throwing in this Mage Slayer because he sees that both cores are this magic damage emphasis.
6-1 and 21, exactly what you hope to see from your offlane.
4-1-15
Roshan
on Skeeter.
Should be another one here for Tundra. Again, these illusions from Skeeter making sure that Secret, they cannot even dream of getting anywhere close to the Roshan.
Every lane pushed in. Puppey, up for a journey, trying to maybe collect some bounty runes. Blinks will be okay, Snaking won't find him. But the Roche acquired 40k gold lead, back to business.
Absolutely just passing by the sort of 1k gold a minute, something that you very rarely see in terms of a lead and at this stage of the game. Pretty much a full nullify done as well from 9. Even tougher to try and protect that core that gets jumped upon by 9.
They're looking to go to, they're smoked. So many of these heroes just get immediately burst down, especially Puppey.
With that Aegis, Tundra know that they can look to get into the face of Secret.
33's taking the tower by himself. He's just anchor smashing it.
Yeah.
He's got the talent.
Chrysalis trying for some sort of a hook.
They can't stop him.
I mean, what's his Zayats? He's looking for a toss back. A 9 in response immediately on top of it. That's Zayats gone. No buyback for him.
Chrysalis.
He'll pop the BKB. He's got to use it to step back, get some sort of distance between him and the rest of the team. He's going to try and stand his ground on 33 on 9. Jumps in with the Warrior's Punch into the snowball. Over towards Isha Rezo. He's going to go for the black hole. The song is there.
It's healing him.
I mean, the black hole and damage alone, not enough to take him out through the BKB. Rezo's out. Does have a buyback, but even if he opts to do so, won't have a black hole to use. Tundra, they'll continue this push up towards the top lane. Taking down this set of barracks. A Secret, we'll see if they go for one last move. Maybe hope that Tundra gets a bit close to the fountain, but Tundra, they don't mess around. They're not making any mistakes. 33 pops the Ravage, catches out Nisha and Chrysalis. Chrysalis getting low. He might just be able to reset this time as he is over towards the fountain, actually able to lift Nisha. Also able to keep himself alive for now with the Lotus. Reflects the net, but 33 is getting in on top of him. No one else able to get Nisha away from Tundra. He's out for 100 seconds. The tier 4s are gone. They're on to the Ancient. GG is called. And Tundra, they take this game 1, and my goodness, they take this game 1. This was not close. Tundra in full, complete control. I mean, it felt like after 10 minutes, Secret, they didn't have a chance at all in this one, Bog.
It felt like even from lanes, right? The rotations from Saksa kind of putting on this pressure onto Nisha. This was a miraculous game, really, from Tundra, kind of setting the tempo super early on with the Naga Siren draft. When you're able to kind of get this type of lead early on, and you have a Naga, and you start realizing, hey, we're versus only magic damage, my Tide can just completely counteract it, you know?
Absolutely.
It's an excellent approach.
And I think what's going to feel really good for them is indeed it paid off. You know, as Aoi said, they wanted to try this game 1, let the Lesh go through. They dealt with it, and they dealt with it phenomenally. There was no question about it. It was never going to be any sort of issue after a certain point, as Tundra looked terrifyingly good here in this game 1 of the Grand Finals. Back over to you guys on the panel.
Thank you very much, Odie, Pixel, and Fox. Yes, Tundra executing psychological warfare here in game 1. They let the Lesh through, and they destroy it, and you saw Secret just walking off. That felt a little bit heads low. This is probably one of the most devastating first matches we've had at the Grand Finals at International.
And it looked really good at the start, in some ways.
I mean, they had 5 heroes.
Like, they did have 5 heroes. I mean, one of the plays that I was most excited for that game was when they came mid and ganked, and they managed to kill 9 on his Tusk. And in anticipation of his respawn, they thought he's going to move somewhere. So they smoked Zayats and Nisha to top lane, where they then do a counter gank on 9's respawn TP. And that was like, I was like, that's so cool. Like, they're really shutting down 9's Tusk this game. Like, Nisha's just following him around the map.
I don't know, I feel like, James, you're completely on point. This game is just devastating.
Bro, come on.
You're picking... you've been
Trust
given...
me, I've been in games like this, not at the International, but this is
similar.
a lot of what my MMR matches look like, and yeah, but you know, I still play more.
Sheep, Tigab, they've been given Lesh, they've been given Pudge, and this Naga is still not counterable. In the last series, they've been given Magnus, Monkey King. Like, you've been given these Empower heroes. Ember, I believe, was in that one as well. Like, you have just so much AoE damage to deal with these illusions. It just does not work. Lesh, however, they They proved it here, right, T? It can be countered.
It can be countered. And I think right now for Secret, after this first game, it's identifying the fact that Tundra, they are this team that when they get into an aggressive position, they're going to hold it against you. Like this lineup from Secret, if you get out ahead in the laning phase, sure, you have the AoE damage from a Purge and a Leshrac, you can deal with the Naga Siren. But when you lose your early game, and Tundra is the best team in the world at just choking out, playing aggressive, not allowing you to cross the river and make any plays. And on top of that, 33, I know we kind of touched on it lightly, his itemization, he's identified the fact that if he gets a pipe, a Wraith Pack, even a Mage Slayer, I think Knoxville tweeted that it's like the 5th time a Tidehunter has ever picked up Mage Slayer on this hero. Like, he can just stand up front. So now in Secret, if they find the Tide, you can't kill him. If you then find anyone else, you're going to get an Argo Song. Like, it was just exceptional gameplay from them. But yeah, I think the Leshrac is the key story right now for this one.
Well, I think we need to know more about Leshrac, T.
Oh, yay.
Because will we see it again?
Oh, I mean,
tell us more.
Oh, tell us more. Well, of course. So Team Secret coming into this tournament, or at least into the playoffs, they'd beaten PSG twice in a row with the Leshrac. They had beaten Thunder Awaken twice in a row with the Leshrac. They were one of the best Leshrac teams in the tournament, but this game here is the first loss for Nisha on Leshrac, going now 4-1. Don't forget Tundra, they've not played any Leshrac at TI so far. They've not even touched it. They played it 6 months ago. So for Tundra to come into this grand finals, to give Secret one of their best heroes, beat them with it, potentially Tundra, it could slip into their hero pool throughout this grand finals.
Isn't there another team at TI?
It's quite a few.
That didn't play Lesh?
Yeah,
back in the day.
Back in the day, CDEC, they did not play Leshrac, and it cost them a TI win. It was pretty devastating, but looks like it's going to be the complete opposite story here.
It was also a very broken hero back in the day.
Yeah.
And it still is quite a broken hero. And luckily, Nine has played some Leshrac this week. He played 3 pub games on it. So this strategy from Tundra, give Secret Leshrac, beat them with the Leshrac, never play it at all. It could set up for some mind games going into game 2, maybe game 3. That Tundra surprises Secret with a, haha, we actually do play it type strategy. But maybe I'm kind of getting carried away there.
Well, it didn't work out in game 1. But do you think, Tundra, we talked about their map control. They had really good vision. They strangle at the map. But one of the other things is this a counter to Leshrac as well. The fact that every single person you want to kill is just so hard and they have backup. Because you don't want to be chasing a Mirana. Hoodwink, gets into the tree line. You don't want to open up on the Tide. So it seems like they're not only masters of the map, they're really masters of control. And Leshrac needs to go deep into the fights. And so what do you do? Get a blink?
Yeah, like Lich. Lich got himself a blink. Why not Lesh as well? Like blink on Leshrac is actually not that bad. It can happen later on in the game. They had different problems though. Like the initiation needed to happen after Ravage, post-Ravage. That puts a lot of pressure on Rezo. Like you could see so many black holes that are targeted well. He catches a couple of heroes, but those heroes already pop the BKBs because he cannot wait. He knows that if he waits, the Ravage is there, his teammates are already dying. Leshrac, so many times he goes in, and he's the sole hero that's hitting the Wraith Pact.
Tough. But of course, Team Secret will take a moment backstage. They're going to have a little bit of time to kind of regroup and pick up their heads. But we did hear from Team Secret earlier as Avo sat down with them before the grand finals.
Welcome, Team Secret, to the round table. Are you guys ready for the grand final?
I'm ready. Nisha was the first one that answered. It's good, Like, why everybody looking at me for?
Let's get started with the actual questions. A lot of teams, they talk about how losing makes them stronger because they get to learn about their weaknesses, when a team figures them out. Are you guys worried that they can just figure you out at the right moment and then it'll be too late to learn from it?
Yeah, Nish?
Yes.
I'm worried. I'm actually worried. I mean, in Secret, if you lose with one hero, you're not picking it again. That's the law. So it might be off.
Come on.
Don't
ruin the hero.
Removed from the pool.
Do you feel like the underdog to a degree?
We are underdogs.
Okay.
There's no question about it.
Okay. Let's talk about the addition of Rezo to the team. You guys have been playing together as a duo for a while, haven't you?
Since the VP times, yeah. We were together in VP, we were together in Hellraisers, now here.
Raise some hell.
Is it true that you guys were marketing yourself as a duo when you guys were both looking for a team? Like you were looking to lane together?
Yeah, I literally made that tweet that the best duo offlane was looking for a team.
And it worked?
Not a single request was from that tweet. Nobody reached out. They're like, yeah, whatever. Who are these guys? I mean, I think it's both the view on the game that we are sharing and outside of the game. Like we share a lot of life understanding, you know, some certain things, and it's like very easy to talk to. So it just kind of like was a very obvious way for us to go from that point on.
Is it true that you guys speak Russian to each other in the lane during the game?
Yes, it is true.
So the half the team speaks English to each other and the other half speaks Russian?
Yeah, it's just the laning. Yeah.
Oh, just the laning.
But like sometimes we are switching lanes, so I'm laning with a Clement and we like kind of break the rules, you know.
And I'm playing with Remco and speaking English also.
Yeah.
So
When you do things, you do what's comfortable, right? It doesn't bother us that they're speaking Russian. To be fair, it's even like a benefit because we can zone out of it.
Yeah.
Not me, I actually hear it. But like for Remco's sake and stuff like that, like he doesn't even like hear anything what's going on.
Yeah.
I mean, he also has problems. He also understands what's going on, kind of.
He's not hearing anybody.
So to be fair, only Remco doesn't understand what's going on. We're all here, and we kind of get it. You know?
Let's talk about Chrysalis as well. Remco, yeah?
Remco, yeah.
Yeah. You guys have both previously stated how he's a wild stallion, and you had to break him a little bit in the beginning.
Wild stallion, what?
I think I know. Okay, not that kind of wild stallion. He's his own person, Puppy. You talked about that.
Okay,
yes. Sorry, maybe I went a little bit too poetic.
At Riyadh or?
Yeah, it was a Riyadh.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, how's the relationship evolved going towards TI?
No, I mean it's still the same. I don't think much has changed at all. It's just still a bit of goofing. We clicked. It just kind of works. Yeah. I'm usually a bit more of a clown, I guess, at times. Well, you know, whatever.
I mean, I could tell you a billion Remco stories. I could tell you a billion Remco stories.
What does it mean to you to be able to play in the grand finals?
I get a chance to fulfill my dreams and my goals. To me, TI is always like a celebration. Like I just completely enjoy all my days here, like including the finals or not. You know, I'm just happy to be playing the high level of Dota.
Puppy, you've been to 3 TI grand finals. What advice would you give your fellow teammates?
My advice has always been there every day, and it doesn't matter if you're playing first match of TI or last match of TI. It's the same thing, you know?
Just play the game of Dota that you're playing for how many, 20 years, 10 years, 5 years, whatever. But just play the game and do your best and be in the moment, be in the present moment. Just give it your best.
Are you excited to play in front of a crowd? Does it add to the experience to you?
When they start chanting like some names of the team, usually the enemy team, it's fun. It gets better. You know?
The enemy teams. Please, crowd cheer
it
for
gives me
Nisha.
energy, you know, to prove them wrong, kind of.
Okay.
But it's fun, I guess. Yeah.
Crowds are awesome, and especially if they do some awesome things in there, like I don't know, remember like that Enigma doing the black hole that was happening in Benaroya Hall back in, I don't know, second TI, I think. The crowd brings a lot of good energy.
You always feel it, like, you know, even if you're completely zoned in the game, you still feel the, I don't know, sounds, the even like vibrations on the ground and stuff. You know, all of the people are watching, and not only on stream, like, you know, thousands on stream, but here, literally here, and it's a very different experience.
I like to enjoy crowd because I like to scream at enemies when I'm killing them. Because after the scream, I can cool down. It's much easier. That's why I like crowd, because they're screaming. I'm like, oh, hello, and we go next.
Thank you, Team Secret, for talking to me. Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
You're welcome.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, it was a pleasure. Let's go.
That's the way to go.
Welcome back to the panel. Yes, I was a bit concerned for Secret coming off of game 1, of course, and how they kind of looked, but actually kind of seeing that video feel really wholesome. I think like this is a team that actually get on so well and could definitely come back. And the talks of the crowd being amazing and how Zayat wants them, and Singapore has been amazing this tournament. But any takeaways from the interview?
We heard more words from Nisha in that one interview than we did in the entirety of the DPC season. So I think that was the best content piece that I've watched from Secret.
I know, right? Doing my research for TI, I was just like, Nisha. There's nothing. Moving on.
What was his comment? It was in Secret, if we lose with a hero, we don't pick it again.
Yeah.
So that whole Leshrac piece that we did earlier, you can just ignore this kind of Leshrac
That's also
piece.
very interesting, because that's not usually how Secret was, how Puppy is. Like, if you remember back in the day, he was known as that stubborn captain. If he picks a hero, he's going to stick with it no matter what, if he thinks that it's...
Yeah, and I remember actually talking to Dendi, and he was like, I play what Puppy tells me to. You know, even if I don't think, you know, it's okay, Puppy says, I have to do. But let's check in as we wait for the second game to get ready. Let's check into the arena with Slacks.
Yes, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. We are still here in the crowd for Grand Finals Day. We still awake, crowd? Oh, fantastic. Now, I do have a very rare opportunity. These were the first things that sold out at the secret shop. These are the oh my God, don't show that. Valve promos, man. Very rare. We're going to give these away in a little trivia contest. Now, people get a little nervous in front of the camera, so we're going to do what I like to call crowd trivia. It's basically trivia for Dumbos. Now, I'm not going to say that, but all right, anyway, very easy trivia. Anybody in here a large? A large? Anybody a large? All right. Hello, sir. What is your name?
Tom.
Tom. What's your gamer tag?
My gamer tag?
Yeah.
It's on his shirt. Here we go.
That's Papa Virgin.
Call me Papa.
All right, well, that ain't changing anytime soon. Trivia question for you, my friend. All right. This is very hard. What team is Heen associated with?
Oh, God. That's a tough one.
Don't know. What?
Secret.
Secret! That's not Team Secret! There you go. One loud shirt. There you go here. We got a medium. Now, this man helped me corral some fans earlier, so get your butt over here. This is practice content. All right, this is tough. How do you spell Leshrac?
L-E-S-H-R-A-C.
I actually don't know how to spell Leshrac, so here you go. Enjoy. Thank you. All right, Small. Hello, sir. You look trustworthy. How are you doing?
I am doing very good.
Fantastic. All right, sir. I haven't really thought of a question. Okay. Who's your favorite caster, OD or Fog? Now, there is a correct answer. They're right there next to us. OD or Fog?
There's only one, sir. Fog!
Wow, that's great. Unfortunately, incorrect, though. So we'll have to go to another. No, I'm just kidding. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. And everybody here, by the way, these are the primo seats, right behind the casters, right when everybody walks out. These were the guys that came in first. So give it up! And yes, we're still quite awake over here, so we'll pass it back to you guys. Keep doing your panel thing, all right? You guys give it up.
Thank you, Slacks, as he rejoins the crowd to cause more carnage. Have you seen OD Pixel Cast, by the way? It's one of the best things, because those are the primo seats, as Slacks called it, but he is so animated, and Fog just kind of stands there.
It's all the hand movements. It's really feeling and like part of the game.
It's really good that they're standing behind OD. If it was Cap, someone might get wet as well, you know.
That's true.
This could happen. Yes, so we're going to be getting the players out for game number 2, Secret versus Tundra. And still, the storyline is Tundra dominating game 1. And Sheeps to kind of talk about, you know, really how they put down the, not only just their opponents, but put down the lock on the map. What were they doing, Tundra?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I really liked how they utilized their Fat Tide. They brought him away from the bot lane when around 14 minutes when he finished his Wraith Pact and used his Ravage to kill the Leshrac, and this opened up the mid tower for them. And they were able to get a deep ward in the enemy's triangle during this move, which is like, it's very valuable, because then they move into the bot side of the map, and they know how much they can poke and dive this tier 2 tower given the information they're getting from their vision. And by combining this with having 2 high damage supports in the Mirana and Hoodwink, it meant that they were able to assassinate and kill people without even the help of their cores. So they're just constantly applying pressure and kill threat to Secret all the time.
That pressure is constantly enabled by the Naga as well. Those pesky illusions like Rezo, that wasn't a game for him. Why? Because there's always one pesky illusion following him around, breaking his Blink Dagger, hitting him. Like, by the time he gets rid of the illusion, the teamfight is already kinda over. And Mirana plus Naga, like this combo, it needs to be dealt with.
Yeah, the position 5 Mirana, it's only Tundra doing it, and it's the fact that in all of their drafts as well, they've got the Brood or a Spirit Breaker, the Enigma, like they've always got an element of just map pressure that other teams haven't been able to kind of replicate in their games. And yeah, this is why Secret in this gap, or this break at least from game 1, they need to identify how do we want to prevent Tundra having that map pressure.
Well, we'll have to see as we're going to be getting ready for game 2. As you can see, the teams have now joined us on stage. And of course, we talked a little bit about Tundra, just how they're locking down the map. It really seems like they figured their opponent out, at least in terms of game 1. And actually, we're going to hear from Tundra about their opponents, Team Secret.
I think Team Secret is a very formidable opponent because I think they've defined their roles for each other very well, and they know exactly what to expect from each other. I mean, obviously they have Puppy. So like it kind of goes without saying, honestly. It doesn't need to be explained. And by this point, it's also for Nisha as well. It's just such an amazing player. If you were just to think of each of their player, not even looking at any particular game, you kind of have an idea of what each hero will play. Nisha will generally play like a very high damage hero, and then Crystallis will either be some sort of utility or counter pick for the lane, and same thing with the Resolution. They know their lane matchups very well. It's like they play these stupid combos that you feel like the lane shouldn't be strong, but then they know something about it a bit more than you do, or like the synergy is a bit better, that they manage to win these lanes, and like suddenly like they have very good synergy in the game.
The last time we played them in a group stage where we 2-0'd them, I think they messed up their drafts in both of their games, so I don't think we actually got to play the real Secret.
Like going into this match against them, I think we are kind of on even grounds. Like both of us have kind of, since that match, both of us have kind of gone through a win streak. Yeah, I think we are on even footing, and just excited to see how the game will play out.
Really interesting there that Tundra, despite, I feel, a lot of fan favorites, people, I would say pros favorites actually. I would say maybe Secret could be fan favorites, but Tundra could be the pros favorites, because we heard from Seb and Notel earlier, and they kind of picked Tundra to go forward, but they're actually saying in the interview there that they feel that they're on even ground.
They're just being humble, Dota Pro players. Like, very rarely do you hear someone say, yeah, I'm gonna own you, I'm much better. Like, we have a couple of those, but not too many. However, Tundra, I believe they shouldn't be as humble. The way that they're playing, it's magical.
Well, you've heard from us, and soon we'll hear from the casters, because we're ready to go into game number 2 of the Grand Finals.
Secret's turn to ban.
Team Secret versus Tundra Esports. Grand Finals, Game 2.
Remaining.
Thank you very much, James. And yes, we're absolutely ready here in Singapore for Game 2 between Secret and Tundra. Once again, joined by Seb, Notel, and Fox here for the draft. I mean, first off, boys, that Game 1, a pretty severe stomp, for the most part there from Tundra. What would you say you sort of put that down to overall, and what do you expect to see change coming into maybe this Game 2 draft? Because it's Secret, we've seen from them, they've got so much more to offer than this.
Tundra has a system, and I think, I'm going to try to break it down quickly before the draft develops too much, but it's about the map. It's about Neta pressuring one side of the map with his heroes, the Wraithpack Tide, the Visage, the Brood, the Beastmasters, and Skitter doing the same thing on the other side of the map. He does not leave his jungle, he does not leave the safe lane for as long as he can, and he collects information. And only certain heroes can do that. Naga, one of the best in the game. Slark, Nighttime, Night Vision, really hard to go on this hero also. Nakes with Rage in a good life stealer game. And then the 3 other heroes are very fast-paced heroes, the Miranas, the Tinies, the Tuskars, the Pangoliers, that are gonna strike kind of left and right on the map depending on the enemy's movement. And that's how they kind of win the economy game, hit timings, and then close the game. So I think you really have to respect that and either, hurt their system or, find a way to counter it. I hope that Secret will adapt and really try to counter what Tundra does on the map a little bit more that game, so that they get an even footing, because they're great players too, and they can definitely beat them if on fair ground.
Absolutely. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This Game 2 draft off to a start, and no surprises so far.
I mean, I think it's a lot about the second phase bans. They do choose, the first phase, they could have chosen to go against either the Brood or the Doom. I also agree with Seb that you could probably, sooner rather than later, choose to change your target a bit. I think Skitter heroes are very important for them. This Slark, this Ursa, the CK, I don't think does nearly the same that a Naga does. Naga has been, I mean, the Naga games that they've had, it seems unstoppable. It seems like it's not fun to play against. And it's not like they first phased it, but I think the second phase bans were very wasted in all the games, more or less, that they played each other. And I think, yeah, they have to find the right ones.
Like, bit of pivot this time from Tundra, right? No Mirana, but they do get given the Marcy and the Visage. I mean, this combo is absurd. Side-kicked birds even later on. The lane is also ridiculous. And they have a lot of different combos. I've seen Tundra do stuff like this where you're now forced to maybe ban some heroes you don't want to. I've seen them do like this Luna Visage even at times that can sometimes just, you have to waste a ban because you just don't want to play versus something like that.
It's very strong, and Marcy is also deny pick, right? I think Marcy is one of the heroes that Tundra refuses to play against when it comes to Secret's playbook because they're so good at using it on lanes. I feel like Secret has one tool that can really cripple Tundra. It's the laning phase. They're very strong in the lanes. They execute. I mean, Neta even talked about it in the interview where he said that they respect a lot their laning and how much they're willing to push these lanes. And Marcy is one of the best heroes for that. So I think obviously Tundra would have been happy with the Mirana first phase, but they're like, yeah, we're gonna take the Marcy away.
I feel it's almost a shame. Like we saw the Monkey versus the Broodmother in one of the games. Like they completely annihilated like the laning phase in that game. I think it was all 3 lanes that were going super well for them. And I want to say they could have done the same, like don't waste a ban on the Broodmother, get your Dawnbreaker, stay within your comfort, like get the Monkey. I mean, the Monkey's banned, so it might have something to do with it.
So we're back to the Tundra system, you're gonna have, you have to see how it's gonna develop. This Visage is gonna buy Wraith back, he's gonna take the tier 1 tower, he's gonna live in Secret's jungle, and the Marcy plus the 9 hero and the other support are gonna be missing. They're gonna be in the fog of war. And they're gonna make Secret, think twice about shoving this Visage away from his area. And on the other side of the map, you're gonna have Skitter doing the same thing with a Wraith King, or, he probably would have loved the Naga, now Naga's out. And I really want Secret to try to target these heroes that can achieve that map dominance and force him into a more casual Ursa game, or, these heroes that really cannot apply as much pressure on the map.
And also the Visage, I mean, that was the one they lost to, right? I also think it's now Tundra 1 game up. And it's the Mirana ban.
It's quite interesting, I think, the Nyx ban, because we haven't mentioned it in game 1, but Tundra lost to Secret where they had Nyx. And Nyx is one of the better heroes at disrupting map movement, right? At finding information himself or finding pickoffs and getting. And, Tundra came into this grand final saying, you know what, actually this Nyx is more annoying than the king of your heroes that has been Leshrac so far.
Yeah.
So it kind of says a lot about what's going on, Dota-wise.
I like that point a lot, too, because a lot of times you can see the Nyx and it's like, oh, he has, Carapace is excellent this game, there's all this, but it's actually the scouting, right?
Yes,
it's actually so much about getting the information.
Finding out if Neta is alone or if Skitter's alone, and, being able, to just get that quick pickoff.
And now we see, even, the Beastmaster ban, right? A similar thing they were talking about. It's controlling the map, trying to read things. So, really interesting bans coming out from Tundra.
Yeah. I like the Secret bans much more this time around the second phase. The first phase is something else, but they're committing to a certain strategy, but the Naga's out, the Mirana's out. The amount of map tools that they get are getting very, very limited already, much more than in game 1.
I want to see the Dawnbreaker come out for Secret. I mean, I think that would be a really strong pick. It can crush the Visage.
Yes. If you look at what Secret did there was a game when they had this next Dawnbreaker silencer, and I felt like it gives them really strong lanes, so they can kind of beat Tundra at that game. And if they transition into the mid game, they have these global tools that even if Tundra kind of pulls off this outmaneuvering on the map, you have these global tools that are gonna allow you to, even it out. You get the global silence, you get the Dawnbreaker ulti, and I thought it was an interesting approach. Definitely heroes I would like to see Secret look at.
Yeah, and we also get Secret as second pick for the. I mean, they won't get the choice in game 3 and in game 5, but now we're going to be able to see how strong the second pick is going to be for them. I think the flex pick again from the Dawn, or finding a hero that can, add this global presence, break this map, but still remain, have some things remain flex, like the Leshrac Resolution can play it, and they can keep this till the end. But yeah, I think the second phase bans this time around much better from Secret.
Yeah, I like the Luna. That was when I was.
yeah, exactly.
It's
I think this is thought through. I think the Mirana also, they would have gone for it for snaking. I think the Naga is a must ban for the rest of the series in second phase, unless they come up with the ultimate way to deal with it.
Yeah, Luna Visage, very strong combo. I mean, we've played Tundra in TI10 qualifiers, and they were doing this Luna Manta Night Vision abuse. So it's definitely a hero that they can use a little bit like a Naga. Constantly sending the Manta illusions, shoving the waves, sending them also to scout, because Skitter is one of the players that not only farms with Manta, he actually uses it as a scouting tool to increase his map presence.
And as we were talking about with the Naga, how he was using the illusions instead of just going camp to camp to camp. He's cutting the wave, even though it's not efficient. He's getting a little bit more info, especially during nighttime. I mean, they had full vision the whole night.
Yeah.
Sometimes even just suiciding illusions, just literally to get any type of information.
Yep.
And theoretically there are 2 ways to deal with Tundra's, kind of split push style. The CK is one of the heroes that they really enjoy doing that with. Okay, they go for the Phoenix into Chen. It's a great Phoenix game.
When do they play the Phoenix? I want to say it's only with Visage they've played it.
I think I only saw them play it once, if even that. I don't even know if I saw them play it here.
They played it. I've seen Snaking play Phoenix once this tournament, I want to say. I'm pretty sure.
So basically, I think Secret, you have two approaches. When you play against this split push heavy kind of style, you either match what they want to do, or you group up and ball up and try to force them into a 5 versus 5 fight at a pace that they don't really want to get into. And I feel like Chen Lesh is a perfect lineup to push the issue before Tundra kind of gets online with their heroes. Think about the Leshrac Bloodstone and the mech timing. It's going to be very close. These heroes play together really well. Chen is going to bring a ton of armor and a ton of buffs on this Leshrac that are going to kind of help him live through the Tundra burst. And maybe they can just snowball the game, because usually Tundra don't really look at these early timings, and they hope that they get to, get away with their map stuff like they did game 1.
If you force this Visage and the CK to fight before they get the shard on Visage and the BKB on CK, they might just run into, a Leshrac and easily solo kill them. The Phoenix pick, I thought he played this tournament, but I don't see it. I think this is his first Phoenix so far at TI, and it's a classic hero versus Tusk, it's a classic hero versus Chen, and it's super good with the Visage. So we've seen him play it before. I think it's very cool to see something, be busted out of the finals. It also makes a statement.
We're seeing a very different approach from Secret this game.
Very different.
Remember Chen Bristleback? Remember some Chen Bristle?
Yep, that was
at TI9?
Yep. I think this is a statement. It's like, what, this map stuff that you're forcing us to deal with, you're gonna have to play our game now. And it's gonna be a game of Leshrac, Chen, Bristol grouping up, going for early objectives, maybe even going high ground early. And it's like, have you thought about that happening to you?
You think Kuro's watching?
Hopefully he is.
I think inner Kuro right now is like push the base, push the base.
It lets them set the tempo even better, because last game they kind of wanted to, but their heroes didn't have to, especially after lanes, like things just crumbled. This one, it's, like you mentioned. They're going to be able to force them into Roche, force them to fights around towers.
Counter the Visage as well, Bristleback, like both on the lane, but also in the game. I also think he doesn't care at all, the CK and the Phoenix early on. I mean, later on it starts changing a bit. I really like Secret's approach so far.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I feel like, Dota theory-wise, they have a much better shot this game than the last one, in my opinion. And I feel like there's a lot of pressure on the 9 hero, because he needs to be the one buying time for House Kidder.
He doesn't get last
33 pick. And he doesn't get last pick.
10 seconds.
He needs to enable his side laners this game.
So do you pick against the Lesh, or do you pick?
You
actually don't know.
You don't know.
Playing Lesh.
It could be Tusk Lesh. It's easy setup. I think it's quite laneable into the CK Phoenix, if it's going to be CK Phoenix, which I think it will be.
It's tricky. It's very tricky, actually.
Tundra's tended to not really prioritize, counteracting that matchup, though, right? Like, we've seen, Liquid's approach to Lesh, they pick, the lean a lot of times. 9 usually just sticks with his style.
Well, but still, 9 has his counter picks. Like, when he saw Secret pick Pangolier, he went for Lizard Man, I forget the name.
Primal Beast.
Primal Beast. And I think he will take his opportunity to counterpick when he can. Like, he really wants, when he saw the Lesh before, they picked the Tusk, knowing that most likely I can get this matchup, and that's the one he likes, So now he has to pick blind, and I think Nisha might have an opening to really, really punish if he chooses.
Let's see what he's going to look at. I mean, we are getting a Puppy Chen in TI finals, which I think is very exciting, by the way. Like, I love it when both teams are getting their bread and butter, because this is where you're going to get kind of the finest Dota out there.
Played Dota for 20 years, and you just pick your favorite hero, the one you want to play.
Puppy Chen in TI finals. What else do you want to watch,
That's what he also picked the Chen out. How many times versus Alliance?
Probably many times, yeah.
I mean, there was, I'm trying to remember the drafts for all 5 games.
10 years later, back at it. And what do they go for? Arc Warden. Okay, that is
very
interesting.
That's quite the pick.
Yeah.
Quite different.
But look, I think Nisha is going to find something, don't you? I don't think he's going to accept the Leshrac mid versus this. No. I think he's going to choose a hero versus the Arc Warden. What's left? I mean, Pangolier is out. Batrider got banned, so they were already setting up for it. Is this 9's first Arc?
Arc Warden is very nice with the Tundra's heroes. It's very nice with their playstyle. It plays a lot like a Naga. It's a hero that's hard to deal with, that can open areas safely, get information. It's an amazing pick for Tundra's lineup. It's good against Lash. Scared, I mean.
But this is not a typical 9 hero, whatsoever. Like, maybe it's similar a bit to the OD, who doesn't rotate very much, but almost every 9 hero likes to rotate. Like, there's Zeus and there's some other ones. Okay, Morphling. Yeah, here we go.
Morphling mid, most likely, into the Arc. Probably expected it to be a pretty good matchup. There it is, and it's going to be a Rezo Leshrac. And they're just kind of sacking this Leshrac a little bit. And because, it's a rough matchup. Leshrac mid against Arc is not fun by any means.
But last time he played it, he ended up with Blink, Bloodstone, Hex very early on in the game. And I think if he gets the same type of snowball or same type of game, I think it's going to look incredible. You close the gap versus the versus the Arc, you don't care about the Visage, like you can also blow him up. I don't know. I like Secret's approach here. I really like it, and I think 9 might regret, you know, not having stayed for a more active hero. But let's see. I don't think anybody's going to help the Visage this game.
No, it's I mean, I feel Tundra's Dota. I think it's extremely powerful, but this is probably the first game, the game where I feel the most that they can be very challenged. Yeah, and they can be crippled. Yeah.
What's your sort of record, Fox? You know, Nisha Morph, it's popped off before. Is this a game where we can expect to see Nisha get to a level where he's going to be having the potential to 1v5 in these team fights?
He's got good scaling. They got good ways to force team fights. It looks pretty strong.
Yeah. I mean, I've said it before also in the last game. I think they do want to keep the ball rolling, Secret, and if they don't, I mean, Tundra's going to run away with it again, and they're going to get to play the map, and it's going to be a very painful slow death for Secret. Yeah, I mean, I think the ball is in Secret's court. They really have to score.
Nisha Morph is incredible. Like, he's one of the best morphs out there. He hasn't gotten to play it as much lately, but I think everybody that ever got to face his morph still remembers. He is an incredible morph player. He can make wonders in this game.
Let's have a look. We'll find out soon. Surely we'll be able to pop over to Coach, but before we lose your kind of final word, Seb, Secret, how do they bring us back from that loss in game 1?
Tempo. Play their heroes to their strength. You know, it's a Bristleback, a Leshrac, a Chen.
Thank you very much, Seb. Over to Slacks now.
Hello, thank you so much, Owen. I am here with Heen from Team Secret. Heen, rough game 1, as we saw, but what's the strategy here? Just give it to me straight. You know, when in doubt, Chen it out, or what are you guys going for?
No, it's just we want to be able to force objectives because it's been very hard to force fights or like catch them. So we're figuring with Chen, our ball is stronger and faster, and we won't get as frustrated trying to catch them or anything.
All right, well, thank you. Very informative. Appreciate it. Do you remember what Arc Warden does? It's been a while. Do you feel like you got enough counters to that, and you're going to be okay with that last pick Morphling?
I mean, we played against Arc Warden a few times in scrims and maybe even matches. But so, yeah, it was not a complete surprise pick. Hopefully you're ready. I mean, game 1 didn't quite go as we envisioned, so.
All right, well, you know what? We are ready to see this thing go all the way. So, ladies and gentlemen, can you please give it up for this man? Give us some energy. And please give it up to our wonderful casters who will bring us in to game number 2.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Yes, we're ready to go here with game 2, Secret versus Tundra. Let's see if Secret are able to fare a little bit better, because that game 1, it was a rough one. Tundra coming out all guns blazing and being able to take that first map against Secret. I mean, overall, we did hear, of course, towards the end of the game, you know, Secret, they were able to keep spirits high. We heard a lot of positivity from the comms. Sure. Exactly what you need right after, towards the end of a very rough start to the grand finals.
Yeah, and I like the big pivot that they made this game. Rather than looking to chase heroes around, looking to try to catch Tundra, which seemed to be one of the biggest problems for most teams this tournament. They're the ones who is going to be forcing the issue and forcing Tundra to kind of react to them. So let's see if that works. We see right away, Tundra, they go for this level 1 smoke play. Incredibly strong level 1 with the Marcy, with the CK stun to chase heroes. But we see the Secret prepared. They had this early ward placed on top of their outpost to see immediately when smoke broke. So prepared for that early game.
And we'll see how well, you know, Secret can deal with some of the more different heroes that Tundra are bringing into the fray this time. You know, eyes are going to be on 9, see how much he can do.
Oh, that is annoying.
He's going to be able to get a bit of damage down to Chrysalis as he tries to get towards his lane.
He knows he has no risk. He's playing versus Chen in the lane, so you can easily go for these type of pressure plays. Give 33 that first few creeps advantage.
I mean, so this mid matchup as well. You know, we're seeing 2 sort of greedy heroes here, the potential to really become the carries for both teams. The Morphling versus the Arc Warden. Anything exciting to come out of the laning stage? Is just going to be a trade and farm, or do one of these heroes have to be more careful than the other in this matchup?
Probably a trade and farm, maybe 9 slightly ahead if anything, but no, I'd say mostly just a trade. We've seen Nisha and just Morphlings in general. With the new skill build that you can go, you know, you only have to put 2 points in attribute shift. You're able to prioritize having more points in adaptive and waveform. You're able to secure CS constantly, so I'd imagine Nisha does do just fine. Looking at top, this is probably the more exciting lane, I would imagine, to look at. The shards, the stun, flash, constant kill threats onto the Phoenix, maybe even onto CK.
Bottom lane. Those sprays are stacking up, but damage from Saction 33. It's enough to burst through Chrysalis and take him out. She's going to even give a bit of a chase down onto Puppy.
He might go down too.
Finish him off as well. Saxon will be ready to dive in under the tower. And Delane starting off with a double kill for 33. That's not something you want to see if you're Secret.
This is just the Tundra offlane special,
you
right? I mean,
talked it
this
up
is
in
always
game
what they do. Somehow they're able to just always know how to apply so much pressure. And with this death, Soxa comes back, 6 tangos, a salve, 33. You see the items. They do this almost every time on the Visage. Tries to start with no regen, just tries to have mangoes and stats. So they can just keep doing this. I think Crystal is
so much damage. He comes back into the lane and he's pretty much immediately down to a third of his HP. Top lane as well, we're seeing Resolution. He's getting zoned back, Snaking able to take down Zayt's courier. Get the shards down, but dives at the ready.
The first few levels are incredibly impressive from this Marcian Visage. This is one of their bread and butters. Puppey will start to attempt some stabilization with the lane, get the pullback. See what creeps he's able to get to kind of dissuade this damage that's going to be coming out. He gets a pretty good one. It's a good one to at least harass them back, to kind of stop their aggression.
See how soon they're able to get to a point where Chrysalis is, I feel, a bit more confident to step up the creep waves. It's not easy. Off to the side, Saxa.
He'll get the creep.
Gonna look to take down the creep.
They know how strong that creep can be. Good choice to kind of go for it there. And this is a great lane for the Visage where it's like, yeah, the Bristle, you know, as the panel, as Seven Noto were talking about, you know, you do counter this hero in a way as the game progresses, and even in lane sometimes, but also you have infinite mana, right? Visage is just always able to just bash out those spells constantly onto a Crystallis' Bristle.
See there, of course, Puppey quite able to take the small camp back before the respawn. Saxa ensure that ever more tougher and tougher for Secret to gain momentum and control of the creep waves down in this bottom lane. 33 is able to hold it in a fantastic position.
Good position and tons of regen, so they can always go for this harassment. Crystallis, I believe he's got his ring. Yeah, he's got it on the courier, so we'll have some sustain. But his stats overall will be a bit low because it's going to take a very long time for that to come out. So could still look to apply pressure onto him there.
Has got both his spells on cooldown at the moment, so Secret I'll look to choose this time to strike. Skidder drags back Zayt though. And ensure that that last right click required to take Snaking down won't be allowed to be there.
Still holding the Fairy Fire as well too. He's just kind of baiting them a little bit if they did try to commit. So far looking at the mid lane, yeah, Nisha, he's doing just fine. He's actually gone 3-1-1 skill build, okay. Not really feeling like he needs to go for any attribute shift at all versus an Arc Warden, only at one point.
And on this bottom lane, Puppey in particular has to be very careful. I mean, Chrysalis as well, honestly. With a sidekick, with the rebound, full sprays are stacking up. Tundra, at this stage, with the lead that they've already managed to get against the Bristle, it very much seems that Marci and Visage, they can kill that Bristle before the quill sprays become too much and he starts killing them. They know exactly when to push it, and they know that they can get away with it.
It's just like last time, right? When they have this Tide plus this Hoodwink versus that Pudge. This time it's Visage with Marci. Heavy physical damage, Blades of Attack again on 33. Same build he's gonna go as last time. Not the phase boots, but of course just Wraith Pact, high damage.
I mean, how do you sort of recover from the state of this bottom lane? And it feels like one more death from Crystallis down here, and it's going to be very, very difficult to bring this lane back in Secret's favor.
I like that he bought the Raindrop. I think that's a good, at least, attempt to be able to... Yeah, you can get a trade kill probably with those quills that we saw Soxa drop low. Just any type of small stats, any type of small survivability will help. His ring, he's still sitting behind the tower. He actually hasn't brought it out himself. He will in a second.
I think the scary thing as well, of course, is from Saxa, you know, having a good start down bottom with the levels that he's going to be getting in on him. You know, the other lanes, they've got to be prepared as well, right? The perfect hero Marci to have high impact at any part of the map that happens around these tier 1 towers early. They've got to be prepared for Saxa to turn up and turn things around, just like he was doing in game 1 as a Hoodwink. Bottom lane, another jump over towards Puppey. Puppey and Chrysalis try and stand their ground, but Puppey goes down. Chrysalis might have a chance to chase Saxa out this time, as Saxa, has he got any further options of getting away? He doesn't, so Crystallis finally finding a bit of action going in his direction.
Honestly, maybe that's the way you have to do it. Just Puppey has to sacrifice himself. He has to be the one to just soak those soul assumptions for Bristleback to just get this type of trade. Otherwise, yeah, definitely seeing a bit of promise. But Crystallis, once he has Vanguard, he'll be able to at least stay down here a lot easier, and he's getting pretty close to it.
As we can see now, despite sort of the deaths that have occurred down on that bottom lane, Crystallis, he's pretty much keeping straight even with the farm that Skeeter, you know, carrying for Tundra on the other side. The map is getting as well.
Yeah, pretty much Vanguard is going to be done. So, should be a lot safer. And Puppey, he's going to start getting some levels, so he's going to be able to actually protect Crystallis. We see him grab some magic resistance and also just a little bit of extra damage. So that actually will help a lot. That little bit of cloak aura that's going to come out could protect Crystallis enough. Let's see.
see if Saxtra 33 can get away with this, but now with the levels, indeed, at this stage, it very much feels like it's not going to be nearly as easy as it was for Tundra in the early minutes of this lane to take down the Bristol. Chrysalis, whilst there's been a few deaths here and there, he's got through the rough bit, the lane.
But Visage level 6 already. That is pretty massive for 33, having it this early on. The Vlad is going to be at 2. Digging.
Caught him in the shards. Nisha, he'll look to step over and finish off the kill. He'll get it. Zayas should go down into the spark break. So both mids able to take a kill out of this one.
33's here.
He's turned up with the familiars, ready to chase out Nisha. Nisha's got a fair few one charges.
Only a level 1 shift.
Put back up, he can't. The burst is there from 9. It ends up being a double kill for the mid-arc warden.
And they do punish him for having level 1 attribute shift, right? Maxing a waveform, having 2 points in the adaptive. You do see that they're actually able to get that damage come out. And all that is because 33 hits the 6 so fast down bottom.
He's able to come in, and of course the timings that are enabled off the back of that is pretty huge already. The completed Midas out onto 9. Wow. He's able to get this started very, very early on.
Beautiful.
As he's going to be making the money. There's every reason to believe that unless Secret can make any moves to find this Arc Warden, 9, he's going to start shooting far, far ahead of anyone else in this game with regards to the farm he'll get.
It feels like it could get to these points where maybe the CK pick is kind of this distraction, and this Arc Warden, he's going to try to transition hard into that real carry for his team. Other good thing about the double Midas, as we saw there, you automatically get 2 neutral items. It's actually very nice when you're able to get it this early on 9.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And now they're actually, so look at this, bit of a dynamic change. Yep. They're going to put the Visage mid, have him match up versus that Morphling, and they're going to send the Arc Warden for the time being down bottom.
So top lane. Trying to go for snaking. They do connect with the stun.
Nice play.
Secret. They get in and take him down, and will in fact see Tundra sort of bail out from this top lane. Give a chance for Secret to put some pressure on. And likely with the TPs out, probably not going to be an area of the map that Tundra will look to hold on to. I mean, we did see this, of course, last time round as well, right? Game 1, 9 minutes in, Secret, they get this good timing on the tier 1. Snaking will turn back up. See if he's able to do anything on his own. He has to be very cautious. Secret still with 3 members around, looking to pressure on this top lane.
He's just soaking, it looks like. Just trying to soak up any of that bit of experience.
But the fact that this has happened twice now, it very much seems that Tundra as a team, they sort of make the call to just not put any resources into holding that tower. Just let it go.
They tend to be, that extremely efficient team, as we hear lots of players talk about. Very frustrating to play versus Tundra because they know how to dodge these plays, dodge the aggression, and trying to make as little mistakes as possible. Another neutral item, of course. And yeah, giving Soxon now some levels too. So distributing that wealth, top 2 net worth, and the CK Skeeter, he's hero. He jungles just fine. He's going to be able to keep his pace up and probably look to do what he was doing anyway last time, is still look to connect top, use Phantasm just to farm, kind of acting as this pseudo Naga Siren.
Of course, last game, very much saw that Secret, they never really found that chance to sort of get Chrysalis involved. Top lane snaking, out with the dive, doesn't matter. Nisha has got those final few right clicks chasing him down. You get the kill, so things looking good here for Nisha. Despite the quick Midas timing on 9, Nisha very much close behind him in farm.
And he's got this matchup always as he sucks. They actually get on him.
Got anything to rebound out towards? He doesn't. Secret, they hold him in the river. Able to bring it up even now, 6-6. Secret definitely doing a bit of a better job this time round at responding to some of these movements that Tundra's making around the map.
And playing around Nisha, right? With the skill build that he has so much burst potential. He actually has the gap closing potential as well too, versus most of these heroes that can sometimes be a bit annoying to get on top of. So far looking to continue to play aggressive around this Morphling.
Definitely seems sort of a bit of a heavier focus around playing around this jungle of Tundra. Just trying to make sure that Skeeter doesn't get nearly as much space as he did last game. Obviously, the difference in dynamic this time is the concern that too much is focused on trying to shut down Skeeter's area. 9 goes uncontested, and it's been quite a few minutes now that 9's been able to sit down here on this bottom lane. He's getting complete free fall.
He's starting to be pretty annoying too. Chrysalis is caught in an awkward position, eats 2 or 3 of those spark rates.
Smoke up from Secret. I'm going to try and make moves here. And so far, Resolution sides, they've done a pretty good job at killing off Snaking when they catch him. Skeeter It's going to be a bit of a bigger kill. They're going to go straight in for him.
Close to the tower, though. Let's see.
And it looks like Tundra may have made the call to not sort of throw in any further TPs. I mean, it's not even needed there.
Look at
Tundra, they make the sort of calm response to not react with TPs, knowing that Skeeter's just able to walk that one off.
But with that slight moment of like space at all, we see Puppey rotate toward mid. This is how they want to be playing. They want to be the ones who are dictating that pace, dictating this tower aggression. But we'll be able to claim this one early. Nisha, he's almost got his Dragon Lance also finished up, so very farmed so far on Secret. And they're also, in the meantime, I saw they are starting to stack Ancients a little bit too, so making sure they do have that condition for the Bristleback to continue getting that increased farm.
Got
it. Secret, though, infinitely better than that last game.
It's certainly feeling a bit more solid, but I imagine to a sort of a point with regards to the drafts, this is sort of expected, right? This time around, Secret, they gave themselves a bit of a better shot of having this sort of earlier hold, earlier pressure that they're able to apply, and at the same time, the change with 9 playing an arc warden instead of
playing like a carry.
He's going to react to sort of these moves a little less. So I don't think Tundra, they're not going to feel too under pressure despite losing some of these early towers. They've gone for a bit of a different approach this time round. And at the moment, under a 1k gold difference between the two teams. 9, I think he's still very happy.
Yeah, it's a totally different approach, right? The last time they had the Tusk, who's super aggressive, constantly rotating, making plays. Now it's just, it's a full economy game, really. Everyone's just trying to find as much farm as possible until they find this timing. Wraith Pact is done. Looks like now they're trying to speed up a little bit, go for a tower pressure of their own.
They'll take this one for sure. And they'll have no interest in this fight, this defense around this bottom tower.
Secret's maximizing. You see now, as we were mentioning, the stacks. Triple Ancient stack, double hard camp. So Chrysalis will have a bit of enabling coming out of your juicy stacks.
Good farm for Chrysalis. We saw very much in game 1 as the Pudge pretty much held behind the entire time in terms of farm on cores. You can clear these stacks, get on the road towards the Aghanims. That's going to be the point where you can imagine that Secret, they're going to really start stepping things up and get up towards the tier 2 pushes with a Vanguard, Aghanims, Bristle. They're going to want to do as much as they can aggressively with it before 9 suddenly turns up and he has 3 items done.
Very farm-heavy game, though. Showing all 3 lanes. See, the Morphling shows bottom for a second. They show mid, I believe, on Zayats. Even the Lesh top 2, but good ward coverage. So Secret, they know they're safe for the moments. I'm kind of grouping together with Puppey, with the mech, with the Hand of God. They're tanky. There's a lot of damage on Tundra, but this Bristleback with all these heals might just be able to pierce through them.
Let's see if they can get on top of any of Tundra.
Ooh, I mean, they're...
Tundra staying pretty hidden outside of the vision of Secret. I mean, Secret, they know that Tundra do have a few up here in the jungle.
If they get any big kills, Secret could even look for Roche, potentially.
They're going to settle for Saxa. Zayats catches wind of the Marcy off to the side. We'll go for Saxa. For Tundra, definitely not the biggest of losses there. They had a few cores farming in that area, and Secret, they weren't able to find them.
They're going to do it. They're going to go for this.
Roche.
They have more than enough damage. They have the goo.
Do they do anything about this Tundra? Are they going to expect the Secret back up as quickly as they did into the pit?
It's not an easy place to fight.
It's going down so quick.
Yeah, it's going to be dead already. Secret dictating the pace.
Very, very, very good moves here from Secret so far. Absolutely getting to play their game so much more than they were able to do so last game here. 15 minutes in, they've got the Aegis in their hands, so... Ooh!
Oh, so close.
It was close indeed. Snaking and D throwing out a tip for that
Radiant's
one.
bottom
That was
tower is under attack.
as close as it gets, really, on the back of an escape in the TP.
So Tundra perhaps wanting to make a move of their own now.
Right.
They do, because everyone's shown, right? Secret, they have been showing
attack.
a lot in these lanes, so Tundra looks like they do want to try to counteract this. They have 9 who can constantly always show up to the fights too.
Yeah, I think for the most part, Tundra know that even though the Secret had that Aegis, it's sort of an Aegis that's going to be used to just continue to allow Nisha to farm safely.
Yeah.
And Secret will be a little bit split up. Which gives the chance for Tundra to push for towers themselves and to sort of head straight into these fights, knowing that they'll probably have the numbers advantage at this stage.
And they can take these towers pretty quickly as well too. Visage with the CK Phantasm tends to be always a Tundra strategy, right? There's so much on the floor. Wraith Pact, illusions, familiars, etc. So they can go for this push, but on the other side, Secret
taking tier 2 tower here. Nice and early, 16 minutes in. Tier 2 to fall on the top lane. And now they'll really be able to start taking over this jungle, this half of the map from Tundra. Really sort of shutting down the areas that Tundra, they kind of need to find, or at least their 2 main cores. They need space. Skeeter and 9, they want to be soaking up quite a lot of the map to get farm on these 2 carries.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be quite a long time before Tundra just looks for this head-on type of fight. Unless they see, like we said, unless they see Secret completely split up or something like that, feels like it's going to be quite a farm game coming out from them. Even Soxon now showing mid. He might get punished for this.
They got him before. Looks like they're going to go for him again.
See if they can find him. Zayats. I don't think they got vision of him for a second. Now they did.
Saxa has Skeeter by his side, but
too much.
Won't be able to jump over towards him in time. So that is Saxa going down.
Similar wards coming out from Tundra as they did in the last game. So this one, exact same ward, and actually this one not on the high ground this time, but similar kind of purpose to watch any of these movements that are coming out from Secret, because Tundra, as we said, I think this is really going to be pretty emphasis of farm until 9 says, hey guys, I'm ready to show up. And maybe that's going to actually happen sooner than we expect, because I believe the Gleipnir is about to be done.
Just a recipe away.
That could be the indicator for them to show up. It does add so much potential for this hero. The damage, the control, everything, of course. But allows you to just freely land spark rates and kind of just keep people away from getting on top of you. So let's see if that is when they are going to look to fight.
It could be difficult to close that gap onto 9, especially considering the heroes that are drafted around him. A lot of frontline, even sort of from the supports, right?
Yes.
Snaking, getting him with the Supernova. Saxa throwing himself in as the Marcy, getting him with the rebound. Very much multiple ways that Tundra can set up a team fight to just allow 9 to go to work, with Secret having a really tough time getting on top of it.
Constantly thinking about it.
It's hard to push for this tower, even with the moments left on the Aegis. Secret being very careful about how they look to make the next step.
The risky move. Don't want to overextend and get 5-man. They haven't seen this. They haven't seen the Arc Warden in a while, so they probably don't know either what 9's got just yet. Level 13 on this Arc already. Running around as a unit. 4 heroes together on Secret. Well, it's Chrysalis. Looks like he's got the BKB ready, so it feels like, yeah, Secret, they're just going to keep trying to push the tempo a little bit faster here. Even a blink now on the Lash 2 for Rezo. So, as you mentioned, can be a little bit hard to maybe get to this Arc Warden without just the Morphling getting on him. Now Rezo's got a tool of his own.
Okay. And do you very much feel that Secret are on a timer? Like, even though they have this niche Morphling that's going to be able to get to these incredible stages of power in terms of scaling, you still kind of fear the Arc Warden as the moments pass?
Fear the high ground for sure. Rezo.
Tundra got to quickly back out, snaking. Oh. Away in time, that snowball not able to catch him. Tundra avoiding the moves of Secret. Secret just trying to get some sort of aggressive play out of these final few seconds that they have on the Aegis of Nisha. Back over towards the mid, Saxa. A bit of a chase down onto Puppey. Puppey has got back up on the way. Chrysalis heading over to help out, and Tundra. They won't try and poke up into the triangle of Secret quite yet. Maybe they will with Skeeter at the front. He's actually going to go for Puppey. See Chrysalis now as Chrysalis starts to try and push back Tundra and Nisha. It's coming in from the side there, with the snowball over on Skeeter, but Saxon's in with the rebound, it's not up to Nisha. Nisha starting to try and shift, but that's his spot. He's got Aegis though. He's going to be back for round 2. Chrysalis charges in with the BKB over towards the Phoenix, but Snake. He's able to get the Supernova off. Secret, they've got to back away from the ultimate for now. As 9 turns up with the Tempest double. No longer an easy fight for Secret to charge into. Zayats, he's trying to find some sort of angle from the side. But Tundra, they're here as a full fight, man. They're looking towards Snakey, but the dives back up. They get the stun control onto Skeeter. Skeeter turns with the stun himself, but he's life stealing back up. It's not enough though. Skeeter goes down. Secret able to get 1 kill out of this, maybe more. Chrysalis trying to lead the charge. Secret, they want to get something else out of this. Tundra, Saxa in the trees. Put Duke off to the side, back under the tier 2. He'll be fine. But Secret, they force a fight there around the expiring Aegis of Nisha. They get Skeeter, and with that in mind, they'll be able to get themselves straight onto Tundra's half of the map and continue to grow this lead.
Perfectly rallied, right? Rallied on Puppey. That's got to be the name of the game. He's got the flats, he's got the mech, he's got all these auras. We see the ice armor coming into play. Chrysalis had no fear. He pops BKB and he just starts charging right through everybody. And then they nicely kite and play around that Supernova beautifully. Tundra maybe going a little bit too hard going into this Secret lineup when there still is that Aegis. So 10 seconds until it was going to go down.
Yeah, it was a very clean reset as well there for Secret. As soon as the Supernova comes out, they're able to sort of back off. And you can see, from Tundra, they still commit into this. They very much feel that they've got the strength to do so with the 5 of them. It wasn't quite the case. Losing Skeeter here So what was a very patient Zayas, just keeping himself held to the side, looking for that opportunity to open things up onto Tundra from maybe an angle that they weren't quite ready to sort of expect that entrance from the toss from. Back in action, talking about the toss, Zayas, in with a jump, they're locked down staking, Skeeter looks to turn, they've got the gliding control out, but Skeeter's trapped. Trapped on the low ground, he'll stand his ground, the turtle was ready, the crits coming out, they got the two of them. It's a double kill for 9.
Oh my, it was Soxa gets the 2-man rebound and they get the chain stun from the birds. I mean, man.
This time round, very much a case of Secret kind of making the move into committing for the fight, but not having what it took there to sort of take Skeeter down at the same speed they're able to do back mid. Tundra able to turn. And immediately off the back of taking down those 2 cores, they'll take the tier 1 tower. They're closing that lead. The Secret were building. It's back down to sort of straight even here on the goal.
It's so much sustain that comes out really from Tundra's draft too. Their Vlads, their sidekick, everything coming to play. I mean, look at Skeeter. I mean, watch his HP.
I think a couple of nice armlet toggles there as well for Skeeter, very much keeping him fully in action. Between that and the heals, there's just too much. They couldn't kill the CK this time round.
Not rallied around Puppy. You know, they have to be a little bit careful when they don't have all these auras that are making them that much tankier. Tundra's damage is pretty insane.
And when they go for those plays and 9's just able to sort of sit back at a distance, it's concerning. You know,
he's loving
2
life.
kills for 9.
And now they also have an AC, so starting to build up these auras to even counteract and play against this Chen, but also protect versus this big damage that comes out from the Bristle and that Morph. 33 is quite large.
Yeah, and we see with 9 next time queued up is going to be the Blink Dagger, so it'll be even harder for Secret to get that jump onto him. We see any sort of snowball or hero running up at this Arc Warden. 9, he's going to be able to blink back, reposition, and allow the rest of his team to sort of be there in between him and Secret.
I love this type of build. Eventually, you can always build into like these overwhelming blinks and whatnot on Arc Warden, and then you have these double blinks and all this aggression you can do too. It's very oppressive. It's Tundra. Now starting to find their footing completely.
Well, look for tier 2 themselves.
Sidekick Bird. Look how quick the tower drops. See you later.
Gone in a matter of seconds, even if that. And off the back of that, immediate smoke from Tundra. They know that Secret's playing over on Tundra's half the map around their jungle.
They're feeling incredibly strong with this newfound AC on 33.
This is a tough time for Secret to take a fight.
They also disassembled, so the BKB is ready.
9 with the Tempest doubling, start things off with the glide, they grab back Zayat. Secret, they've got to run.
Hey, that's also really cool that he can do it with the blink too. Right now, he has an initiator. They don't need to actually rely on the Marcy being the one to jump in. He just blinks in and gets a Gleipnir initiation. Yeah, BKB, Skeeter had just finished that one up, so they felt strong to be able to go for this play. And now he's got Mage Slayer as well too, so items starting to be picked up on the side of Tundra, not only just to do lots of damage, but of course, damage mitigation, as we've seen so much from them. AC, Mage Slayer, it's going to start to reduce a lot of Secret's potential.
It's so hard for them to burst through Skeeter like they were able to do that one time when he was caught on their half of the map.
It's a really good item this game, just like last time, versus that Lash versus the Bristle, reduce the damage of the Quills, even the burst that comes out from Morphling. So, it's starting to come together for them. It's a very common build, of course, too, for Skeeter.
I think for Secret, Nisha, most certainly making the call for them to just sort of hold off on any further engagements until he gets his BKB done.
Yeah.
About half the gold away from the recipe, and it will be there, but it's going to be a little later than the timing that Roshan is going to be back in the game here. Roshan respawning.
They're walking up.
They are up on the high ground. They definitely want to try and do their best to push Tundra away from going for the Roche. See if they can hold them off from it. That's Tundra. They won't feel the need to be too scared of Secret. You know how strong they are. Secret, they'll look for the smoke up. Trying to catch Tundra from an angle they won't expect is not going to be easy when Secret currently hold the position they are. They're going to try and swing around from the west.
Lanes are starting to kind of get pushed out, though. We see Tundra cutting a wave mid.
Got this ward on 9. 9, he's already out of this area.
This is the Tundra special, right? They start shoving those side lanes in to try to put you into this awkward position of a fight. Everyone rallied around each other.
How do you make the call of Secret? How do you make the jump? Tundra with their own smoke.
They don't want to overextend for these type of jumps either. Like we were saying before, they need to stay kind of rallied around Puppy. Make sure that they can utilize these auras at a maximum.
Tundra just rotating sort of all the way around where Secret's tried to step out for.
They found Puppy.
They're going to be able to get on the easy kill first. Straight on over the chair. Puppy caught by the Hex, taken down. Science tries to roll in, but there's no place for him here.
Puppy pig-poled himself. Doesn't even get any heals off or anything. No Wraith Pack, no mech. caught by the stun anyway, so likely dies, but now it's an option for them to go for Roche.
And with both supports down, I don't think the cores of Secret are going to want to turn up for this.
Oh boy.
This should be a free and easy Roche out for Tundra.
Free shard as well. Skeeter's going to be loving that. Actually passes it away. Looks like he's going to give it to 9. Okay, so more ways for him to protect himself and also magic resistance. So they can actually hold it. So we're talking so much about damage mitigation, of course, but this is another element that I feel like we don't really get to see too often. You fight inside the bubble, your lash, this bristle, the damage might not be there.
It's going to be a fair bit of protection. Indeed, able to be kept consistently up and out on the field.
And things are starting to get a bit scary because the scaling for Tundra is getting quite strong. Even the Marcy, level 12 is online. BKB is on the horizon. 12 on Phoenix. Game plan for Secret is starting to get kind of dissuaded.
Around the mid, they do find 33.
Okay.
Out and on his own.
He's very deep.
They might be able to do something about the familiars as well here.
Big pickup.
A slip up, a rare one as well there for 33. Out on his own. Be out and out for 40 seconds.
Can they turn it into more?
Is there something they can do with this one?
Yeah, they have to push out this bottom lane. Top is being dealt with Puppey, but do they have an opportunity to go for anything here?
Sax is very close to his BKB. Already, once again, you know, Tundra support, so many games where their supports just turn into additional cores. Courses of Marcy. Very much sort of the direction that Saxon will go as the minute's fast. Skeeter, so having his Blink Dagger done, may have killed 33, but indeed it definitely feels like there's not a whole lot they can do with that. They're looking towards 9's Tempest double at the top. See if they can sort of burst through that, get a bit of extra gold for themselves. They will, they'll take it down.
Have to go for the top play because if you looked at the side lanes, mid lane, Phantasm was pushing it, bottom, Phantasm Illusion was also pushing it. So it's a typical Tundra trying to shove those lanes down, and now they see this. They see them split up. So Tundra, they're looking to strike.
Full axe on Crystallis.
Comes out late though.
Does not quite at the timing that they would have hoped for, especially considering the decent start they did have to this game. Zayat, maybe the one left behind up top. Tundra, everybody back on the map now, ready to get together. Push down on this top lane. Still many minutes of Aegis to play with. Full Octarine done on 9.
He's so farmed. 6,000 ahead of his counterpart.
And there's going to be no catching up in terms of farm unless Secret are able to find these fights where Nisha's able to pop off, get the kills, somehow take down this Arc Ward, and it's going to be a lot of money if they're able to do so.
Just not an easy task.
He's got his Chrysalis done, Nisha, so stepping up the damage a bit. We'll see how explosive he will be if he's able to get in the center of the fight with the waveform, stand his ground between the BKB and the Manta that he has.
He's going to need as much I feel like it's really appropriate that he's going this. I feel like they're really just going to need all the physical damage as possible, because as we were saying, you know, they just have so many different ways to mitigate that magic damage that they always tend to do, especially with that Arc Warded bubble as well too. So yeah, straight physical damage, go waveform attack target, and with that, with the goo as well too, he could be dealing a lot of damage, but so far Tundra, they've started to really just take over this map.
Is under attack.
5k lead, 4 to 5k. I mean, nowhere near as terrifying as the numbers were showing at this moment in the game, in game 1. But still, you very much feel that one more fight, if the next fight crumbles for Secret, that number, that lead's going to triple. Secret, they cannot afford to lose another team fight here against Tundra. At the moment, very much seems like they're opting to wait out the Aegis that Skeeter has. Not looking to head straight into anything for this final minute. Skeeter has that second life.
Is under attack.
Again, pop those Phantasm to send out to all these side lanes. Bottom is being pushed, but immediately 9 goes down. So again, sticking together Tundra, and they will just find a freebie.
They will indeed, Giants. I mean, anyone that they catch with the farm that Skeeter has.
And now that's
completely destroyed.
High ground. They've got drums for these birds. They've got the sidekick we're going to see on the bird too. And look at the speed. Look how fast it drops.
It's going quickly. Fortification is there from Secret.
They've got the Rezo. They've got Shard on Rezo, so he's going to be able to slow it down a little bit with these chain stuns.
We'll see if Nisha can do anything here. He's ready to TP over. Help out with the defense.
Oh, this is dirty. Look at these birds. Birds with magnetic field magic resistance. The attack. I mean, they're so strong.
They are huge annoyance to deal with here for Secret. We'll go for the resummon.
Stun, Skeeter.
He's low, but he's still got 20 seconds or so left on the Aegis. He's going to back off. We'll see them catch out the two of them with the root. Skinner focuses in. I'll be him going down. Those final few seconds of the Aegis. He's ready for round two. Saxa, he'll charge him with the unleash of the BKB. Quickly turning towards him with his right clicks. They'll put an end to the Marcy's life. Saxa to fall. Grab now on the Chrysalis. Skinner 33. They get back in on top of the bridge, so they take him down. Nisha popping the BKB. Use it to retreat back to the high ground. Skinner, he's in straight away, flicks up into the high ground. They've got the lockdown over towards Nisha. Waveform back up in time. Nisha gets away, double buyback from Secret. They're putting everything into this defense, but Skinner's in with a chaos ball over towards Resolution. It doesn't matter though, Skinner goes down. Secret with the two buybacks, they'll be able to hold and push Tundra back.
Nisha able to stand his ground there. Look at the damage done. 9,000 damage from the Morphling. The buybacks coming perfectly.
A defense for sure here from Secret, but they'll want more.
They gotta push forward for sure.
Chrysalis spending up for that one. See up to the side, Zayats. He's going to catch the gap control onto Snaking. Snaking popped the supernova, but Chrysalis
is gonna die.
And he's ready to help take the egg down. Secret, they'll find another down bottom. Rezo, he's got his eyes on 9 stun. That's already been used, and he's out in time. 9 able to get away before he's able to put a stop to him. They'll still clean up the Tempest double. As Secret, with this sort of pushback, they're able to bring in the mid lane, bring in the bottom lane, able to get the creep waves back under sort of their momentum, and they may just be able to take some tier 2s away from Tundra here, close the gap, close the lead that Tundra's had for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, this time it's Tundra feeling themselves a little bit too much in that fight, just get counteracted from those buybacks. The damage, this time Rezo's able to hold his ground.
I mean, we're very much seeing it. You know, you get given sort of any window from Tundra, you have to take full opportunity of it.
Immediate smoke.
Exactly what Secret's doing.
Yep, they got to smoke to sweep the map. They still have some heroes dead. Ult's on cooldown. Try to get as much as you can out of all
They've got to keep their foot slammed down on the pedal. Hit
63.
The fight 33 off the start. Protect himself for now, but they're surround him, and he's got nobody else in the area. So 33, he'll go down. Secret, they continue to play it hard and fast, fighting back.
Big
at
place.
Tundra.
A huge place, really. Those buybacks are really coming into play. 33, he accepts that. He had the Aeon disc locked. He's like, no one's coming to help me. As Secret find their way back into this game. Nisha, he's massive now. Level 20 about to be taken. Also, Daedalus is finished.
Big damage to come out from this morph.
He's going to be able to focus fire these targets a little bit better.
I mean, it was seen, as I say, so many times before. Nisha on the morphling. This is the hero. You want to have him in this sort of position. He can absolutely carry any sort of game to the later stages when he's on his morphling. So top lane, so of course now done.
Rezo,
he's
very deep. There's a Hex.
Look at the opening Hex. And Rezo is going to be able to get anything off. He's not. Phantasm's out. An overwhelming amount of damage there from Skeeter and the Phantasm.
That's the Hex reveal. He had no idea that was going to come. Usually you'd be able to maybe play around with the pounds coming in or the rebound coming in from Marcy with the BKB, but did not expect that Hex from the tree lines. Roche, it'll be a long spawn, 2 minutes. Zayats standing under a ward here. Very careful how far up he is.
I mean, Secret are absolutely going to want to do their best to keep tabs of when Tundra head into the pit. They'll want to get out there, they'll want to contest them. They do not want Tundra getting this next Roshan.
Nice play from Nisha. The illusions down bottom, we see them cutting the wave. So making sure that they always deal with those lanes. It seems like it's always like the most important thing when you're playing versus Tundra, keep that lane equilibrium. Will be addressed immediately. Sign shows up. And they're going to just keep peeping into the pit. That's going to be that next big thing, 90 seconds.
It really is. See if Secret can set up in a fashion to make sure that they are ready to take this fight around this area.
Important to look at these buyback statuses at the moment too. So. Oop.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Hopefully simply sort of some, potentially maybe just a hotkey issue or something. See if that's going to be fixed by a quick reset here for Snaking. Very much, yeah, the moment that we're going to see them leading towards now. He's back in. Let's see if he can use his courier now. Give a quick check.
Look at lane positioning at the moment, though. Secret have to try to fix their lanes a little bit. They do have this Harpy creep. They need to perhaps try to cut things, but the moment Tundra have lanes in a very good position.
Let's have a look.
Phantasm is up in a moment as well, too, so they're going to be able to keep going for this shove play. And yeah, Roche constantly going to be getting scouted. And the important thing is, too, Secret doesn't know about that deep ward down south. The one that was scouted inside support, that's a very sneaky one that has not been seen. Oh.
It's not a good sign.
Uh-oh. Lucas gets Courier's bug.
Let's see if there's going to be a hopefully simple solution to this.
A standard unlucky.
You can say so. Yeah, unlucky.
And that Nisha smile.
See if we're able to get this sorted. A little bit of a, you know, not really something you can play on with.
Maybe it's locked, he says. Let's see if they can fix it. So a big thing really to look at is, I mean, this Hex is going to be a big one, really.
Let's have a look. Looks like we're just getting this checked out now on the stage. Hopefully, it should be an easy enough fix. I mean, not something I could say I've run into before, right?
I've had it with neutral items sometimes when you're trying to take it with wards and smoke. Maybe something like that is happening, but it doesn't have a neutral there, so.
So I think with maybe the speed that we did have to reconnect the first time round, could have been without a client reset, so
yeah, let's see.
Probably go for the full restart this time round.
Hopefully, if not, he'll be able to at least drop the wards and give them to a different courier so somebody else can bring them, but
still won't quite be ideal.
No way.
Of course, this pause coming at a very important moment of the game. 17-17 here, 35 minutes in. Without a doubt, very much getting much more of a balanced game of Dota 2 on our hands this time round. Secret, they've dealt much better with what Tundra's brought against them this time round.
It's really neck and neck. Just because, I mean, especially how big Nisha really is, how much he's going to be able to do with this Daedalus. And he's approaching his second item afterwards, too. So survivability will be there for him. All right, let's see.
Let's have a look. Fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen, that things are going to be all working after the pause. Let's see.
Doesn't look like
it looks good. Oh, is it?
No, it's spazzing. I actually see it. It's like it's like stutter walking actually in the base, I think. Looked like for a second it tried to move. But yeah, it says retrieving items. See, look. If you click on Snaking Courier, it says retrieving items. On the actual courier, it's a buff.
Oh, okay, now we're giving it another try.
Because usually it tries to pull it from. Well, he dropped it. There we go. Looks like we're good to go.
A little bit of, you know, a way to break out of a bit of a soft lock that was there on the courier, but it's all good.
I think we all needed that. You know, a little bit of a reset. Okay, let's get back into it.
So, you know, there's always a bit of a concerning position, but we're all good. We're all good. It has been fixed. We'll see if it's. Should be an issue down the line. Maybe the courier was just sort of stuck or something. But it's good. It's all good. We're back on. And around, of course, the focus. Next up for both teams going to be this Roshan. Just in a minute until it's going to respawn.
Wow, Nisha already.
All satanic.
He actually has it.
He's getting the items, Nisha. He's getting the items to be able to do this. But still, obviously a huge gap in network between him and the Arcboard. That's always going to be expected up to a certain point at this stage, especially with the amount of freedom that Nine's had. And Nine, of course, this game 4-0-5. Pretty much complete free farm across the map.
If they can get the Hex, though.
They're only getting that opening. There's no save, though. It's going to be there. Give Nisha a bit of a chance to break out this initiation from Tundra. They jump across sides, looks towards 33. They push Saxa out towards the side. Nisha beating him down, takes out the Marcy. They look towards the Tempest double next. Tundra losing that Marcy, losing Saxa like this. They're very careful about how they commit for the fight further.
Beautiful play really from Zayats. Just immediately, that's the big thing they have to watch out for. It's just the chain control. If they can chain stun, chain hex the Morphling, that's the way that Tundra kills. I mean, all eyes on Zayats to go for those saves.
Oh, there's again the Hex. So Zayats by his side.
He's got to be there every
single time. Zayats making sure that there's a chance for Nisha to fight back. They get shoot the furthest. No, Nisha's in so much trouble. They're taking it down.
He bought out.
Out for 80 seconds.
He didn't have BKB still available, and they just commit for him. I don't think Secret saw that.
All he had was a satanic to rely on, but even if he gets that off, he's getting caught in the stuns.
Oh boy.
Almost certainly.
And I mean, Roche now is for the taking.
It certainly is.
It's a big one.
Perfect time for it to be back up here for Tundra. They head over to the pit. And with no Nisha, no Zayats, nothing that Secret can do about this. This is going to be a free Roshan here for Tundra.
And Zayats is there. He's there perfectly to try to go for the save. Young BKB, Manta still on cooldown. The double roots, you see the Gleipnir coming in. He's able to cover. So much control. And yeah, Aegis Cheese, Refresher Shard.
Who's taking the Refresher Shard? Who do you want this on?
Usually it's the Phoenix, but let's see if he does opt to pass it to somebody
very
else.
Very close to hitting the level 18 as well. So the Supernovas have the potential to be huge.
And they have this ward up top too. Rezo. There's a Hex.
There's 9 again.
They've got the chains done.
Finding the opening, in with the rebound as well. Toss back with the dispose. They take him down before the Hex comes to an end, and any opportunities there for Resolution to respond. He's out for 70. He does have buyback himself. Still though 10 seconds without Nisha. Tundra, they're straight down the mid. They take out the range racks, and they'll look to get the melee racks as well. Crystal is trying to force them away from him, but they don't get it. Found him. In fact, they're just going to get aggressive on him, drag him back in. He has to put the BKB here. As the Phantasms continue to take down the melee ranks, the full set now in the mid, removed here by Tundra, and they're sticking around. 9 up towards the top of the Tempest double. They're trying their best to force out this buyback from Resolution. Another tier 3's gone, a second set of ranks exposed.
Look how fast it dies.
Are they going to be forced back at all? Fortifications pop. Sinisha on top of the Tempest double. It's soon to come to an end though. Nisha's been caught by the Southern Snowball. It's there. Dice able to bait all the issue out. That initiation there from Tundra. Nisha wants the BKB. Looks towards Saxon. Saxon for the BKB. Turns towards Crystallis. Disposes there. Crystallis is down. No buyback for him. There's 100 seconds now without their Bristol. Rezo, his own BKB to come to an end. He has to back off. Nisha's also going to be so careful. They'll lose Puppy. 2 heroes dead, no buyback on them. Tundra, they take a full second set of barracks.
They're just so good at just resetting and poking, forcing BKBs, forcing mistakes, waiting for the perfect opportunity.
They're not going back anywhere.
No way, Snaking still has the refresher shard. They couldn't even touch the egg in that last fight.
I mean, we've seen with the purchases from Crystallis, he did spend up. He would have had buyback back in 3 seconds, but he's 700 gold short of it.
It's all gone. I mean, the way they kill those buildings is way too fast.
I mean, the terrifying thing as well is indeed, yeah, Skida still with that Aegis, Snaking still with the refresher shard. There's no reason, no need for Tundra to back off. They're looking to close this game 2 out. And the tier 4s fall. Secret, they'll look to smoke up. One final attempt to stop this push for Tundra, but the Ancient's falling so far. Looks to jump in. Skino will drag back Resolution. Resolution trying to get the heal off with the Bloodstone. They'll keep him alive. The handoff off from Puppy will protect him for now. But the Ancient's still dying here to the Familiar. Secret, they're trying to push them back, but it's not going to be possible. GG is going to be called.
Wow.
As game 2 also going to Tundra, who now lead the series 2-0 against Team Secret.
I mean, I feel like the whole game kind of flips the script, everything looking kind of even. 9 gets this Hex, immediately the game just becomes fully in their favor. A couple pickoffs here and there, the way they can poke and prod, force BKBs, reinitiate, re-go. Beautiful to watch. Tundra just continue to be on another level in these team fights.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, in regards from game 1 to game 2, definite sort of improvements overall from Secret, but still, just the way that Tundra are able to shut these games down, and even to the point as well, with their draft, we knew that the win was going to come in a bit of a different fashion regardless from what they did in game 1. And, you know, the fact at the end of the day is that 9 on the Arc Warden.
What a beast.
8-0-9 Secret, they were just never able to catch him, Fog.
No, he kept the distance, he was like the initiator half the times too. It felt like he did it pretty much everything for this team. Catching the split push, etc. Remarkable game from Tundra.
Well, as we said, a bit of an improvement maybe from game 1 to game 2, but it really feels like Secret, they've got to step it up so much more to have any sort of chance of stopping Tundra in their tracks, as Tundra now leading the series 2-0, just 1 win away from taking the championship.
Thank you very much, Odie, Pixel and Fog. Welcome back to our panel. And it doesn't seem to matter what lineup they play. They put on an absolutely clinical game of Dota. One mistake and then it's just, thank you very much, it's our map. I'm joined by Tika, Blizzard and Sheep. I'm just amazed with Tundra right now. It's incredible.
Yeah.
It looks so dominating. You know, it's like, is it a grand finals?
I feel like they just keep on pulling heroes out of the bag, right? Like even this Arc Warden, and it's not like they're picking heroes that they're constantly playing, but they make it look like they have so much practice on them. Meanwhile, Secret, at the same time, I think Tundra is in their head again. Like you can't play against an Arc Warden and let it be all alone on the bottom lane for like 4 or 5 minutes.
Yep.
Just using that double Midas off cooldown.
Yeah, and this was the big turning point in this highlight here. Secret, after quite a dominating early game, moving from tower to tower, they just kind of fall victim to that kind of choke point fight. And unfortunately, even if you are taking some of these earlier towers, feeling that you're taking the map away from Tundra, like Lizard just mentioned, you're not stopping the Ark from farming. So at some point, you are going to hit that boiling point where Tundra hits a team timing and then gets to set the pace of the game themselves.
How many ways they have to initiate?
I mean, they kept gaining ways to initiate throughout the game. That was like what I found the most impressive. When they finished this Gleipnir and stuff, they're starting with that and going into the Marcy Dispose. You know, before that they're using Marcy. Later they get the Hex. They're creating their own ways of initiation. They're sitting with 4 heroes in the trees waiting for Resolution the Strike to just come up the lane and then pick him off like that. They are bleeding Secret dry.
And again, they're just getting multiple ways of gaining info, gaining vision. Like before you had, I don't know, a Brood Mother Naga. Now you have this Arc Warden just spamming spirits everywhere. You have Visage as well. And speaking of Visage, it wasn't only 33 Visage, it was a Visage with a Marcy. Now you have a sidekick on those birds. The objectives are just melting.
Yeah, just the fact that you have as well, like 33 in lane, it's a Visage killing the Bristleback. Like this lane, you're not meant to win it. When you pick Bristleback, you're meant to beat the Visage in lane. So Tundra already just excelling inside that laning phase and just kind of catapulting themselves to kind of weather the storm. And maybe if that Visage lane didn't go so well for Tundra, you could argue that the Bristle would be a little bit bigger. The pace Secret could be a little bit better. But the fact that you win that lane, it stalls it out a little bit longer. So Tundra then eventually, like we already mentioned, hit this beautiful team timing where they just punish Secret once again in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Chrysalis still had a decentish timing. They stacked the Ancients hard.
Yeah.
And of course, yeah, Skidder here, the carry for Tundra. He's just had not only a great performance, but a great team enabling him. And I don't think he's put a foot wrong, really. He's always known what he needs to do, his objectives, and of course, his team fighting skills are, on par with that as well.
The optimization once again, right? Like you have this Chaos Knight who is building into a very early Mage Slayer. He's mitigating the damage that Lashrak is dishing out, and overall just being a true team player, just being up front, helping the Visage and the Arc Warden do the majority of the work.
Again, just look at the stats that you see here, right? Like this is his first TI. He's hitting firsts in multiple categories. Like he is unnerved. He has unlocked his ability just to enable himself, enable the team. Again, we've had so many interviews where they just feel like everything's clicking, everything's right. And again, we're going into a game 3 where it feels like Secret just has nothing to answer yet to Tundra's playstyle.
But in defense of Secret, this was a better performance than game 1.
Yes, they adapted a lot. So from game 1 to game 2, you can clearly see how the cogs were turning with Heen and Puppy's mentality on how to approach Tundra. They needed to take towers early. They wanted to take away the map. Don't allow that fortified style of Tundra to set into play. Unfortunately, that didn't then lead to them dominating the map, them holding an aggressive position, because they faltered a little and Tundra then kind of sneaked their way through into the map and played again. So I think if you're going at Secrets looking at this again, game 3, we need to do what we did in game 2, but better. We need to execute faster, quicker, take away the map. Don't let them even get that up.
Sheep, do you snatch, do you ban the Lash? Do you leave it in the pool? Do you pick it?
Oh,
you just
no.
lost twice with it. You lost on mid, you lost on offlane.
Yeah, I don't know if they need to ban it because I don't think Tundra are interested in taking it. Yeah, like it feels like they have a very solid idea against the Lashrak. I also feel like their way of drafting versus the style is not working either because they've tried this like Magnus strat with Ember, like ways to clear all these illusions and stuff, and it's not working. They've tried Bristleback and Lashrak, also here is typically thought to be good against these illusions. It's not working. I feel like at this point your draft needs to go more in the direction of taking your own map control, fighting back against Tundra, because they are just able to play the map too well. You have to break that. That has to be the goal of your draft.
And this is something you mentioned, Lizard. The Arc Warden sat on the Tundra's off lane for 5 minutes, but Secret didn't want to engage. They were not interested in going down making moves there. Instead, though, they did have the Dire jungle, and they did pick up a few kills. Do you think it was too passive to play around the jungle and not take on the Arc Warden, who was played by 9?
Yeah, I feel like it's easy to be complacent when you're playing a draft such as Secrets. You have this Morphling, he is going to be the ultra carry late game. The problem is you're playing versus an Arc Warden. You won't get to the late game if you let him roam and do whatever he wants in the first 15 minutes. He just gets too big, too fast, and gets that hex fast enough. You've seen what happens.
Well, we'll have to see what Secret are going to do for game 3. But right now, I think we need to hear a little bit from Tundra, because before the grand finals, they sat down with Avo.
Welcome, Tundra Esports, to the grand finals round table. What is a peak Tundra game? What game do you guys think expresses your playstyle the most?
I can say that to me it's not about the heroes. Like for me, like the peak Tundra, in my words, would be controlled chaos. I think that's how we describe us.
Wow. Very cool. Is it a close relationship between you guys?
I think it's very important to be close to one another, to be able to function as a team. And I think right now, like, I really enjoy spending time with all of the guys. I think it's also partly the reason why we are playing well as a team, I think.
It's your first TI, Skitter. First time you get to play in front of such a big crowd at a TI.
Correct.
Well, how does it feel?
I mean, it feels great. It's all I ever dreamed it to be, and you know, I always wanted this to be a reality. So I'm just happy to live it.
You've had your experience at TI, particularly that second place with DC. In that tournament, you came in as the underdogs, right, into TI, or at least maybe not one of the favorites. Do you feel like that this tournament?
I would say so. Like, I feel like after the results in like Saudi and the Arlington Major, like we kind of had some pretty bad results, so people weren't like looking at us as like one of the contenders, which I think, like in hindsight, it was a very good thing to us. Even after we lost, we kind of said like, no, it's good. Now we can go in as the underdogs, you know.
How do you guys feel about snaking as a captain?
He's always trying his hardest, and I think he's been doing a really great job. Like, he's always managed to stay positive, even through kind of our rough times.
And I feel like he's done a great job. I feel like sometimes as a captain, people fall into these traps where they kind of like, they had like maybe a bit too much in the ego and they believe in their ideas too much and they don't try to empower the teammates. But I feel like Sneh has done a good job of balancing this out, like empowering the teammates' ideas and also like believing in his and trying to make them work. So I feel like he's exceeded my expectations for sure.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think he's very great at enabling players and their ideas.
We don't need like a strong leader in terms of someone that makes all the decisions. I'm really happy that we kind of have a captain in him, but he still listens to everyone. We still make decisions together and everything.
But you guys seem to all have your own ideas of Dota, and you get to put them in your gameplay, right?
Yeah, everyone has like, especially when it comes to the different lanes, I'm happy that everyone gets to play the lane they want to, how they want to, you know. I know that whatever I want to play on mid lane, Sneh is gonna support me.
I'm curious about that. When you first described your idea of the mid lane to them, how was the conversation?
I think it started with Winter Wyvern.
Winter Wyvern? Ah.
And I was just playing the hero in a pub, and I got pushed into playing it in scrims, basically. It's not like I was saying from the beginning that, oh, I want to play this hero, it's so broken in pubs. I started being more open to the idea of playing different heroes, and every time like I started winning with things, people saw it and supported me and pushed me as well. I think everyone is very open to trying new things in this team.
How are the feelings towards finals?
I try not to think too much about it, because I think the more you think about it, the more you'll overthink things, and you should just treat it as another game you're playing. It's not a big deal. Obviously, there's going to be a big crowd. You just have to mentally prepare yourself for that in advance, so then you're not overwhelmed by it by the time that the crowd is there.
I'm excited, honestly, which is a very good thing because I'm rarely excited.
I was very much like emotionally neutral, so I just want to go in these games, like play my game and just have fun and like show some good Dota to the viewers. So.
How does it feel to play in front of a big crowd at TI? Is it different than when you play like in the majors or anything like that?
For now, it has been easier than all the other crowds I've played in front of. I really feel like all the things come together this TI. Like so many moments, so many losses in the past year that taught me specific things. I use them now to win.
I'm just excited that I've been playing this game for like 15 years now, or Dota 1 and Dota 2 combined, and I finally get the opportunity to play on this arena and get the grand finals. It's been a dream of mine for many years, and I'm just happy and grateful that I was able to accomplish it. Like, yes, this is kind of going to be the biggest game of my life, but I think something we've been working about with our psychologists to kind of try and lower the stress is that all our hard work has already been done. Like, now all we have to do is just go and play. So what I would like to do is just try not to think about it too much, pretend this is just a regular game and just go and play.
It was always my goal to come to TI and to win it. And since I made it to the finals, I'm very happy for myself and for my teammates that I managed to do it. And now, you know, it's the final step. I'm ready to take it.
It's been like very long and very stressful road even in some ways. And you even have this feeling of being burnt out a bit, but now it's finally here. I'm just super happy, and it's like the only thing left to do is just play.
So there we have it. Tundra sitting down with Avo, and I just got to congratulate whoever the psychologist is. Either you've just worked magic and they're doing meditation, or you've got them all on meds, because they are the most chill team. That's a grand final, pre-grand final sit-down interview. They were so calm. They're here and they just want to take it. And they might 3-0.
I feel like they could just win like 4 TIs in a row right now. Like, if they keep like, I mean, like right now, like if they play tomorrow another grand finals and then another one and another one, like the fact that they're all 5 just in the same mindset, answering in the same tone of voice, like they're just. Oh,
a unit.
That is scary. Like they are one.
I did like the fact that they did ask everybody what's snaking like as a captain as he sat on the end of the table.
How does he drive them? Like
he's just going,
He's just sitting there and listening as they praise him for like 10 minutes.
But they should. I mean, they made it to the grand finals, and you know he's very chill. And 15 years of Dota, from Dota 1 to Dota 2, and we can take a look here at some of the win rates versus Puppey, and there is snaking.
He's positive.
Exactly. This is the most important thing. So the other day I was looking at snaking win rate versus Puppey, and I saw Noxel starting to tweet about it. So I went onto that Dota, looked a bit deeper, and yeah, it's basically there's only 4 players who've ever got a 50% win rate positive against Puppey. Only 4 players. Everyone else is sub 50%. So snaking today with his victory, yesterday, bumped him up to over 50, drawing with RK. Now he's winning the 2 games currently. He's now 51.8. If he wins the next game in this grand finals, he'll then leapfrog Bulldog and be 2nd place. Again, it is insane.
But with what number?
With a 52.6% win rate.
Oh, I love it when you talk numbers.
There we go. Oh, you like that? But yeah, everyone, all the Tundra fans, they love snaking right now because he clearly is the secret source, maybe, for understanding that Puppey mentality.
When's the last time you've been to NA? Tell the truth.
Last time?
Tell the truth. What's this NA copium over here?
They're literally like insane. Like again, to be clear, Secret, they have to do some mad work in this interim. They need to properly break down Tundra, understand everything that's happened in TI in a single like 15-minute break, because Tundra is looking flawless.
I don't know how you're meant to do it in time. I actually genuinely, they've tried like 3-4 different strats and like this was meant to be their idea. We're bringing in the Chen. We need something to take objectives. We need towers. They took that Roche in 14 minutes. Like they were doing everything right, and they still crumbled. Their strats were just not like up to par with Tundra.
And it's not just the heroes, right? Like if you look at the players, it's in the first 2 games, they literally switched up the roles. Like you had Crystallis playing a carry, then he was literally the offlane Bristleback. It wasn't some Midas Aghanim's rushing Bristleback. No, that was Vanguard BKB. He's just going to stand in front. Nisha was the Leshrac, the mid laner, the classic playmaker. Then he was the Morphling, the ultimate win condition. They're switching everything up, and nothing seemingly works.
If they have to focus on one particular thing to improve, you know, draft, map control, team fight, you know, in terms of draft or the team fight, because they can obviously team fight, but they just seem to be just outmastered a little bit. But what's the one thing that you would want Secret to kind of really have a conversation about in those 15 minutes between game 2 and where we're going in game 3?
Would you like to take it?
I think you just reset it, right?
Oh, okay.
But you've got to change something. You need a reset, but it's...
I mean, maybe it is just draft, like... I've seen a lot of success on the Rezo, Crystallis, Dawnbreaker. Like, that's not getting banned in first phase. Maybe that's something to explore as a strat. It's something that lets them fight globally and often, like, it covers a lot of your heroes. This heal might let them turn the fights around.
I'd lean more on conviction. When you take an area of the map, they want to be able to play there. Don't allow Tundra to be able to sneak back out and then start skipping the waves that way. So if you have this early aggression, make sure you have extra catch to get there.
Well, we'll see, because they're time for Team Strat talking over. Puppey with Team Secret will re-enter the arena. If they are to take this, it needs to be a reverse sweep. Sitting with a 2-0 lead, Tundra, calm, cool and collected. They are smart, but Snaking said in his interview, do not overthink it. Don't try and get too smart, and that's exactly what they've done. They've just been able to play their game, and it's Team Secret that need to break it. This could be a 3-0. Tundra are scary right now, and it's, even though it might not be the, you know, if it was a 3-0, it's like, sure, as a fan for either of the teams, you want, you know, an absolute, you know, amazing game of Dota with all the back and forths, but really, if Tundra can take this 3-0, it's still so impressive.
Now, let's be real. We want more games, right? We want more games than just the 3-0. But if you're Secret as well, you just need to focus on yourself. Like, you can't let Tundra get into your head like in the last best of 3. Focus on your drafts. Focus on what made you get this far. Because nothing works against Tundra if you're focusing on their heroes and banning them out.
This is one of those grand finals where if Tundra win it 3-0, it's like the celebration, like the pro enthusiasts will be like, they just played such beautiful Dota. And this will now be like, how do we want to play Dota? The whole shift of DP season will be, we'll look at Tundra. How do they skip waves? How do they always have the same element in every draft, even though heroes are different?
Is there something you'd ban out, Sheep? Like, is there a big element of Tundra that needs to go?
I don't know, there's too many heroes to ban for them. When I looked at last game, I think the biggest crack that I saw in their gameplay was when they were repelled from Secret's base and they were suddenly on the back foot of we have to get out of here. And I think Secret took advantage of that really well for a short time. They were chasing them down lanes, they were getting pickoffs, they were forcing them to use their ults, and they kind of fell apart for a moment. Like, they didn't reset properly. Their resetting was usually really good, but when they kind of had to re-engage in the map, it felt like they were just kind of getting picked off, like on their Visage top. Stuff like that, if they can just apply more pressure from the side of Secret, like maybe Morphling is too slow of a hero, maybe they do need to just go all in on that hard tempo, all 5 heroes, go, go, go.
Full divide Dota.
Yeah, pretty much. That's how LGD started getting taken down at Arlington, for example.
Now, how dangerous are Tundra going to be with a 2-0 up? Because already their drafts are hard to ban out, but now they have options. They've got games in the bag to kind of, I'm sure they don't want to throw one. You're shaking your finger at me, T-Gov.
No. You watch that interview, they are one. You know, they say draft, there's no need to change. We are winning. We shall win. We shall pick the same heroes. We have exactly. We have that second lowest hero pool in all of TI. We just continue winning. Like they don't need to change.
Imagine Aoi, right, staring at you with an expressionless face. He shrugs his shoulder. Why change it?
When they can communicate, you know, telepathically, that's when it will get scary, but it almost seems like it at this point. But can Team Secret bring it back? That's what I want to know.
I completely agree with what Sheepo said.
Focus on their draft, not the enemy.
Focus on their draft and their gameplay. If they could be a little bit more aggressive, if they could be a tiny little bit faster like they were once they defended their base, it looked like they had that game back in their control. But then a couple of mistakes here and there, they just need to be more focused. I know it sounds like such a generic thing to say, but the moment they got the game back, they fed a couple of kills, unnecessarily kills on the side lanes.
Yeah, and on top of that, have something that can kill Wraith Pact. A hero that can just get in there and kill Wraith Pact, that's like one of the biggest problems. They're playing with so much damage reduction on the side of Tundra. If you're able to deal with that and their map control and like how they do it, those are just the 2 biggest things, I think.
So who are those heroes? We look at Snapfire or?
Snapfire is a little difficult because she has to really like walk in there, but yeah.
We'll see what they do. Well, we're ready here, and I hope you are at home because we're going to go into Game 3 of the Grand Finals of the International.
Team Secret versus Tundra Esports. Grand Finals Game 3.
Tundra Esports, turn to ban.
Thank you very much, James. And yes, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're just about ready to get this Game 3 underway. So far, Tundra leading the way 2-0 against Team Secret in this Grand Finals. Once again, Seb, Notel, and Fogs here with me for the draft. I mean, boys, 2 games now where Tundra, they've looked scary. We saw in the second game, Secret maybe trying to break successfully into sort of this sort of impenetrable force that Tundra hold the game hostage with, but it still wasn't enough. Can you see them taking it to the next level, or are you concerned for them now going into this Game 3?
I don't know, there's very few names I could find, you know, around the world to pick, like to break Tundra, but Poppy would be one of them, right? I mean, Poppy, Heen, they have so much experience. Of course they can, of course they can. I want to believe they can, you know, I want more games, and yeah, of course they can.
I want to believe too. The copium tank is pretty low right now. It's running very low. I think Orange player was feeling it last game. I really think for Secret they need to commit. They need to push it to the limit. You know, I think Nisha was having an incredible game. I don't think they missed a few moments last game that could have turned into. They could have made the game look a lot more doable for them, but you also see the power of Tundra. Like, they have some ideas. They seem to be on top of their heroes, like the combinations, the Arc Warden with the Visage too. We haven't seen this before. Yeah, and now we're at least seeing Secret get their Marcy hero, so I don't know. I mean, I'm starting to have a hard time believing that Tundra can be broken.
I mean, there's one thing maybe we haven't seen as much in this Grand Finals from Secret is like full-on lane dominance.
Yes.
You know, Marcy could kind of draw lead the direction, lead the back into crushing 3 lanes, and maybe Tundra just doesn't come online. You know, we've seen NetUp like 33 play Brood against Secret in the upper bracket finals, and that's probably one of the worst Brood start he ever had in the in the entire tournament, and that's what Secret did to him. And yeah, they can do that. So it could be one route.
That was with Monkey though, and Monkey has been banned in every game.
True. They are setting up for it.
This Bristleback also, I mean, I don't know. It's like Thunder knows their heroes so well, and I feel like they had counterpicked the lane in last game, and yet it didn't work.
But you know, I feel like they banned the Monkey maybe to threaten the Brood, but Secret still let the Brood in, and they decided to ban the Tusk instead. So I think now it's like, Tundra, do you still dare to Brood? Like, you want to test our ability to counter Brood once again? And Tundra is like, no, let's keep it open and let's decide a little bit later what 33 is going to be playing.
Yeah, he has options, right?
Yeah.
Like they're just going to save him for later on. He'll have a bunch of cool options. And you're going to be forced now, when you see this, they're going to have to ban the Naga Siren. They're still going to have to take the same initiative that did the last time. They're still going to stick with the Lesh.
I mean, I don't think it's wrong for them to stick with the Lesh. I think Lesh had tons of openings in both games. Resolution was playing it really well, and it opened up this Morph pick, but they were second pick. I mean, I think this game's going to be really hard also because it's drafting order. Like, it's extra tough for Secret to figure out what they want to do because they can't keep it open till the end. They might go back for the Dawnbreaker. I mean, we haven't seen them. It's been ignored the whole series so far. But I also think rightfully so. But I don't know what Secret are going to do with first pick here, like for the next phase. And yeah, we have to really look at the bans, and they have to coerce them again into something that is going to lead into good things for them.
Yeah.
Meta is having a field day right now, you know? Like, the Brood is still in, Tide is getting banned. I think, Secret need to pull out some aces.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to keep track of, but to be fair, probably their best bet is to build on what they want to do and only counter what's going to get in the way. So if they believe that this Naga is going to stop what they want to do, then sure, ban it. Else you might as well play against it. Yeah. Obviously, it is scary to play against Tundra's best heroes, but at this point, it feels like all they have is best heroes.
Yes.
So you might as well.
Yep. It's the Visage,
always a
Naga.
substitute, right? Like, as we saw, we saw a lot of times a bunch of different heroes for 9, but then, I mean, we were all sitting there and we're like, wow, this magnetic field, this Arc Warden just buffing everyone up, making them like immune to damage. It's something you pulled out of left field.
That was nasty.
I mean, I wonder if the statistics, I mean, there are probably some stats for the damage reduction that teams have pulled off, like between Wraith Pact and Anchor Smash with
the pipes.
And with the pipes and stuff. And I feel like they must now be up there, right? Especially with the Arc Shard. That's something new.
Mage Slayer as well too, right? Like, it seems like they always just have layers and layers and layers of it, which, I mean, you guys are very familiar with, of course.
Yeah, I love myself some damage reduction. Spectre, nice.
Yeah.
Good times.
Stampede.
IO.
I mean, we'll see. I think Secret is debating whether or not they want to target the Naga. They're probably, because theoretically you could consider that, you've got yourself a Lesh track against the Naga or Lesh track against the Slark, which are the very popular skitty heroes. Yeah. Maybe Nakes should take higher priority, for instance, if you just look at matchup to matchup.
Yeah.
But it's, you're one game down, like one game away from getting eliminated, as in like losing the grand finals, and you give them the hero they've been dominating with. It's a hard call.
Oh my god, they banned a Brewmaster.
Okay.
Interesting.
Interesting too. Yep. Yeah. I feel very scared of the Naga. That's me. Like, I would not choose to play against it, but like Seb is saying, what are you gonna choose to play against? They beat the Visage before, and it honestly looked very doable last game too. Like, they have moments in this game, even though they missed, I think, a few opportunities. It does seem like I don't really know. There's Broodmother too. Oh boy.
It's just
now,
so many options.
So they banned the Conca out, and I think that they're really threatening, the Brood second phase with the Conca ban as well.
Yep. I would really want to see Secret address the Mirana, like address the Moonlight Shadow, because I think it's actually what makes these heroes really scary, because they really get to disengage. Like, this Tiny is gonna throw his spells and not get punished for it. Same with the Naga in the other game and the 9 heroes. Like, I would want this hero to if they get too close to the action, to die.
What about Zeus?
Yeah,
Zeus for
these kind of heroes. Like
Zeus Slash might be a lot of the same thing, but I wonder, like, you play against Mirana Naga.
Yeah, I think like very reliable lockdown. I don't know if it's Disruptor Glimpse, if it's Zeus, ulti. They need to find a way to stop Tundra from, poking, kind of, slowly, kind of, beating them down, like kind of agony, the slow agony of in and out heroes that are using the Moonlight Shadow,
just
like
long range, disengage all the time.
A lot of those heroes are left in the pool. The Lifestealer we've seen that's countered the Last Strike a couple times that we haven't seen Tundra go for too much, but it's been banned a lot of times. The Naga Siren's still in, so what's their option? I mean, they get their Pango instead.
They go for the Pangolier.
Leaving things open for their last 2 picks, right?
Yep.
Now they have 33 as the pick of the litter, 9 Skeeter does as well.
Same drafting scenario as game 1 when they were second pick. They picked the Saksa, the Snake King, and the 9. Kind of trio because these guys actually play as a trio. They play a lot in the Fog of War. As we said, you know, they feed on skitters and 33's map pressure. So this is what they want to play with. You know, this is what they want to counter the Lesh early game tempo with, and now they're just going to decide how to set their silence up for success.
And this next pick for Tundra is so scary. I mean, for Secret to pick, they maybe still want to address the Brood, right? Because, I mean, sure, Pangolier could be Neta hero, could be the 9 hero. Now,
Crystallis actually has played a lot of Marcy position 1. I don't know if he's done it officially, but in pubs he's been playing it a lot. So I think that's also an option. And maybe that's a hero that he feels like will counter Neta's fall no matter what.
But isn't it really hard now? Like, you're also afraid of the Visage, Brood. I'm just thinking Neta heroes, and now you pick the Silencer. Like,
I feel like if it's a +1 Marcy, I feel like it works. And to be honest, I like the global, like, I really like the Silencer down route against Thunder.
Oh, here we go. Let's
okay,
go.
take it away.
Nice.
So now the Brew ban makes sense, right?
Yeah.
At least in a way.
Makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
Okay, they're taking it from Tundra. That is
I think it's a good approach.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Yeah.
I think it's a very good approach. Also for the Mirana, we're talking about the Moonlight Shadow, we're talking about this long range. I think...
I like the pick, but the only thing that scares me is you're now in the most important game, like the hardest game to play, and you're picking something you haven't touched yourself against a team that's probably the smartest at playing with it, so perhaps also playing against it. So, you know, it's like, you have to execute it. Theory-wise, sure. I like it, but...
But what they picked before didn't work, right? So isn't it
sure.
in a way really good to switch it up?
Yes, it is.
Even though, I mean, yeah, back against the wall, it won't get harder for Secret than this. 2-0 in TI finals?
Surely. Now I wonder, is this a Naga +1 or could it be flexible? That is what I don't know, because obviously we have not seen Secret use Naga as much.
Does Sayak play +4 Naga?
I haven't seen any of it.
They haven't played it. They haven't played it at all.
Yeah. So it's really hard to guess what they're going to do with it.
Team Secret.
This Marcy could be core or support, so that's the specs, basically. Okay. That's the 33 hero. It's a beast into Naga, which is interesting, but he does like the axe build a lot.
Yeah. No, but I've seen it. It makes Naga suffer a lot on the lane. Like, you think it's illusions normally versus beast, but hey, Beastmaster has skill points you can put in different things, and it turns out that you can actually get a really good lane versus illusions. Like, one avalanche plus the beast, if you catch him summoning it, then you're left with just a naked Naga who only has Riptide.
Yeah.
Everyone has massive wave clear. It's like the typical Tundra. Every single person can push from the fog, clear creep wave almost instantly as well too.
But Chrysalis has played this in the past. I've seen him play it in the past in pubs, and you know, I think it's a fantastic hero versus Tundra.
I see it. I mean, Tundra for sure is gonna hate the lane pressure kind of against them. They really want to, and also they do have nice wave clear. I mean, Pengu's pretty nice. Beast is also decent, but maybe Naga still too much.
Naga will overwhelm it eventually.
Yes,
at some point.
At some point, this bottom and tiny, they can't push back against Naga.
I want to ask, what's Tundra gonna ban here? What are they banning for? Are they banning for a Nisha mid hero? Or are they banning for a resolution offlane hero? I mean, I'm assuming that they're assuming Naga's one.
I think the offlane heroes are more problematic than the mid heroes.
Because it could be Sayak hero coming up too, and Resolution playing the
Marcy.
The Marcy also.
Or it could be a Naga 3 or 4, which is maybe a little bit more crazy.
I wouldn't assume it, but of course.
Could be.
I mean, that's probably more likely. Now we see the troll ban too. We've seen Rezo play Marcy quite a lot in the qualifiers and stuff like that. He was playing it offlane a lot.
Yeah, they've been owning with the offlane Marcy.
With great success.
I wonder what his stat is, but I think it's very positive.
It's tricky. We'll see what Tundra is going to decide to respect, because they also have to be taking a guess here. And it's not an easy one. So whatever they're going to ban is going to obviously tell us where they're placing the Naga and where they're placing the Marcy, assumingly, or what they care the most about, if anything, because obviously they cannot know for sure what Secret is going to do.
Lots of going on, I think.
There's a lot of pressure on these bans. There's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Shaman.
Yeah.
Interesting.
All right,
so they're looking at Marcy core for Secret. So then in that case, most likely a Marcy +3
but I also
and a Naga
think
+1.
I think it's a very interesting read on the game, right? Like, why do they ban Rasta here? What does Rasta make? I think it makes sense with the Naga, right? It's like, it's a lot to do with the Naga, and what you're saying about like this hard lockdown, not letting heroes like kite around you. Shackle can be an incredible tool.
And right now they have very poor lockdown. Like, it's only Lesh Stun and Marcy Rebound, which is very unreliable.
Yes.
Right? This Hex could have helped a lot.
Yeah, and it's also one of the Sayak classics. Okay, next ban. I think they really want the Marcy to be core. Obviously, they could still flex it. I'm not sure what Resolution could be looking at. other than that, Sayak has a bunch of heroes, right? Like Sayak has a bunch of heroes. He has the Earth Spirit, which is a good lockdown. He has the Tusk is out.
State Shaker, Tusk is out.
Shaker.
Turn to pick.
They do bend the clockwork. Looking, for some reason, I feel like we might be surprised by how Secret's gonna put the heroes, but maybe that's just
they
my
could
mind
pick
going
Nisha's
crazy.
hero here, right? If Nisha, what could Nisha be picking? I mean, we never mentioned the Zeus. I don't know if it's that good here.
I'm stuck on this Marcy +1. I can't get over it.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why, but I mean, we'll see. This is exciting.
5 seconds remaining.
They're out of time, right? Is that reserve time?
They've got a little bit.
Okay, they've got a little bit more. 15 seconds to go. 15 seconds to decide. You know, probably your fate. A lot of pressure.
Misclick.
Turn to
Ember Spirit. All right.
I mean, it's good for some reasons, right?
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan if we're doing +1 Naga with the Ember. I think there's a little bit of de-synergy, but there's also some synergy. It's just not all the way.
I mean, it's a very good Ember game.
But it's good,
Look at their
really good
heroes.
versus what they're playing against. Yeah.
Ember versus bottom Tiny Pango, like, and even Roar, they're gonna have a really hard time catching this Ember. He has the backup of Global Silence. If he does end up catching a kind of a stun, he has the backup of Sleep. This Ember can be the king of the game, you know? Nisha can pop off on this.
But do you still think that they're doing something weird with Marcy, or don't you just think it's gonna be?
I would assume it's a Marcy Leshrac, you know? Zayak Marcy, Rezo Leshrac, Naga Silencer safe in an Ember mid.
Yeah.
Most likely.
I would say so too.
That's what it looks like, yeah.
But so we've seen 9. He likes to counterpick when he gets the chance to. I wonder if he's happy with this matchup, like the Pangolier. I mean, he has to be the Pango, right? It has to be Skitter hero. Never mind. Medusa.
Right. We have not seen that hero.
We haven't seen that hero, right?
I think that's a first Usa.
Wow.
I mean, that's a Skitter hero. We've seen him play it a lot in the past. Yeah.
Okay, Medusa.
Stylus is on the Naga, yeah. No funny business here.
Do they have enough damage to take down a Medusa is what I'm thinking, you know?
When Tundra starts grouping up and forcing...
It's not easy for these heroes to take down Medusa because, you know, Lesh and Ember.
Lesh, yeah.
They might lack damage. Yeah. Probably that's what, Tundra is trying to abuse here.
And we saw one Naga earlier. I'm trying to remember who it was from RNG. He went for diffusal on the Naga, and it could be interesting again this game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, so Tundra's plan is to get this Dusa to a point where you eventually can go tier 2, Roche, tier 3, and the group up is going to be really strong with the Beast, and the sieging is going to start happening, and that's Secret kind of demise if it does happen. Whereas if Secret, they manage to stall the game out and start splitting, and you know, Medusa is also very punished by a map that gets spread out really like quite a bit, and he doesn't like running around, so...
It's funny, it feels like both teams have swapped roles in terms of how they want to play the game, right? Secret wants to be dodging, and Tundra's going to try to hit critical mass, group up around the Dusa, the Beast, and just try to, you know, end it. So we'll see how it works out. Very interesting to see how the best Naga team plays against Naga, you know? Doesn't get more interesting than that.
You have any Copium left for Secret?
I do.
You do?
Of course I do.
Okay.
I want game 4.
Me too. I really want game 4.
Well, we'll see if we're going to be getting that here. I mean, overall as well, Fog, you know, just sort of seeing Skeeter on this sort of hero. It's been, 2 games so far with Tundra. Each time, whether it's been Skeeter or 9, they've just had this core that Secret haven't really been able to touch. Do you feel that may be the case here again, or do you believe that Secret, they can make sure that neither of these 2 cores from Tundra get a free game?
Tundra are magical the way they make space, especially for Skeeter, and I see 4 heroes that are pretty damn good at it. So let's see. I mean, they're the ones who know how to play versus the Nagasaren, so let's see if they can actually be put up to that test.
I hope for a 5-game finals. I hope these players are in here and really enjoying the moment, you know? I hope we get some good Dota.
Absolutely. Sort of final words, Seb, you know, coming into this for Secret. We saw them able to sort of keep the positivity high at the end of game 1. Do you think they're going to be able to do it again at the end of game 2 going into this game 3?
There's a reason why Puppy was in the finals 10 years ago and why he's there again.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here. We'll pass over to Slacks now. It's going to be with Owie for some words before the game.
I am here with Owie 2000. Hello, sir. Potentially one more, my friend. Potentially one more. Are you guys feeling it in the booth?
Honestly, like, we had a talk, and our emotions are pretty level right now. We've worked a lot on not choking on land, so hopefully, you know, game 3 of TI finals.
Definitely a good time not to choke. So you guys, I saw a lot of comfort picks coming out here. You know, the Snake King Morana, the Pangolier. So is that kind of the strategy, to just get those feel-good heroes, or do you think they're especially good in this draft?
I mean, we sort of early picked those heroes, so they're just sort of heroes that we think are strong and fit in versus their first couple of heroes. But we also picked Dusa because Skitter opened the Crimson Witness on stage. So I was like, it's time to pick the Dusa. So
I think this might break it or make it for Dusa. She might get a nerf or a buff after this game, so which one are you hoping for?
For Dusa?
Yeah?
I feel like the hero's unpicked, unplayed, no? Like, I don't know if I've seen a Dusa this tournament, but I hope it works.
All right, well, we'll see if it works. Let's throw ahead and throw it to the casters for potentially the last game, Game 3 of the Grand Finals.
The battle
Thank you very much, Slacks. Yes, we'll see indeed. Are Tundra able to get the 3-0 sweep, or a Secret able to stop them in their tracks? First of all, though, before we get into the action, we've got some words behind the scenes from Puppy during that last draft.
They're afraid of your monkey, Remco. Feel the power. He remembers last game. But don't worry, new game.
Oh, there we go there. Puppy trying to sort of build spirits coming into this Game 3. As they need everything here. Secret to try and be able to turn things around against Tundra. 2 games now where there's just been a point where it seems all over. Tundra has just been all over Secret, closing up the games as they wish. Here, this Game 3, indeed, as we talked about during the draft, a bit of a different approach from both teams.
Much
and,
different.
Tundra absolutely trying something completely different there. You know, obviously, Aoi mentioning that cosmetics were a bit of an influence in terms of why Skeeter's running the Medusa in this match. But regardless, you've got to imagine they still pick it because they feel that it's going to have its strengths here. Something that other teams have not been able to find in any of the games so far here, this international.
Yeah, they probably feel like it can get to the scaling point, but the laning phase could be incredibly difficult. This is a very oppressive lane that Secret does have down here. And Mirana, I mean, we've seen Snaking do fantastic work on it, but sometimes you just can't really protect these cores. There's a reason these like Medusas and Clinks have not been picked too often. Their lanes can just get completely shut down. So let's see if Skeeter and Snaking are able to do it. Right away, we're seeing those immediate tangos. 4 or 5 of them are being passed off to Skeeter. He's going to have to bring more down because of the harassment that's coming out.
Of course, one thing that's going to be feeling good for Secret, seeing already some action from it here down bottom. Zayat's getting his hands on the Marcy this game. One of the stronger heroes from the tournament.
They don't have one of those heroes that really benefits the most off of the sidekick, though. Usually you do see, like, when Tundra does try to opt for it, they have like 2 or 3 heroes they can throw this sidekick onto. Not really many on Secret, where it's like, wow, amazing sidekick. Like, sure, the damage bonus on an Ember can be decent, but Naga Siren getting sidekicked up isn't really the best. So it's gonna be more of just this ganking in Marcy in particular.
And do you feel a bit more comfortable overall with Secret's approach? You know, this game, Crystalis, playing what you could only describe sort of as a more traditional carry, right? It's not this Pudge or Bristle that's going to look to be forced to get involved at an earlier time. He can look to sort of take the game a bit more on his shoulders as a harder carry as the Naga Siren in this Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, like, he should be able to eventually definitely take over the map, and they do have those elements to be able to push and abuse those side lanes. It's very, like 702 was saying, it's like the script is shifted completely. It almost looks like a Tundra draft on the Secret side, except for the Silencer. So could definitely see Crystalis perhaps get to that point, but let's see if he's able to with the pressure that comes out, because Tundra, as you said, super oppressive. But looks like Skeeter, he's having a little bit of a rougher one, as we've seen Snaking actually getting a lot of last hits in this lane. 6, because Skeeter's being pushed off a lot from the aggressiveness.
I mean, that's, you know, sort of something to be said there, at least Snaking making sure that not too much is getting missed from the both of them.
Yeah.
We'll see top. Puppy, just going to look to chase out Satcher a little bit. So she'll be fine and into the trees. I mean, mid lane, this time round, having the Ember Spirit here for Nisha. I mean, what's sort of your thoughts on this hero? I mean, she picked later on in the draft. Is this a game where Ember Spirit is going to have the luxury of sort of darting around the team fights, or is there a few concerns for Nisha?
Definitely some limited disables on the side of Tundra. He could have a spectacular game. However, Ember at this tournament has been having some difficulties, of course. Committing into fights. You kind of just run out of steam at some point, it feels like, on this hero lately. So we'll see what he's going to be able to make of it. Top. Saxa
trying to trade with Puppy, but Crystalis will step up, make sure that Saxa can't continue to stand his ground against the Silencer.
Now we see the build, of course, from 33. It's Axe Max, but also just he started with the Sage's Mask straight into the Basti, starting some Mangoes. It's typical approach from Tundra and just keeping the spam on. He sees top CS.
Sort of a Secret, you know, in terms of, obviously we talked about how Tundra can deal with the mid. Secret, you know, for Secret, how well are they going to be able to deal with 9 when he hits this point where he's coming in with those early rotations, heading to the side lane with the Rolling Thunder? Can they deal with the Pango's aggression?
He could be big problems. I think we have to watch for these globals, if he's able to catch it like in between these rolls and stuff like that, how much Puppy's going to be able to do to catch this with the combination of Nisha. They do have burst damage to be able to just kill this Pango in some situations, so.
Well, so far in the mid, Nisha, decent bit of a lead here, 29-5 against the 21-2. He's messed with a consistent slight spam here onto 9, keeping him low.
Both kind of doing the same thing to each other, keeping each other just at gankable levels. And it's a bit scarier, I would say, for the Pango. He actually has to go back to base because there's a Marcy. So whenever you're getting put low, you always have to expect this rotation to come in. So we do see 9 is forced back to base.
We did see Zayas, indeed step over to that area, see if that opportunity was going to be had. She's saying 9 plays it smart.
As soon as he goes missing bottom, even for a couple seconds, they do have to be very wary of it. Thinking. He's got the trade. He's got 2 in Starstorm, too.
It's true. Zayas does get too low. Dude Snaking will look to jump in and burst through him.
Yeah, 1 or 2 more hits, and he would have probably been able to go for it.
And looking at the bottom lane, it also was a bit of a slower start in the first few waves. Looks like Skeeter's able to pretty much catch back up here to him the amount of fun Rezo's getting out of this. 26 for 7, 23 for 6, and he's got this full wave coming in against him. I think Skeeter, despite the early pressure on him, dealt very well with those first few waves, those first few lanes that they've had to match up against Secret down here.
They've been so good because of this Mirana, really. Like, Snaking's actually being able to bully and make sure that Skeeter's able to have a decent laning phase because these 2 points in Starstorm. He's able to trade with pretty much anybody. And here we see this rotation coming in.
He's already used the swashbuckle. 6. And he has indeed hit the 6, and that'll mean 9. He's more than fine. In fact, trying to use that ult to set up a bit onto Nisha, but the Remnants are the ready. Nisha himself in the 6. 9's able to roll across, pick up that arcane rune. And Snaking and Sax are heading over to help. They're jumping with the rebound, but Zayas goes down. They'll even be able to turn over towards Nisha as well. But 9 will die for that effort. Maybe feeling a bit stronger than he was there, charging forward with the backup of his 2 supports. But 9 ending up losing his life off the back of that aggressive play.
Nisha does incredible physical damage right now. The corrosion and the blaze of attack finished.
So much damage, yeah.
Maybe
3 points in slide.
Yeah, maybe thought he was going to be a little bit tankier, and immediately they rotate in Zayas, they fill up the bottle, so looking to play around Nisha as much as possible.
So yeah, Secret showing that they can bring their supports mid as well. Sure, Nisha continues to have that edge in this mid matchup. Only about a 600 gold difference, a lead here for the Ember Spirit. Nisha playing it well so far.
I mean, that tends up being the decision there. So Secret, they're going to be like, okay, no longer can we really pressure the Deuce early game. We're just going to look to buff up this Ember Spirit so he can be the one to kind of take over the map. Since Naga's now having her own free time, they're just going to be like, all right, Rezo, you're sacked for the moment. We'll deal with this Medusa later on. Still keeping the Silencer even around the mid lane.
$33. Looks like he'll give some of that top lane to Saxa. 33 will start to clear a bit of the stacks. Prepared here in the triangle.
Yep, he's got his helm creep finished up too, so now he can look to actually pressure the lane. Once he's got this creep, he can go back up there.
Bottom lane, making a bit of an effort onto Skeeter. Now they're starting to get pretty low here.
The arrow
damage resides in Resolution. Snaking on target though, holds back Rezo. Limits the ability for Secret to continue to chase down Skeeter, but I'm seeing heavy pressure now from these 2, and it's going to become even more. Secret, they're bringing in Nisha to make the aggressive play down here. Skeeter immediately out the area, does not want to mess around when these sort of rotations come out from the mid.
The earlier award that Snaking placed for to watch the rotations of the Marcy, actually this time catches the Ember Spirit, making the rotation down. So Skeeter, we've seen him, actually last game did the same thing. Got pushed out of lane relatively early, will go to jungle, and Snaking's going to sit in the trees and sap.
And it's this timing again, really. So this 8 to 9 minute window where both games, Secret, they have been allowed to get this early tier 1 tower. So once again, they'll get some good pressure on at the moment. Snaking, same position as in last game, sapping the XP that he can. Over and Secret's up at the map though. Saxa's got a bit of a catch on to Crystallis.
He looks dead.
9, he's ready to jump in with the Rolling Thunder. That's Crystallis gone. So while Secret put the pressure on down bottom, Tundra make the most of that information to catch out Crystallis alone.
It's so much pressure. As soon as the Dominator's finished up on the Beastmaster, he's shoving the lane in. They're looking to catch behind, and yeah, Saxa, he finds it. Even now going to take away some of this jungle, take away the bounty rune as well. And look at Snaking. It looks like he's potentially maybe trying to drag a wave or something. Yeah, maybe try to grab that, but unable to because he's getting chased. Does mean that they're not going to get the bottom tower on the side of Secret, and top tower is going to drop to the side of Tundra. And Snaking, it's just base making. Oh, unless Rezo reads him.
Nicely done there from Rezo. Zayas able to jump in and throw Snaking back into the clutch inches of resolution. They'll get themselves a kill out of that Secret.
Oh, beautiful play from Rezo.
And see Nisha, he's diving in sort of pretty deep into Tundra's half of the map. Trying to really keep Skeeter on his toes, make sure this Medusa doesn't feel too safe to farm. Even in this sort of deep area on their half.
He's not really at risk of too much. Like, they have to bring so many heroes to kind of punish this Ember Spirit, so I really like the play from Nisha. He's just keeping this Medusa low, keeping him scared, because if a +1 hero comes in, it's a free kill every time. And now, with this, potentially able to take this bottom tower point, put it to Edict, so we'll be able to match that move from Tundra up top. 2-2.
10 minutes in. Similar to sort of the close start that we were getting at least out of the game 2 of this grand finals. Secret very much having their own strengths. Overall though, see top of the board there, 33. He's making the money on this Beastmaster.
We've seen this from him a lot on his Beastmaster, especially being top net worth when it was very popular. He was playing it so much. And we'll see now if there's going to be a play from Secret to look to invade the Ancient area, because that's kind of like the Medusa specialty, is farming these Ancients. In the past, most games with Tundra, they actually don't do this for Skeeter, because he's usually playing with these illusion heroes. So let's see if they are going to look to punish him.
And sort of in comparison to the drafts that we have from Tundra in Game 1 and Game 2, would you sort of consider this Game 3-1 a little bit more vulnerable in these sort of early stages? Like Secret have a bit more of a chance of shutting them down early?
Yeah, absolutely. Medusa just takes some time before she wants to show up at all. So it does feel like they can look to be playing pretty aggressive, just have to really avoid Nine in particular. I mean, he's the big playmaker. If they can kind of move away from the Pangolier.
Let's see if he seizes the opportunity to go for Saxa. Sentry down though for Saxa now. He knows that Nisha's watching him.
Tough grab though. And Nine is still, I mean, really lingering in the back line.
Still wants to maybe do something.
He's got quite the flank.
He's a bit low on the mana as well. Went up too much to throw out here. There's the opening for Nine. In with the Rolling Thunder. They'll pop the global.
The creep takes the arrow.
And he won't quite connect, and now Rezo tries to turn, but the global comes to an end. Saxa turns for the combo. Avalanche toss to take him down. Resolution falls, but
he's fighting.
The backup of Nisha. Secret, they'll be able to take something in return.
Oh, no way.
He's out with the sword when he goes for the TP, but Nisha will be able to dive in with the Remnant, pick up a couple, maybe more. Chains are up. He has enough mana to stop the TP from Saxa. Puppy's here as well. They'll chase out the Tiny, surround him in the trees. It's a triple kill for Nisha.
What a play. Skills up the Searing Chains after he gets the kills, immediately has enough mana to do it too. Beautifully done.
This is exactly what Secret need to be seeing from Nisha. They have to have him just step up to the next level, something that he has done before in some of the series here during the playoffs of TI. They need Nisha to be on top form and have a chance against Tundra.
And you see why they put so much emphasis on him in the mid lane. Fill up his bottle, do everything you can to make sure Nisha has this game so he can make that space for this Naga Siren, who now, Crystallis free in the jungle, and they have a regen rune sitting bottom. So Zayat, he's camping it for Nisha so he can keep his impact on the map. All about this Ember Spirit for Secret.
Cheetah feeling confident enough to step up in the mid. Secret, they'll definitely jump on this. They'll get him with the opening. They've taken out his mana. The damage has been done. A risky position for Skeeter to find himself in. Secret, they don't hold back at all at making that jump. They know that that Medusa is in a completely dangerous spot, and it hurts. That's Skeeter out of the game for 20 seconds. Secret, they managed to put some pressure on the mid, and of course this is just continued gold and XP being fueled and funneled into this Ember Spirit.
Still has the regen running, so he's full HP, full mana for this push. They can still have to fight if anyone does come in. And Tundra doesn't feel like they do want to fight here. It's dropping too fast. Big moves.
I'll have to let this one go.
And tons of space. Crystallis now able to rotate down toward bottom.
Nine. He's sort of keeping his eyes on Crystallis, but of course in this area, out on his own. He's not able to sort of make any sort of move or aggressive play. At least not until he has the Diffusal Blade done. When that's there, he might be able to look for some solo action.
I was looking to see if we would see that build queued up also for Crystallis, because I believe Nota was mentioning, I think it was Hector who did it actually in one of the games as Naga when he was playing, and he went this Diffusal Blade, and it was very strong. So if he can opt to do that, if they even want to.
I think
the thing is though, do they even want to though? Because like the Medusa, maybe they don't feel like they even need it.
I mean,
how little this hero's been played.
You might sort of see the argument for just getting that Scardy.
Just play normal
as soon as you can. Of course, Scardy's going to have incredible benefits from limiting the Medusa in these fights.
Secret this time around, really finding their footing. Now for Tundra, playing around 33 is probably the best option. Helm of Overlord is finished, so he is a big problem for Secret.
Resolution's pretty vulnerable. as 33 opens up with a raw easy kill there for Tundra.
That's the big hero that they do have to watch out for. And yeah, snaking with these Moonlight Shadows, this has kind of been one of the biggest things that Tundra's been able to play around.
Yeah, you got to watch out for this Ember Spirit next fight. He's got his Maelstrom done and a DD in the bottle.
Oh boy.
You don't want to fight around this Ember unless you're guaranteed to have the lockdown. And of course, this is a point where Raw has been used. Nisha is going to be able to play with that timing in mind. Not too much that he has to threat when he turns up these team fights.
And there's Global available too, so even if the chain stun comes out, like Sox up finds an Avalanche, they can probably
feels
counter.
strong, he's ready to go in chains, followed by the Global Silence. See the Rana, Snaking try and get off to the side, but the slight's there. They take down both supports.
And they might even get the help. They will.
Extra 250 gold, I believe, going the way of Resolution, so more money for him. That'll speed up the Bloodstone. Really is, you know, saw Nisha being able to step it up a bit more in game 2, but here in this game 3, his Ember Spirit so far so good here with these early plays. Anything sort of on towards the level 12. Once he gets that item done after the Maelstrom, we'll see what it's going to be. If he feels he needs to get the BKB, play some sort of into some sort of safety for the next item. But at the same time, as we say, with sort of lack of lockdown,
he might not need it.
He can just build up that damage, continue to play aggressive.
I think he probably wants to look to play as aggressive as possible. The space for Crystallis is amazing right now. He's just having the time of his life on this Naga Siren 2K lead. And Secret, they're still clustered together. The lanes are all in a good position for them, so they can just keep looking to fight. Even though they don't have Global, this Ember's king.
Another catch here from Nisha, he's in with a slight chain. Brendan off to the side, they're going to dispose back on the Saxa, but Science and Puppy just get shredded by 33 and his Dinosaur. As Tundra, they're ready to see if they can catch more snakes. He's in with the arrow, quick turn the slight chains. Nisha's just able to take him out amongst them on Tundra. They continue to get more. 9 rolls in, takes out Reza, who's got his eyes over towards Nisha. It's pretty deep here. Up towards the tier 2, they'll continue to try and chase him, chains back up. Well, Nisha starts to sort of dig there, a bit risky. He's going to get caught with the elbows. Nisha goes down. As Tundra, they hit back hard, straight down the mid, they take out 4.
And now Secret, they're looking for the fight. They're like, we don't have Global, we don't really care. We can still look to get this, but an Avalanche from the high ground, I think catches, what, 3 heroes? Axes as well from the Beastmaster, catches multiple. Tundra in position perfectly to counteract Secret.
Yeah, as we've seen time and time again from Tundra this series, they know when to go. You give them any sort of opening, and they just go straight for it. And both supports taken out, and
Beastmaster somehow. He's doing way too much damage. Crystallis is still getting all the space in the world, but that is a pretty devastating hit. Losing Nisha like that.
Absolutely. We're going to get to see Crystallis have an impact this game that he just hasn't had in the series so far.
Sure.
Both game 1 and game 2, he just never really got the farm, pretty much stuck at the bottom of the course. It will be a different story this time. So Crystallis, he'll absolutely feel a bit more powerful when those inevitable team fights occur that he has to turn up to.
That being said, also though, Skeeter has started to get ignored a little bit because of the moves Tundra's been able to counteract with Secret. He's got Manta. Now he can really push out those waves without having to show his face. He can actually survive in most situations.
That's very true. I mean, as you said, on the Medusa, you're always going to have a tougher time opening up in this sort of game. And Skeeter, arguably, he's got through that tough spot.
He got through one of the tougher ones, and he's always going to have excellent Mystic Snake targets. You just throw that onto the Lesh in most situations, you get so much mana back in the fights. Secret have to be careful in these next few moments. Can't make another mistake like that. Gotta smoke up. Nisha's still having quite a bit of gold in the bank. 2,600.
She's snaking poke of the wave mid, but they want something much bigger than that. They want 33's life.
This is the best kill they can find.
See if they can blow him up here with the combo. Straight in, but already 33's off the side. They find the chains.
Sox is here.
Help out. Rolls back up. They turn with the raw onto Resolution, holding back the Leshrac. They'll turn his attention over towards Saxa instead.
Here comes Skeeter.
They want to look to try and take this fight. 9 rolls up straight over the high ground. He's got the opening start on the Resolution. The roll continues, of course, through the song as Resolution's taken out.
They're still chasing.
He's ready to close in on Crystallis as the song comes to an end. Illusion's back out for Crystallis, snaking. Jumps over the Starstorm, trying to burst Secret down low. curse kicks in on to 9, so no further spells available to be casted on the chase.
But now Roche.
Resolution's gone. 33 as strong as ever, steps over into the Roshan pit. They were so close to maybe catching 33 by surprise, but they couldn't quite find the initiation off the back of the rebound.
They waited.
Oh, they're trying to poke at them here, Secret. Sort of deter Tundra from committing to the Roshan, but it's rough.
They waited a little too long, it felt like on the Global. Every spell got casted, and then Global comes out. The Roar and the Avalanche was already there to kind of let 33 get the distance. So Secret, again, they have to be careful with these mistakes. It's gonna get punished every single time. Tundra is all at the ready to look for these fights, and now with Skeeter at the ready to fight, they're gonna look for their own battle with 4 or 5.
Skeeter's ready to join in, he's got a point in the Stone Gaze as well. So ready to pop that ultimate. Stop Secret from being able to sort of take the fight head into them.
Sox has got Blink.
He's in with a jump. He gets the toss back. They'll get the quick pick onto Puppey. Puppey gets burst through. Rebounded from Zion, so towards Saxa. The Stone Gaze has been popped here, so Secret, they can't come in for now. Ooh! Rezo's actually going to end up tanking the Raw out the back of one of the illusions. Rezo's going to attempt to run down Tundra with this in mind, but onto the back lines. 9. Straight in on top of Zions, controlling the Marcy. Good bounces here off the cliffs. Leaving Zions no option to escape. 9. Takes him out pretty much solo, jumps over the swashbuckle, stun will connect though. 9, he's falling low. Nisha has the damage, they take down 9.
Can they chase for more?
They've got the curse on the 33, Rezo. Pops the Bloodstone, getting that mana back up, he's ready to chase. He's closing the ammo to the Beast Master, it's going to be another for Secret. Triple kill for Nisha. Only Skeeter and Saxa left here for Tundra. Saxa, he still wants to fight, jumps in with the top. The Avalanche onto the 3 of them. They're taking out Resolution, there's going to be a buyback from Zayas. Secret, they're putting everything into holding this fight, keeping Crystal safe. Nisha, the dragon, so low on mana. He hasn't really got much push off, he's sort of trapped up on the high ground. But they're going to get him out.
Is he really going to get away?
They can't close the gap, Skeeter's going to live.
God.
He's going to live.
Oh, Nisha gets stuck in that little spot on the ledge.
The dragon, the bird, he feels it. There.
And the whole fight too. A fight that lasts, I mean, what feels like almost 2 minutes. The Hawk is scouting everything in all these situations. To Tundra, amazing at the way that they can reset from these fights. But Secret, they do get some big kills.
Yeah, more. No, sure. Nisha dying at the end of it. I mean, look at this. He's 10-2 and 2. He's still doing everything he can here to hold on.
Start to the arrow does connect on the noggin. They're almost able to get the Roar, but 33 unable to get it at the start there. Crazy chases.
I mean, Skeeter being able to walk away as he did. Definitely going to feel frustrating there for Secret.
The way that they're able, just the reset, the constant reset and jump forward, the way they play around these cooldowns. Saxa, how many avalanche toss combos was he able to get in this one? How many axes did you see thrown out?
We'll see Skeeter about 2,300 gold away from the Skadi. If they couldn't kill him easily enough then, once he's got his next item done, he's going to be such a huge terror in these team fights.
Crystallis too, though, still getting big. The Orchid is finished, so he also has a level of control, perhaps, to catch this Pango.
They're ready to make the move. They know Roshan's up. They don't want to head straight into the pit. They want to try and get a pick off first. Secret, relatively prepared. for Secret.
I mean, the way that they're able, just the reset, the constant reset and jump forward, the way they play around these cooldowns. Saksa, how many avalanche toss combos was he able to get in this one? How many axes did you see thrown out?
Well, Skeeter about 2,300 gold away from the Skadi. If they couldn't kill him easily enough then, once he's got his next item done, he's going to be such a huge terror in these team fights.
Crystallis too, though, still getting big. The Orchid is finished. He also has a level of control, perhaps,
a Tundra
to catch this Pango.
They're ready to make the move. They know Roshan's up. They don't want to head straight into the pit. They want to try and get a pick off first. Secret relatively prepared, though. The 4th and grouped up. Rezo, the one to be pushing out alone. TP on cooldown for 9 seconds. We'll see if he's able to get out of this area of the map in time.
They always have the Hawks scouting out, trying to get information. If they get the initiation onto one of the big heroes of Secret, it's going to be a really tough comeback. Even though they have global, one of those heroes will probably die instantly if Tundra does get that jump.
I mean, we see sort of from Secret as well. They, Skeeter pushing out the mid lane as kind of aggressively as he was over on Secret's half of the map. Secret, I suspect that something's up.
It's
sticking together, and now, sort of keeping the timing in mind, knowing that the smoke from Tundra's probably come to an end. They might try and sneak a Roshan off the back of their own smoke, though, rather than look for a kill. They're straight into the pit. 33 shows bottom. They know that they've got a bit of space to go for this. The question is, can they do it fast enough?
It looks like they do with the Unleash. It's about to drop down. Tundra do have the split push coming on, but yeah, this Roshan.
That's a big move from Secret. A smart timing there with the smoke.
Now Rezo probably feels a lot safer. He can charge in, almost BKB done. He's going to be able to commit into those backlines easier. Secret find themselves a pretty big window here.
Let's see what sort of the play is to be here from Tundra. A bit of a different position to what they've been in before in the first 2 games. Secret having this first stages on Resolution. But for the most part, very much has been the core that Tundra have struggled the least with taking down. Now he's got that Aegis. Tundra, they're going to have to think twice about how they go about these team fights. They're still going to try for it, though. They're in with the
Puppy showed his face.
Shadow 9. Big burst onto Puppy.
What's that?
Caught out the Pango, but on the side, to be caught by the Rod. 33 commits straight down, takes out Zayas, but Nisha's in. That's 9 out of the fight, and Nisha, Crystallis, they're in for more. Diving over towards Saxon with the Remnants. Saxon tried to toss it back, but with the axe, Nisha, he's still got Remnants to play with. Closes the gap. 2 more kills for the Ember Spirit. Nisha now up to 12 kills here, 24 minutes in.
They get the initiation onto the 2 supports, but Nisha, Secret, they're all there at the ready. Yeah, this Aghanims saved the gold, got those big kills earlier, finished up another 3,000 gold for him too.
I mean, he's getting to play exactly the game as you sort of expect him to be able to in this sort of draft.
Limited
he's
control.
Playing it perfectly, nearly hitting level 18. He's got 3k gold in the gap in the bank, ready towards his next item.
And Crystallis is
a problem.
Crystallis is starting to get toward critical mass as well. Heart almost finished up. Do they have enough?
And it's the Hawks crashing down onto him. It's a little bit more, but not enough. Nisha still able to get away. And lucky enough for him, 33 hadn't quite picked up the Hex. Next time around, the Hex, it will be there. 33's got it done.
But they just, in this fight, they just get the perfect wrap run. They stick on Chris, and nobody helps. He gets a global to kind of cover him, but nobody else is able to actually get him into a better position.
I mean,
they full focus him.
It very much was a case of just biting off a bit more than they could chew. You see, sort of the plan here from Nisha. He wants to jump to the back lines, try and look for the easier kills, and then off to the side, sort of this heavy attempt from Secret to sort of commit in and try and help out Reza, get this kill on Saxa. All this sort of split focus means that Crystallis, he's got no help at all.
No help whatsoever. And they do have enough damage. If they're able to stick on him like that, they will always have enough damage to deal with this Naga Siren. Tundra now 4k lead. Right after we're saying that perhaps they could have some struggle, they find a beautiful angle, and now, like you said, the Hex is also finished up for 33. So for Nisha, he's actually got a much harder game in front of him.
He's got to be careful. I mean, he's got a little bit of protection, of course, with the status resist of the Kai's stand. He's trying to get the Linkers off next. In the mid, they're going to toss back into the arrow, into the Hex. They lock him down. Nisha's gone.
Oh, boy.
They
instant
have
smoke.
The power to deal with him right now.
They're feeling themselves. Instant smoke. The roar is still available. They want more. 70 seconds. He just spent the gold.
I mean, Secret, they definitely are going to be feeling it after the outcome of that last fight. They know that Tundra's got this lead against them. And there's got to be sort of that really concerning feeling just sort of deep in their gut. When you get behind Tundra, you struggle immensely to get a hold back at the game. It's something that teams throughout the entire TI have struggled to do. Trying to turn around against a lead at this point, against this squad. Only very few have even come close to being able to do so. Secret, they've got to do something miraculous to hold on to this game.
It's a huge death, too. Such a long time. The Ember Spirit off the map. You can see Secret's kind of stuck in their base. Crystallis is really being pretty aggressive being down here. He can even get caught pretty easily if there's just like a Hawk scouting him. So he's really pushing the limit of his hero down here. And Roche, it's going to get scouted instantly. It's going to spawn, and they'll have a small window to actually go for it.
I don't know if Secret's going to want to do anything about this whilst they don't have Nisha.
It's going to die so fast as well.
It really will.
With 9, all that minus armor.
And Secret, you know, out of all the heroes, Ember Spirit may be one of the ones that could have gone for some sort of aggressive dive in to try and look for a steal.
It dies too fast.
It's so hard to do. Of course, Outpost under Tundra's control, so no real easy way for Nisha to get over here in time. Roshan gets taken, Aegis into the hands of Skeeter, and Secret, they may have come too close to the pit already. They jump on the Puppy, they run the Eondis. 9, in with the Rolling Thunder, locking Puppy down across the stairs. Puppy falls, and Zayats, he's got to run. I hope he'll miss there, protecting from that first instance of the Skadi attack. And Zayats, he's still got no chance of running.
Oh, Rezo!
He's able to close on Rezo, gets the top spot. They take the Roche, they take the Aegis, they take 3 more kills from Secret.
It's the way that, I mean, they're fighting the Roche, right? They're killing it. They're like, oh, we got this. So they Moonlight Shadow, run out, and go for catch while they're doing the Roshan hype. Tundra just on another level every single time. The way they take every single approach, every single fight.
Yeah, Secret starting to crumble a little bit once more. They've got to pull themselves together.
But how now? Skitter, he's the one full critical mass. The Mjolnir's done. He's got Shard.
I mean, at the least, a Crystallis on the Naga side, you can continue to do this. Keep some of these lanes, split push out, cut the creep waves, limit the areas that Tundra's able to push in on, but already this top lane, it's hitting the tier 3s. Tundra, they're gonna look to try and push on a high ground here.
And the big issue really for Crystallis is when is he gonna be able to feel strong enough to get into a fight himself and do what Nisha's doing? He's 1, 3, and 2 on this Naga.
He's trying to get the axe here to sort of have that extra setup, but
will it be enough? Is it going to give him damage to actually walk into these fights? It doesn't feel like it. Tundra, they've covered all their bases.
And they're so strong now around this push. 3 minutes still on the Aegis. So much time to play with, where they can look to take so much from Secret.
Rex, it's just dropping for free. Nobody wants to step up. They're scared of getting tossed. He's got the Ags.
Jackson! He's in with the combo. They catch Zayats out of the side. The arrow connects as well. Swashbuckle won't quite clip him. Neither will the axes, but 9 in with the Rolling Thunder. Finishes off Zayats. Over towards Crystallis now. The global silence holding back Tundra's aggression for now.
But they're not able to make anything of that global.
Secret will keep their distance throughout the remainder of this Rolling Thunder from 9. 30 seconds without their Zayats Marcy.
Another toss.
Saxa. The setup down to Crystallis. The full-on Hex as well. He's been locked down. They've got to get Crystallis back to safety. He's walking back to the fountain. They'll be able to allow Crystallis to reset, but the damage is done. The racks have been taken out. Rezo, he tries to come in, but he gets too close. Rolls up. Rezo's out for 70. No buyback for the Leshrac.
They can't kill anybody during the global. They're just on full retreat. Secret is starting to look impossible.
It just doesn't stop it from Tundra. Once they've got a hold on the game, it's just this immensely tight grip. You cannot stop them. 12K lead.
All it takes is one fight, really, from Tundra. We saw 28 minutes, right? Things were kind of even, and then kaboom. They find absolutely everything they needed. And now Secret, they're pretty trapped. They've got the Lincolns now for Nisha, but as we said, where's the damage going to be coming from? Everyone on Tundra's feeling a bit too tanky with all these new items coming out.
And just, you know, as always, you got to really point back to sort of how impressive it is for Tundra to do with this last pick Medusa, something that no one else was doing, something that was, by the sounds of it from Al, he sort of picked on a bit of a whim. Skeeter, he got the new Crimson Witness for it. He wanted to play it. It's looking pretty darn fantastic. It's up there at the top.
And they see Nisha.
And they get that opening.
They got the chain stun.
The global's going to be bought. Can he get him out in time? They can't. The lockdown's there.
He spent his gold on the Lincolns.
Oh, he's out for 80, and Zayats also found Secret. They are crumbling, falling apart once again in this game 3. Tundra, they just know how to break you.
And they just know how to play with this vision, right? The Hawk this time around, it always seems to be scouting.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I believe they also now, that was the gem that they just picked up, gave to Nisha, and he didn't last with it for very long. Now it's on the Beastmaster. A full refresher, also, this Beastmaster, 33, a menace this game, 12, 1, and 16.
Oh my goodness. I mean, there's so much pressure on
at
Crystallis
snaking.
right now to just try and keep this game going. Resolution as well, they're doing everything in their power here. Secret to just cut these waves, push them back out. Good call there with the BKB TP out. That BKB didn't come. Resolution was dead for sure. He gets himself back to base. Secret, they're trying the best to prolong the game, buy time for Nisha to get back in, and that will certainly be the case. He'll be back up in 30. So Secret, at the least, despite this incredible lead that Tundra's starting to grow against them, they were able to hold them off, give themselves another chance. But each and every time, that chance becomes slimmer and slimmer.
I mean, the Rapier is queued up for Nisha. He's really starting to feel it. And, I mean, Crystallis, he's got the Bloodthorn queued up. Perhaps this could be some solution to be able to focus fire some targets, but
he's got a lot of money towards it.
He does. Tundra just, they're just playing so well off each other, protecting each other with Lotus Orbs, Force Stabs, etc. They have so many, 9 snaking both with those Lotus Orbs. So even if someone does get focus fired either from a net or from that Bloodthorn, they'll have ways to bail them out, as we've seen them do time and time again. And now their base, right? The base is just being shoved in constantly. Tundra always going to be able to shove those lanes in.
So much damage. With the Bloodthorn, the aggression, you know, the offensive items, the defensive items, the Lotus ready to bail Skeeter out of any dangerous spots. They have everything to just sort of empower this Medusa, allow Skeeter to just enter the front of the fight. And it will be so tough for Secret to take Skeeter down at this stage.
And they're even starting to get, you know, these tier 4 neutral items, so Global starts to get addressed as well. All these dispels, Tundra continue to stay as a unit. Secret continue to be trapped.
Puppey. Just gonna try and come out, maybe get a bit of vision, a bit of information to take the outpost back, or at least tease with the idea.
Risky.
Take us.
Still a little smoke.
Oh, do they see it? Someone pings.
I mean,
they want the bigger target.
They've got themselves on top of Nisha.
Uh-oh, jumps left. They're pinging it.
I mean, his TP's on cooldown. That was put to a stop there by the jumper Saxon, so he has to make his way back to the base with a few remnants, but of course he's still got many to play with that Aghanim's. He'll be fine. Secret able to get everyone back to the base, but indeed Global's down. Maybe a bit of an opportunity for Tundra to once again try and take this game to the next step, look to push down for another set of barracks. We'll see how much they want to force it.
I think they're kind of on chill mode until Skeeter hits 25. If someone walks into them, they can look for the fight, but Skeeter, it unlocks a whole new potential of the hero when you hit 25 on this Dusa, especially versus this Naga.
I mean, it's true, and sort of the big thing that's standing out as well is just sort of the levels. You know, Tundra, they're able to get so much XP from the map from these kills. Skeeter just about to hit level 25.
Yep.
Meanwhile, for Crystallis, of course, all of his farms pretty much done by the illusions, split pushing out the map, still stuck on level 19. Still a ways to go before he's really going to be feeling in a position to be able to stand his ground against the cause of Tundra in the team fight.
And a ways to go, really. Zayats, you know, he was getting close to BKB, what, 12 minutes ago or something? He still doesn't even have it done, so the scaling for them has completely stagnated. While for Tundra, it feels like all of them are scaling more and more with these small little items to protect each other.
Not really sort of any easy target that, even with the BKB on Zayats, that he can sort of just commit in on with the Unleash. No. They've got ways to kite him out. Zax has got the items, Blinks, Forces, Yules.
And multiple ways to get that Dispel, as we see. Witchbane's done, or Witchbane's picked up from the Medusa, and they did, I believe, have the Stormcraft on the Tiny, so yeah, ways to just reset away constantly, which has been kind of the bread and butter for Tundra. Resetting, retaking fights over and over again. And 25 now. Dusa, Skeeter, he's got the talent. So they're ready for their fights if anything comes to them. Playing it safe probably though. Final game perhaps for them. Playing around this Roshan timer, it's soon to spawn.
That's it, exactly. They can taste that victory.
Yep.
They know how close they are to claiming that Aegis of Champions. Every single time we see Tundra take the safest route out. They do not let these leads slip away. And they're going to do everything to make sure that nothing changes from that in this all-important Game 3.
It's got to be frustrating for Secret at this point, knowing that they can't make any move outside, but at the same time also, if they give up the Roshan, they probably just know that there's no way for them to bring down this Medusa twice.
So the big item pickups that they are going to require is Crystallis. Getting his next item done, it's going to be opted for the Nullifier after Bloodthorn, so some further aggressive sort of setup that they can play with.
Hard for him still just committing into these fights at this point. Tundra just has so much to deal with him.
Radiant
went out with a smoke. Gonna try and get in there with the jump on a 33. See if they can take down this Beast Mode before we get the roar. They're in on top of the It will be able to finish on 33 in return, and we'll see the buyback coming straight away from Resolution. 9. He's got him pretty deep here to try and chase down Puppy. Still with a bit of time there for the Rolling Thunder overwards. Resolution did buy back for this. He's able to sidestep the arrow in time. 9 out with the swashbuckle. Secret, they'll look to chase, but the pinch there before the slide fist connects. He's out to safety. 9. They are walking back in. Saxa in with the toss go on the side. This is Robin locked down. Nisha out for 100. As Tundra, they'll chase him down. Rezo gone without buyback. It's only Puppy and Chrysalis. And the arrow. The arrow's there. Tundra catch him out. They're ready to run down mid. There's a lack of buybacks on Secret.
Secret felt the need. They had to chase to try to get more of the Beastmasters dead, but they get hit with an onslaught.
No buyback on Resolution. And Nisha, he's 200 gold short. It's Tundra.
They're going to try to get some wrap
They're
around
going
the Tundra.
Some sort of surprise, but it's 2 against 4.
Dire's middle barracks.
As this push is not stopping.
Tier 4's dropping.
They've got
Secret.
a fortification, but still such a long time without Resolution, without Nisha, a full minute.
And the creeps are coming in top. They can't even cut the waves.
As the tier 4s, Tundra, they're pushing on. Secret, they've got to make their move now. It's going to be now or never if they want to try and stop Tundra.
They gotta just run in.
And they gotta do something. The Ancient
is dropping.
Tundra, they're looking to end inside. Jumps in, but immediately to his death. Crystallis has got the illusions out, but he's surrounded. Taken out. The Ancient is exposed. They're looking for the game. Tundra, they're on the Ancient. There'll be a buyback for Crystallis, but surely there's nothing.
He's just getting control.
Nothing to be done here from Secret as Tundra. They're closing it up. The Ancient in full.
Oh my God.
Tundra have done it. The 3-0 clean sweep today against Team Secret here in the grand final.
What an unbelievable storyline. Undefeated. Tundra, unbelievable.
And the way they did it, it truly feels like both this team, they've cracked the code, they've solved Dota.
They broke
Their
it.
approach every single time, they're unstoppable.
Even when they get their heroes taken away, they always have some type of substitution. Every single player piggybacking off each other. Unbelievable. Snaking.
Skeeter, 9,
26 teams in 10 years, and he finally claims it.
ladies and gentlemen, we got TI 11 champions.
Esports for the international.
Incredible moments here. As you said, a team that's worked so hard throughout the year. They've had their highs, they've had their lows, but they come in at their best when it matters the most here at the International Vault.
Last year, they weren't able to make it this year. They proved everybody, they proved to everyone how good they truly are.
It's incredible play across the board. Some of these players, you've seen them time and time again over the years, as you said, through different teams. I mean, a lot of them individually, the other pros, they've always known that these players, they've had it in them. They've had it in them to get this far, and not only get this far, but to completely crush their opponents in this grand final. Secret, they got closer and closer from game 1 to game 3, but it was never close enough. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Tundra.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the winners of TI 11, Tundra! Oh my goodness, great. Oh, snaking. The lost son of Salamene and his last hero. Any words for everyone out there? You've been waiting so long. It is all yours, buddy.
I want to thank everyone for coming here and supporting us and watching this grand final. We wouldn't be here without you guys.
Woo! Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
And I want to give a special shout out to Pierre and all the people who have supported me along the way. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. An incredible show. Well done. Well done. Oh, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, Ski God here, my friend. Good to see you. I'm sorry, I'm caught up in the moment. Now, you heard about Dota from TI2. You watched them on this stage. Well, now you've broken the records. Now you're on the stage. How does it feel, my friend?
It's surreal. I don't know. I'm trying to still digest all the emotions. You know, it didn't really come to me yet, but it's fucking crazy.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Skeeter! Hello, my friend. Oh, yeah, soak that in. This is your first TI. Any advice out there to anybody who wants to do what you just did? Because you just became the inspiration to an unknown amount of people that will always be looking at you, the man who made it happen. What do you have to say to the future of the Dota 2 fans?
Get good.
Get good! Okay. I need this, man, if you can. Thank you so much. Sascha, it has been 6 years.
Yep.
You came in second place last time. I know you've been dreaming of this moment. Tell me, how does it feel now that you have accomplished it?
I mean, it doesn't feel like it's still real. Like, I'm still trying to understand what just happened. So it's like, I don't know. In my mind, it's like, I can't even believe it still.
Oh, okay. Audience, is this real? Thank you so much. Congratulations, my friend. Where's the last one? Brea made that 33. Where'd he go? Hey, you get over here, sir. You've earned it. Many consider the VIP of the tournament, the MVP of the tournament, if you will. 33. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up! You said many times before you were searching for the right team to make your Dota ideas be true. You were looking for the right squad to make it happen. It seems you found it, sir. Any words that you'd like to say to your teammates and everybody watching at home?
Just so happy. Everyone did such an amazing job this tournament, and it's the best feeling.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Tundra! Your winners of the International, baby! One of the best years of Dota that we have ever seen. The greatest. Lift up the ages one more time. Give it to the fans. Incredible Dota. One more if you can. Here we go. And get together. Lift it up. Tundra Esports!
Congratulations, Tundra Esports. Head and shoulders above the rest. I do not believe I've seen such a dominating performance in all the TIs. Snaking, 33, Saxka, Skidder, and 9. And I love the fact panel. Hello, panel.
Hello.
Hello, Team. Hello, Sheep. Hello, Lizard. I love the fact that all the family there with the players came to support, lifting the Aegis. What a moment.
It was just an incredible run from Tundra, right? The fact that they haven't lost a series at all for its entire TI. They basically dictated how people should be playing Dota. They were miles ahead. Everyone was trying to chase and catch up as each series progressed, but no one could get to their level, and yeah, a dominating 3-0.
It's just a dream. It's just a dream of every single Dota player. Anyone that ever played this game remotely competitively, lifting up that Aegis, getting your name on the back, it's, yeah. 33, like a few years back, he's in my team flaming me for some stupid build. Here he is now, like just carrying the Aegis around. I don't know. I'm speechless.
I'm so happy for them. Honestly, genuinely, like listening to any of these players talk, they care so deeply for the game. Like these are the guys you should always be rooting for to win and achieve their dreams and go as far as they want. Like they deserve this from their mentality throughout the whole year, how much they cared, boot camping fully through the DPCs. Like they wanted this, and it actually finally paid off.
It has, and they say, is it a dream? They're not sure. They know it's real. I'm sure it will have to sink in, but this is the thing with, you win a TI.
Did you hear the crowd, James?
I know.
I think it's pretty real.
It is real, but even at these moments, you can see.
It's proof
33.
that hard work just pays off. Like, think about this team, the amount of work they've put in, like Sheep mentioned, like Lizard mentioned, they've gone through so much, and they've been boot camping the entire time. They've gone through, from being favorites in majors to crumbling out. and then be able to self-identify those problems, work on them, and then get to this TI, get to this run. It's just, again, it's one of the most memorable runs in just dominance.
Yeah, you know what's cool is that like back when this team was signed by Tundra, like Skitter got on their YouTube channel, talked about it. He said, "I want to leave a legacy. I want to be remembered as one of the best in my role." Like that was what he wanted, and he has proven it so hard. This entire event, this series, every single game, this guy is just miles ahead, playing his heroes to perfection into 100 million counters. It doesn't matter. He pushes his heroes to the max, and I'm just blown away. I'm so impressed, and I'm so happy.
And here they are, walking off the red carpet with the Aegis, their names soon to be added. And of course, make sure you stick around because we will be having the winners on the late game. If you're in the arena, you will be able to hear more from our champions. And well
nearly as tall as them. Look at him. He's a giant.
So
he's a lovely walking giant.
Yeah, Pia and Flax will be hosting the late game, as mentioned. And I can't wait to hear them. I can't wait to hear from them. You know, once they kind of settle down, we'll see, you know, what they're really going to have to say about that, you know, best of, well, it wasn't a best of, it was a best of 5, but winning it in 3 games. Welcome back to the panel. We're here. We're just flabbergasted, honestly. There's never, I haven't seen a run so strong like this.